Never trust a title alone when you're browsing online, deciding what to click. A fresh review right after playing, no spoilers. Because, hidden across the internet, are trolls disguised behind seemingly harmless titles. Let your guard down for even a moment, and you're doomed. Take this, for example. These guys are the real villains, and the only allies who stick with the protagonist till the end are Lee, Seal, and Leen. A review? Forget it. What's the point of playing a game when you've already seen the whole story? Just give up and quit, you fool. LOL. Just like that, I was spoiled. What kind of pathetic loser does something like this? Grinding my teeth, I turned off my phone. Did this person really have nothing better to do? Who the hell pays them to ruin someone's experience with such a perfectly crafted bait post? I couldn't make sense of it with any normal logic. And I had been looking forward to this game. A disaster, all because I had the careless thought of checking the reviews before playing. And the result? A catastrophe. This was the long-awaited sequel to the game that had been the masterpiece of my life. I had pre-ordered the deluxe edition extra perks, extra money only to have the experience shattered by one single troll. With a deep sigh, I started filling out my refund request. Sure, I'd get back over 100,001, but the disappointment? That was a loss I couldn't recover. I had cleared my schedule for 2 full days, ready to immerse myself without distractions. And as if rubbing salt in the wound, the reviews I had peeked at were nothing but glowing praise. Game of the Year contender. Not pre-ordering this is like missing out on half your life. Should I just try it for an hour? The thought slipped in before I could stop it. It wasn't a terrible idea. This was a game I had been dying to play, and if it felt off, I could always refund it. As long as I didn't go over 2 hours of playtime, I had nothing to lose. So, why not? With that light-hearted reasoning, I pressed play. I was swallowed into an abyss of pitch-black darkness. You pathetic loser. Got nothing better to do. A malicious comment left under a spoiler-filled bait post. Angry replies soon followed. Just ignore it and play. This is a fake spoiler. The names are switched, and the summary is nonsense. Just play without worrying about it. Unfortunately, the one who had originally posted the comment would never see these replies. Because by then, he was no longer in this world. Bone and blood. The reason I got hooked on that game and eagerly awaited its sequel was simple. It was an irresistible world. At first glance, it looked like just another fantasy setting. But the deeper you delved, the more horrifying truths you uncovered. That contrast between the surface-level illusion and the darkness lurking beneath was what pulled me in. And nothing embodied that better than the mines. A hidden location you could discover while tracking down human traffickers. There, children toiled away, mining magic stones. No protective gear. No safety measures. Exposure to raw magic stones meant mana addiction, a slow, agonizing death sentence. Yet, the criminals running these mines didn't care. They used kidnapped orphans and children sold by desperate slum families as disposable tools. And when the kids died, their bodies weren't wasted. They were sold off to the highest bidder, their remains repurposed for twisted experiments. Upon uncovering the truth, the player had a choice. Expose the mines, eradicate the operation, and bring justice. Take the bribe and turn a blind eye. Who would ever choose the second option? That was the beauty of the game. Because if you destroyed all the mines, the price of magic stones skyrocketed. The empire spiraled into chaos. Magic-based transportation collapsed. Essential items became unaffordable. Some NPCs, even beloved ones, committed suicide due to economic despair. And the most brutal twist? The corpses of those children were being used in a desperate attempt to cure mana addiction. Shut down the mines, and the heroine herself would succumb to the disease. There was a right choice. But making it didn't lead to a happy ending. That contradiction, the weight of consequence, was what fascinated me. That quest had left a mark on me. Yes, that quest was unforgettable. It was gripping. Tragic. But I never wanted to become one of those orphans mining magic stones. The mines. A day in the magic stone mines is painfully monotonous. Everything is solved with a single method. A whip. A slave slacks off? Whip them. A slave protests? Whip them. A slave begs for mercy, fearing death? Whip them. What remains? Profit. Children may die, but replacements are always available. Slum dwellers, drowning in poverty, will sell their burdensome offspring for a few coins. And there's another benefit. The strong survive. By mercilessly beating the weak to death, only the toughest, sharpest ones remain. And the bodies? They sell well. Earning money has never been easier. These words, written in a diary entry I once stumbled upon in the game, flashed through my mind. At that moment, I understood. The bastard who wrote that must be the one running this place. It hurts like hell. Every inch of my body aches. This isn't a normal beating. Maybe it's because I'm in a child's body, but if I take much more of this, I might actually die. Fighting back isn't even an option. The overseers are fully protected. Top-of-the-line gear, self-defense features. All while we rot away, exposed to deadly magic stones. The price of one piece of their gear could buy protection for all of us. But I keep my mouth shut. No point in getting beaten for rebellious thoughts. Instead, I grab the tasteless lump of bread they call food and sit down. I could endure all of this. But what really drives me insane is something else. Hey, are you okay? You've seemed off since yesterday. A kid sits next to me, watching closely. Considering I've only been in this body since yesterday, his concern makes sense. He must have been my friend, before. Buzz off before I stab your eyes out with a fork. That's what I shouldn't say. Instead, I instinctively grab his wrist. Sure enough, he was trying to steal my bread. His friendly expression vanishes. His eyes turn cold. What? Wanna fight? I let go. Fighting is pointless. If you get injured, you can't work. If you can't work, you get whipped to death. That's how this place works. This isn't about fighting. It's about surviving. TCH. Clicking his tongue, he walks away. I exhale. This is what breaks people here. Not just the overseers. The other children. This place turns kids into monsters. No moment to rest. No moment to breathe. Just endless struggle. I feel the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. Stay positive. Think ahead. And then, a single thought pulls me back. Who would have thought splurging an extra 50,001 for the premium edition would pay off here? The premium edition. Extra perks. An in-game item pack. Usually, it's a waste of money. Even as a fan, I hesitated before buying it. But now, it might just save my life. One rare grade trait. One legendary grade trait. A sword. Armor. Some useless stuff, 2 titles, soundtrack, but the traits? Priceless. I open my status window. Healthy body, rare. Immune to all status abnormalities except those caused by poison, curses, and magic. You won't tire easily. You'll always remain in a healthy state. In the game, this trait was mediocre at best. But here, it's keeping me alive. Immunity to disease. Without it, I might already be dying. I try checking my stats. Nothing. This feature is available after completing the tutorial. Most of my abilities are locked. No name. No status. But that's fine. Because I have one more trump card. A legendary grade trait. And if I play my cards right, there's a way out of this hell. Lost in thought, I head back toward the mines. Then, I collide with someone. Black hair. Red eyes. A girl, standing there with an eerily blank expression. She doesn't glare at me. She doesn't speak. She just stares. It's unsettling. Sorry. I didn't see you there. She doesn't react. Seconds pass. Then, did you get lost? I ask. Follow me. If we don't hurry, we'll get beaten. A pause. Then, in a flat voice. Yeah, I guess so. She follows me, her gaze still empty. But as I look at her again, a realization hits me. This is a game world. Which means, the protagonists of the game must exist here, too. This girl. She feels too distinct, too unique. If this meeting wasn't just coincidence. If it was destiny. What's your name? She blinks once. Then, in that same detached tone. Seal. That was the moment I met my first companion.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Seal's oldest memory was of the village chief and her mother arguing. Stop being so stubborn. That child should never have been born. Whenever that happened, her mother always said, still, she's my child. She's not something that shouldn't exist. But Seal did not agree with that. The fact that she remembered this conversation, which took place before she was even born, was proof of that. So, she knew. She knew that she truly was a being that should not have been born. A creature almost cursed into existence by demons, forcibly conceived by her parents. She was more aware of this than anyone else. Yet, she was born anyway. And soon enough, it was proven that the village chief's concerns were not unfounded. The black hair and pale skin that everyone in the village spoke of ominously. Not just her, but even her mother began to be ostracized by the elves of the village. NTU annoyed by those who torment your parents like that. If she turned her head just slightly, a black wolf beside her would be ranting about this. The girl did not know that it was a remnant of a fallen demon king, nor what it intended to use her for. But she knew well enough that she was a detested being for something so dreadful to cling to her. It's not too late. I'll take care of those bothersome creatures for you. The ominous black wolf whispered so. According to what the wolf told her, she was the most valuable sacrifice in the world to it. An elf who wields magic, a being unique in this world. Make a pact with me, it said. Offer a part of your soul, and in return, I'll grant you power. And if not just a part but her entire soul is offered, it claimed it could accomplish anything, short of the absurd like raising the dead. However, the girl, as always, ignored the wolf. The reason was simple. She thought it wrong to cause her already ostracized mother further harm. If someone caught her speaking to thin air, the calls for their expulsion would only grow louder. I'm sorry. We simply cannot accept that child. Please, leave this place as soon as possible. But unfortunately, such efforts were in vain. The words delivered by the chief on his return visit stirred unrest in her mother's eyes. It was, perhaps, inevitable. Elves cannot survive outside their forest. The farther they stray from the world tree, the weaker they become, gradually losing their strength until death ensues. This was essentially a death sentence for her. Kill me? So Seal spoke without hesitation, seeing it as the right thing. But why? Her mother, sadder than ever, wept and embraced her. Such a sorrowful sight made Seal vow never to utter those words again. And so, Seal left that place with her mother. With each passing day, her mother grew weaker. There were many who sought to capture a lone elf, and hiding became increasingly difficult as time went on. How fortunate. It's a relief. Yet, her mother always said that it was fortunate that Seal didn't lose her strength, even far from the forest, that she could continue to live on. Seal couldn't comprehend those words. Being alive even far from the forest meant she was closer to being a monster than an elf. So, Seal tried to convince her mother again. She insisted she had no feelings. She formed no attachments. She was merely a curse, a life that should never have existed. She urged her mother to leave her and return to their homeland. Yet, even after hearing such words, her mother, with a sad smile, said it didn't matter, that she loved her. It was incomprehensible. It made no sense. Seal repeated this, trying to convince her mother, but her mother only responded with words Seal couldn't understand. She said Seal wasn't devoid of emotions, that one day she would love someone and understand what it means to love. After speaking, her mother left their hiding place to gather food. Despite seeming on the verge of collapse, she reassured Seal, who wanted to accompany her, insisting she stay behind. And then, she didn't return. Only then did Seal feel relieved. Finally, her mother had abandoned her. Now, everything was as it should be. With that thought, Seal walked the streets and soon discovered something. Eyes and a heart. An elf's body, stripped of all valuable parts, lay discarded like trash on the ground. She could hear the wolf's laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her head spun. For some reason, her eyes burned and ached. Her heart felt as if it was being torn apart, and screams involuntarily burst from her lips. Give me your entire soul. Then, I will consume this hateful world. That voice was all she could hear. The faces of humans, grinning as they held her mother's eyeball, their dreadful and disgusting smiles, were all she could see. And so, the girl numbly reached out to the wolf. I love you, Seal. She remembered her mother's face saying those words. And she thought. Not once did she ever respond to those repeated declarations of love. She had never once returned the love she had always received. Because she didn't understand what it meant to love, Seal had yet to tell her mother she loved her. So, not yet? It wasn't time to end everything yet. That thought occurred to her. So, Seal simply buried her mother and moved on. 3 years have passed since she began her journey. By human standards, she is now of an age that could be considered an adult. Yet, she still couldn't grasp the concept of love. The world she saw with her own eyes was too filthy. Parents kill their children. Because they can't afford to raise them. People kill each other. To take something from them. Everywhere she went was vile. Love was nowhere to be found. So, it was beyond her comprehension. Only the voice of the wolf grew louder. Stop thinking about it. It said. You don't have emotions anyway, so it's all a waste. If you hate something, just destroy it. Walking in a daze, listening to such words, Seal felt someone approaching from behind. But Seal did nothing. She was simply captured, thrown into a cage, and dragged to an unnamed magic stone mine. Unknown people carve a magic spell on her neck. They spewed threatening words and threw her into a strange new world. But such things were of no consequence to her. The voice in her ear grew louder. Certainly, because the wolf's thoughts were not much different from her own. It was impossible for her to understand love. Then, there's nothing left to do but give up. To fulfill that postponed contract and ask to destroy this endlessly hateful and ugly world. It was at that moment she had such thoughts that she felt a strange sensation. Seal turned her head to look at whatever had bumped into her. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going because I was lost in thought. An apology. The apology felt oddly out of place, and she stared blankly at the boy. It wasn't her first time in a mine like this. So, she knew. She knew the state of the children here. Everyone was trampling over others in a desperate attempt to survive. Was he apologizing and pretending to be friendly to steal something from her? But it didn't feel like he had any ulterior motives. Why are you standing here? Did you lose your way? If that's the case, follow me. We need to hurry or we'll get beaten. This statement, too, held no pretense. It was simply out of concern for her. She could feel the worry for her in his eyes. Why, though? In a situation where their life was at risk, in a situation where they couldn't survive without taking from others, in a situation where they had to trample over anyone to live. Why is he worried about her, someone he just met? Why is he caring about someone else in a situation where he can barely look after himself? Why is he sincerely offering help with such words to someone he just met? What's your name? The boy asked her that. Seal. Why did she answer him? She didn't know. She just wanted to respond. Just like before, she felt it wasn't time to end everything. That was her first encounter with this peculiar boy. Something felt off. As soon as I rushed to the gathering spot, I had this premonition. Today, we shall punish the fool who dared to dream of escaping. Sure, the words themselves were ordinary. Someone attempting escape and being made an example of as punishment is somewhat expected. What was strange were the reactions of some of the children. Their unsettling smirks as they looked at me. Could this be my imagination? Just a figment of paranoia? I rapidly questioned myself in my mind. What's the likelihood I've made quite a few enemies here? It exists. More than plenty. Just roughly counting the faces of those who view me unfavorably easily surpasses dozens. The probability that these kids are smarter than expected? That's high, too. The ones who aren't smart are all dead. So, the final question. When someone who harbors animosity towards me falsely reports that I've plotted an escape, what's the chance the overseers will verify the truth? None. They'd likely find it too bothersome to discern guilt from innocence. They'd probably just kill me as an example without wasting time. With the conclusion drawn, there was no need for further deliberation. I immediately looked behind me. As expected, a few guards armored in protective gear were stealthily approaching me. I quickly opened the trait selection window. I had already identified the traits that could help me escape this situation. So, dodging those coming at me, I was about to run and activate the trait when, my head is spinning. I desperately clung to consciousness, trying to figure out what was causing this anomaly. And then I saw it. A glowing light around my neck. Damn it. Is this some kind of slave collar? It was clearly imbued with some sort of magic. This is absurdly excessive. An element not even present in the original work. Moreover, as someone who possessed this body already marked with such a thing, it was information I could never have known. To die because of such an absurd thing? All that preparation, all that effort, just to come to nothing? Am I really going to die here like this? I bit my tongue in an attempt to maintain consciousness. But the pain is almost imperceptible. Sleep overtakes me. An unavoidable slumber. My vision slowly blurs. And the last thing that flickers before my eyes. Seal. The seal I had spent 2 weeks with. Yet, she had a face I had never seen before. It was strange. No matter how Seal looked at it, she couldn't understand. The boy was definitely out of place. From what she had observed, he was never foolish. In every action, he exhibited an intelligence that seemed out of place for his age. He could immediately detect when someone was scheming and was quick to catch on. However, what was strange was his way of dealing with things. The norm was if someone attacked you first, you killed them before they got you. That was how the world she had wandered for the last 3 years worked. But the boy, he would always resort to uncomfortable means like threats or intimidation, never attempting to kill his opponents first. So, she asked him, "It would be easy for you to plan their demise. Why don't you seek any revenge?" To which the boy responded as if she were the one who was strange. "What are you talking about? Why on earth would I kill those kids? No, I mean, they are indeed annoying, but they're still kids. Plus, if they weren't in this place, they wouldn't have turned out this way, right?" The more they talked, the more she realized how odd this man was. As if he came from a completely different world. Because they're children, they should naturally be protected. To her, children were livestock. Property owned by their parents. If there wasn't enough money to raise them, they'd be buried in the ground as soon as they were born, or if there was a bit of leeway, they'd be raised to be put to work, or if circumstances worsened, they'd be sold for a fair price. At least, that's how the world she knew worked. But when she shared such thoughts, the boy was horrified and utterly disgusted. "It's fundamental for parents to love their children," he said, blaming the current state of the world on its sheer madness. Hearing this, the girl felt she was beginning to grasp the essence of this man. He was an impossible dreamer. A dreamer with such a soft mentality, one wonders how he has survived in this harsh world. To survive in this harsh world, one must distrust, be wary of, and betray everyone. Yet, this man truly believed. In a world where everyone is treated equally. A world where parents can love their children. A world where they don't have to kill each other to live. He insisted such an absurd world must come to be. That it was only right, and it was the natural order of things. Was he a child of a noble family? That was the only conclusion she could come to. Such naivete could only come from a child who grew up sheltered, unaware of the ways of the world. Probably a noble's son, caught up in some mishap and ended up here. Surely, he'll face reality soon enough. She was convinced his ideals would crumble one day. And yet, the boy never changed. She watched in a daze as the boy was whipped in her place. The fragile human body. The pain must be unimaginable for her. But the boy's expression remained unchanged. She knew why. She had seen something similar before. "It's okay, Seal. Really. Mommy is really okay, so don't worry and go to sleep." Pretending to be strong, telling her not to worry, that it's all okay. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt because of my constitution." Despite being beaten to a pulp, the boy said so. Surely, he was hurt because of her. So, it was only right for him to hate and resent her. It was logical to keep a distance. Yet, why did the boy continue to stick by her? She couldn't understand. Every action of his was incomprehensible. "Why are you doing this for me? If you don't want to eat, then don't." Why couldn't he just walk past a starving child, instead secretly sharing his rations? "Keep this to yourself if you have any conscience. My rations are limited as it is. I already have enough enemies, being marked as a fool would be the end of it. And, this is the last time I'm helping you out. Find your own way to survive and eat." Why does he wear a guilt-ridden expression as he says such things? After saving someone with his own food, why does he look as if he's done something wrong? Too soft. Far too soft. With such a mindset, there's no way to survive. A world of equality, human rights, a world where children can live carefree as children. In this world, dreaming of such things is futile, they can never be achieved. Yet, the boy remains unchanged. In these 2 weeks, nothing has changed. "Eat this. I'm not feeling hungry today." Again today, the boy says this as he hands her a piece of bread. She couldn't hold back any longer. She simply couldn't understand this boy. She couldn't understand herself for being unable to take her eyes off this foolishly kind boy, who was dreaming an impossible dream. Why? So, the question slips out. "Why are you doing this for me?" The girl is no fool. She knows. She knows the boy hasn't touched food for days, always giving his share to her or the other kids. Always taking the whip in her place, always helping her out. always appearing to help her whenever she's in danger. She knows it all. Was there something wrong with the bread you ate earlier? Take this quickly, my arm's getting tired. The boy feigns ignorance with his response. You should be the one eating this. You haven't eaten anything in days. She couldn't stand his reaction. It upset her. Of course, it's not right. She doesn't deserve such treatment. It was the same with her mother. Her mother wasn't supposed to die because of a monster like her. So, why? She just couldn't accept it. The reason he's doing this for her. The reason he cares so much about her. She looks at the boy again. With an awkward face, he scratches his neck, thinks for a bit, then speaks. Just, because it's you? Why does that phrase bother her so much? The girl slowly moved her feet. The surroundings were noisy. However, with a slight manipulation of magical energy, understanding the situation around her was a simple task. And then, Seal saw it. The fate that the boy had met. It was as expected. The boy was far too kind. He should have killed everyone who stood in his way. He shouldn't have shown any kindness. That outcome had already been decided long ago. The boy, having lost consciousness, was being dragged to the platform for execution. The girl, who had been staring blankly at this scene. Are you there? For the first time, she initiated a conversation with the wolf. Why? She herself couldn't comprehend her actions. It wasn't logical. All she had to do was run away here. She had escaped from such places before. She had learned all the magic to conceal her presence from her mother. So why was she doing this? Because of that boy? That was strange. They had only known each other for 2 weeks. She didn't even know the boy's name. Moreover, if he harbored such dreams, truly a dreamer wishing to make this already doomed world a better place, he wouldn't survive long even if he were to be saved here. But why? I'll make a contract. Was her lips moving on their own? Why can't she take her eyes off him? Why does he concern her so much? It was then that the girl finally understood what love was. Just, because it's you. Just like the simple words the boy had said. She believed that her mother shouldn't love her. She believed that she shouldn't love her mother. Because she was an abomination. A life that should never have been born. But it's different. Love isn't like that. When someone loves someone, no reason is needed. When someone loves someone, no qualifications are needed. You simply cherish them because you want to. You cherish them simply because they are precious. She doesn't want him to die. So, I've certainly received half of your soul. She loves him. She wants to protect him, no matter what sacrifices are made. Swallow it up, wolf. A sinister black shadow casts over the world. What once was human morphs into mere flesh. Walking serenely through that place drenched in blood and flesh, the girl advances. To save the one she loves. Seal. The boy she holds in her arms looks at her. He must be incredibly bewildered. And rightfully so. The overseers have all been devoured by the shadows without a trace. The children are all plunged into panic, scrambling to escape. How did you? No, more importantly. Why? The boy asked. Why she helped him. Seal pauses, lost in thought. Although she considers herself selfish, it's actually because she adores him, who is kinder than anyone. Because she too has become curious about the ideal world he speaks of. Because he taught her what love is. Seal didn't know how to express all those feelings in just a few words. So, with a faint smile, Seal simply said, just, because it's you? So, what did you say? I began to seriously worry if my ears had finally given up on me. It seemed almost natural, considering the circumstances. The girl before me was confidently spouting what could only be described as utter nonsense. I sacrificed half of my soul. My head started to spin. Yes, I had somewhat anticipated this. After all, I had woken up to complete chaos around me, not to mention the strange black flickering I saw. I had guessed that in a rush to save me, she must have made a pact with a demon or some dark being. But to have given up half her soul. What did you make a pact with? I don't know. It seems she didn't even read the contract before stamping it with her seal. It felt like hearing a friend had taken out a loan from a third-tier financial institution. No, this was beyond that. It was like resorting to illegal usury. The price of half a soul is that malign. Sacrifice even a bit more, and upon death, the soul would belong to a demon, the highest price one could possibly pay. This is a loss no matter what you do. Unless the other party was some king of demons, this was definitely a fool's pact. What were you thinking? My tirade was cut short as I realized I wasn't in a position to be angry with her. Think about it. What if you heard a friend had dabbled in illegal loans? You'd start with "Are you out of your mind?" and go on from there, berating them to come to their senses. But what if it was for your own cancer treatment? And what if, thanks to that, you managed to survive? No decent human being could criticize that. In the end, all I could do was leave her with a warning not to misuse the power she received and express my gratitude. Thank you, regardless. At my words, Seal nodded her head. Her expression hardly changed, but having spent some time with her, I could tell she was smiling. As always, Seal was lost in thought when she suddenly made such an odd sound. What's going on? Name. Perhaps it was because I had become somewhat proficient in Seal's way of speaking, but I understood what she was getting at. And I couldn't help but be shocked. Come to think of it, she doesn't even know my name. The more I thought about it, the more I realized she was someone I couldn't leave alone. I mean, who in the world sells half their soul to save someone whose name they don't even know? Ian. I don't have a last name. I made up a name on the spot and told her. It was a nickname I had used in a previous game. Ian. Why? Just. You're so frivolous. In the midst of such a trivial, yet somehow comforting conversation, we continued to search for a passage. During this, an important realization came to mind. Now that I think about it, what was my real name again? When I tried to view my name or abilities last time, the status window claimed that the function was locked because the tutorial hadn't been cleared. But now, could it be possible? If this mine was my first tutorial, then I had already cleared it. With that thought, I opened the status window, and then, line x1 equals 12, x2 equals 12, y1 equals 8, y2 equals 12 / line x1 equals 12, x2 equals 12.01, y1 equals 16, y2 equals 16 / line. This feature is available after completing the tutorial. The familiar message I saw last time, but there was an odd notification above it. Defeat the demon of Ash, /1. The text was strangely corrupted. Is there a bug in the status window too? While I was perplexed, the odd notification disappeared shortly after. Instead, a large red message popped up. Inflection point detected. Fate path is being recalculated. What the heck is that? I was overwhelmed with the desire to send a 5,700 character complaint to customer service right then. It seemed they were content with giving the same response, as if to say, deal with it. It was just as useless as last time. Well, I didn't have high expectations anyway. I quickly dismissed the unhelpful status window from my view. As soon as I did, I felt a peculiar sensation on my cheek. Turning my head, I found Seal poking my cheek. If you have something to say, just say it. I wanted to do this. All right. I had given up on trying to understand this girl's state of mind. I had no choice but to adjust. After all, she had given up half her soul for me. Surely, I could manage this one thing. Look over there. With those words, Seal extended her finger straight out. There was a large door in that direction. But what was strange was, why is that locked? If that was the exit, it should definitely be open. While I was laid up due to the aftereffects of a sleep spell, the others must have already escaped. It's not like it's a door with an automatic lock that could just lock itself. Wait a minute, could it be? These guys. Did they lock us in here on purpose? What kind of bastards would do that? And why go to the trouble of locking the door behind them? Well, I suppose I'd be scared too if someone summoned a demon or something. To me, this creature might just seem like a slightly dim-wit child, but to the others, it would appear as a deranged dark sorcerer. They locked us in here, scared we might follow them. That's incredibly petty. What, should we pick the lock or something? No. As she said that, Seal picked up a stone from the ground with a vacant look on her face and swung it full force. Bang! And the stone instantly shattered against something like a barrier. It seems getting too close without a key would result in that. This is driving me crazy. Are we really going to starve to death here because of this absurd situation? There must be a spare key somewhere, but it seems like someone took all of them. There was none when I searched the storeroom earlier either. It was at that moment, as I was pondering. Take this. A young boy's voice suddenly came from behind. I quickly turned around to see his face. It's for that bread back then. It was the boy who was starving on the floor last time. But if anything had changed, it was that this time I was on the receiving end. He placed the key in my hand. It was a strange feeling. When I was betrayed by them and nearly died, I blamed myself for my foolishness. I thought I had wasted my kindness, that I should have lived more coldly, adapting to the fantasy world I was in. Yet, here I am, alive because of it. Alive thanks to the little boy who didn't forget my help and waited here to repay his debt, and the friends I made in this place. Creak. The door slowly opened. What lies ahead is a world unknown even to me. Is it years into the future from the original story, or perhaps years in the past? What has changed, and how? There's no way to know anything for sure. But when has it ever been any different? In the end, the conclusion is always the same. I have no choice but to face it head on. I took my first step towards the unfamiliar world. In the abandoned mine, devoid of life, a visitor arrived. Such a tragedy. To the naked eye, the scene appeared ordinary, with nothing out of place. However, the man saw something different. A dreadful aura lingered, unaffected by time, exuding a repulsiveness that could almost make one nauseous. It's the same energy as the one who killed the elder. The man, a commander of the Empire's knights, frowned as he spoke. But his realization was not about the exploitation of children as disposable labor in the mines. This was a venture tacitly approved by the Empire. He had known about it for a long time. And yet, he had not acted. There was no reason to. After all, the citizens were not the true rulers of the Empire. The real masters were a handful of high-ranking nobles and the royal family, people like the elder who ran this place. Therefore, what needed to be protected, and to whom the Empire's sword owed its loyalty, was not something as trivial as its citizens. Whether the vermin of the slums died or how their offspring met their end was of no concern to him. If these lowly lives, destined to die a lowly death doing lowly work, could contribute to the Empire's progress in this manner, it should be considered an honor and grace. It was a grace beyond their station. The man truly believed this. The more I see, the more shocking it becomes. The Knight Commander muttered as he ventured deeper. He had anticipated that this would be no ordinary affair. The elder, who had been resting in his mansion, was suddenly swallowed by a dark shadow. All the artifacts and security spells of the mansion had been rendered useless. The culprit was someone of considerable skill. Perhaps a high-level demon had been summoned. Following the trail of this energy, the man swallowed hard and touched the ground. Is this the place? An area where the corruption of the dark energy seemed weaker, near chairs that looked like where the children might have eaten. Here, he could read the memories imprinted on the land. If things went well, he could uncover everything from the identity to the motives of the perpetrator. The magic power the Knight Commander poured into the ground resonated with the land, taking shape and reenacting the events that had transpired there. This is strange. What's strange? The forms were unstable, but discernible to some extent. A boy and a girl were in conversation. You're the one saying it. I mean, how many times do I have to tell you to make sense when you speak? It's hard to understand. You seem like you're from a different world. Huh? People should all be equal. Parents should love their children. You talk about these things as if they're obvious. Well, I suppose it might seem that way to you. Do you want to change the world like that? Why? You want to help? I don't know. At that moment, upon hearing these words, the Knight Commander's face contorted. There seemed to be no connection between this past and the culprit. However, it appeared he had caught a traitor. Such things should be nipped in the bud. Thus, the Knight Commander quickly stabilized the flow of mana. Just a bit more, a little more, and the face would be revealed. That filthy rat. To find and kill the child who dared to defy those of noble blood. What right do you have to pry into my love? A strange voice suddenly echoed in his ears. His head spun. The world went dark in an instant. A scream escaped his lips, yet for some reason, he couldn't hear anything. Misunderstanding, irrationality, indistinguishable. The man simply stared blankly at the wolf before him. Well, I suppose I should do some work for what I've received. In an instant, it shed the wolf's disguise. The man saw it and laughed. Laughing as he coughed up blood. Laughing as he slit his own belly. Laughing as he pulled out what was inside him. Laughing as he drove a knife into his own head. And twisted it. With a smile happier than anyone else in the world. Thus, the Knight Commander of the Empire died, leaving behind a mangled corpse, marked only by the shadow-like bite marks of a wolf. It was the moment the name the Black Fang, an organization set to overturn everything in the Empire, was etched into history for the first time. I felt my mouth grow heavy of its own accord, which, when I think about it, is only natural. When you hear that a friend's stock investment has dropped by about 10%, that's almost good news. If you're close, you'd be busy teasing them, spinning them around in all sorts of ways for fun. But what if you saw the news that the stock your friend had invested all their savings in was delisted? Especially if you knew that friend had gone into debt to invest in that stock. Could you even bring yourself to tell them that news? Are you okay? I had just left the mine when I saw Seal collapse suddenly. Lying on the ground, drained of strength, Seal shook her head from side to side. I had seen this before in previous works. It happens when the power given by a contracted spirit or demon is used excessively. But the critical point is, she had only used her power once. Though the manager wasn't a weak opponent, he wasn't world-class like the Imperial Knights. And yet, she had paid the price of half her soul. The answer this fact presented was clear. This poor girl had been severely tricked in her contract. To have given up half her soul for such meager power. What kind of petty and insignificant creature had she contracted with? It was enough to make me depressed. Besides, if it weren't for me, she might have contracted with someone much better. Of course, Seal, having taken the role of the protagonist's companion, a key position in the game, couldn't possibly be weak. She wouldn't have contracted with some vile demon. She probably would have soared to great heights with a contract with beings like the Spirit Kings. I debated whether to tell Seal or not and came to a conclusion. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Let's bury this story. Telling her would only upset her for no reason. After all, it's not like regretting the contract can undo it. Can you walk? At my words, Seal tried to stand up by pushing off the floor, but then she collapsed with a faint sound. Had I not caught her, she would have surely hit her head hard on the ground. I helped Seal up and sat her back down on the nearby stairs. What should I do now? That was the moment I was deep in thought. So you've stopped talking altogether now? Seal had gone beyond being sparing with words to expressing herself solely through gestures. Sitting and waiting, she extended her arms forward in a gesture. Even when she spoke briefly, I understood everything, so she's pushing the limits. I had no choice but to comply with her gesture that blatantly demanded to be carried. There's a peculiar tickling on my back. I can feel her breath. The sensation of her hair touching my neck with each step is strangely stirring. And then, the place where my hands hold her becomes a concern. Where to hold without appearing perverted is a serious consideration, and the mere act of deliberating such possibilities already brands one a pervert, which is an inescapable dilemma. I tried my best to divert my attention from the sensations under my hands. Fortunately, it wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Soon enough, sceneries worthy of diverting my mind appeared before me. It was as if I was walking through the streets of the medieval era. The night sky gradually darkened. There are no concrete buildings or street lamps here. That's why the stars shine brighter. However, if there's one thing that disrupts that sparkle, it's this. That place has definitely developed more. In the distance, the city sparkles more than the stars. A world completely different in genre from this place. The magic trains that appear in the prequel, the magic engineering machines that have begun to be supplied, are all products available only in that capital. All of the Empire's advancements are grotesquely concentrated in the capital. All technology, all facilities, are the exclusive domain of a privileged few. In the prequel, since the protagonist was of noble birth, I wasn't aware of this. But seeing it now, there's a limit to how absurd things can get. I mean, one side is medieval fantasy, and the other is steampunk? How does that even make sense? What on earth is going on with this crazy empire? As I sighed at these thoughts, I felt an odd sensation. From somewhere near my head, I felt a soft, caressing sensation. What are you doing? It was such an abnormal act that I couldn't help but ask in astonishment. However, Seal's response was calm. I was stroking your hair. Why? You sighed. What does that have to do with stroking my hair? Was it her way of offering comfort because I seemed troubled? My mom used to do it like this. Suddenly her speech becomes fluent only at such times. It was somewhat odd, but I couldn't really say anything against it. Do you dislike it? Seal suddenly asked this question, making my head spin. It's not that I dislike it. Do you like it, then? If I had to choose, it would be the latter, but saying I like it here would make me sound like a total creep. I desperately searched my brain for a topic to change the subject. If you have the energy to say weird stuff, help me look for the guild instead. Fortunately, it wasn't a difficult task. We really did need to find the guild. Whether this era was before or after the original story, the guild would definitely exist. There's no better place to gather information. We need to find the others, too. I had successfully recruited Seal as a companion. Though it was my fault she might have messed up her skill tree, let's consider it a success for now. Still, Seal alone wasn't enough. We would undoubtedly need more power to face the upcoming crises, no matter how much we gathered. The Empire was definitely engulfed in flames in the trailer. This is the problem with being possessed into a game without having played it. Thankfully, the spoiler post had given me bits of information, but it's too scant. Not knowing exactly why the world ends, but not wanting to die, I have to find a way to prevent the apocalypse. There's a limit to how hopeless a situation can be. Naturally, a sigh escaped me. And then, I really didn't do it on purpose. I was stroked again. I get it. I really didn't do it on purpose. Why do you keep repeating the same thing? I eventually chose to keep silent. Is she good at talking, or not? I can't tell if she's teasing me or if I'm just being sensitive. Ian. I didn't sigh just so you would stroke my hair. Not that. Look over there. I turned my gaze to where Seal was pointing with her finger. Soon, a sign with a familiar sword and shield came into view. It was that familiar adventurers guild. It's noisy. Well, that's to be expected. This place also serves as a tavern, after all. I respond to Seal, who's still being carried. Indeed, this place is just as I remembered it from the prequel. A place where people from various backgrounds, from various races, and various types of people gather together. I felt a slight sense of relief. After all, this was one of the few safe zones within the game. As if to authenticate the gloomy world, all manner of horrific events transpire outside. Like when approaching a crying child to receive a quest, only for the child to suddenly turn and attempt to stab you in the throat. Or when killing what seems like a deranged child, only to later discover that the child was under the control of a dark magician. Choosing to apologize when the grieving parents of the child approach, lamenting the loss of their offspring, leads to an ironic twist. How foolish. Turns out, those parents were the dark magicians in disguise, using their child as a puppet. A player who is caught off guard will either die or end up being used as the dark magician's next puppet, a twisted bad ending. Such vile and mind-boggling incidents are thankfully absent here. An unspoken agreement exists in this place, no one is allowed to harm another. Breaking this rule would mean making enemies of the entire guild. It's in this way that peace is maintained. There should be something here. Navigating through the crowd, I checked the bulletin board plastered with various notices. Well, even though it's a guild, given its location in a slum, it's not exactly well organized. As I searched for my objective, something peculiar caught my eye. The Black Fang? Was there such a group in the original story? Upon closer examination, the notice revealed something significant. They had killed a knight commander and taken down a noble who was exploiting children in an unauthorized factory. It seems to be an emerging revolutionary organization opposing the Empire. Well, it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. A substantial bounty for simply identifying a member of the organization, not to mention the promise of granting whatever one desires for capturing one alive, is quite tempting. But this is surely overreaching. A knight commander is a formidable foe, only to be faced in the very endgame. How on earth am I supposed to capture a crazed monster who has killed such a person? Stay still for a moment, Seal. It's hard to carry you like this. In any case, this story has nothing to do with me. Therefore, I turned my attention away and continued to scan through the list of requests, and soon found it. My second target. The location where my next companion awaits recruitment. Exhausted and with the night growing late, Seal and I ended up spending the night at an inn attached to the guild. Fortunately, I was able to cover the cost with the money I had stolen, well, let's just say rightfully acquired as my salary. It seemed like everyone at the mining site had been too busy trying to escape. After rummaging through the warehouse, I found quite a few valuable items. Selling them to the guild meant we wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter for a few days. So there I was, no longer lying on the hard, filthy dirt floor of a mine, but surrendering my body to the marvel of civilization called bed. A soft, comfortable bed was a luxury I hadn't experienced in a long time, but I couldn't sleep a wink. This is driving me crazy, really. It was to be expected. I mean, there was another person next to me. And not just any person, but a girl. How could I possibly fall asleep in such a situation? Right now, I felt an urge to bash my head for yesterday's decision. We have enough money, so let's get 2 rooms. Why? Well, because there are 2 of us, so 2 rooms. If we get just 1 room, we'll save half the money. But that's, well, yes, but. Do you hate being with me? No, it's not that. It's just, awkward. Am I making you uncomfortable? It's not about that. It's just, we're of different genders. It's, if we sleep together, what do you think will happen? Let's just get 1 room and drop it, please. I should have insisted on 2 rooms no matter what. Looks like it's going to be an all-nighter. There is no coffee, but thanks to my healthy body, staying up all night shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's somewhat ironic, really. The reason I find myself pulling an all-nighter is, ironically, due to the excessively versatile effects of my healthy body trait. It's not like I'm being cured of one ailment only to be afflicted by another. It seems I really need to be more careful when choosing traits. That was the inevitable conclusion. Now that the game has become reality, the effects of traits have changed significantly. A worthless trait that couldn't even block a sleep spell has freed me from a terminal condition and, as a bonus, completely transformed my quality of life. Well, there is the minor issue of being too healthy with nowhere to really apply it, but that's beside the point. Having personally experienced the game's text manifesting into reality, I must consider this when choosing traits. I found myself pondering over the list of legendary grade traits that I hadn't chosen last time. Part of me thought I should save it for later. I figured it might be a good idea to obtain a tailor-made trait to solve a problem when faced with an insurmountable threat. But then, remembering what happened last time, I held off. It seems wiser to choose one now. After much deliberation, the trait I selected was Emperor Might, legendary. The might of an emperor imbues your soul. You become immune to all mental attacks. Simple in effect, yet undoubtedly crucial. My first character, which I didn't equip with mental resistance, ended up being controlled by demons, leading to a bad ending. Many bosses and formidable enemies in this game are capable of driving people mad, making mental resistance indispensable. Moreover, there has always been something suspicious about this trait from the previous game. The nature of Emperor Might has never been described in the game, nor has the existence of an emperor ever been mentioned. I'm certain of this after combing through all the text in the previous game. Yet, this ability to be immune to all mental attacks even worked against the game's final boss, the Demon King. Before, I just brushed it off as it's just a game, but now, if I think about it differently, the existence of this Emperor Might suggests there is something that stands above even the Demon King in the hierarchy. It implies the presence of a being superior to the strongest entity in the world. By choosing this, I could imbue my soul with the might of such an entity. While I can't precisely predict what effects this will have or what it might entail, it's clear that no other trait in the legendary category held as much potential. My deliberation was brief. I promptly selected Emperor Might. And then, what exactly has changed? I felt like I'd been duped. I couldn't discern any noticeable difference. Not like I can test it out, either. It's not as if I could just casually stroll into a demon-infested area to see if I'm immune to mind control spells or not. Even if I ended up dissatisfied with the effect, it's not like I could ask for a refund at this point. Eventually, I stopped dwelling on the trait and looked around. Because it was an unattached to a guild, I was able to go inside even though it wasn't the guild's operating hours yet. Having made my choice of trait, I approached the bulletin board again to check on the quest I had seen the day before. A quest paper shimmering with a golden border. It bore the same design as the one involving the capture of the mysterious organization known as the Black Fang. The implication was clear. Both this quest and the other were directly issued by the Empire. Pushpin. Hunt the barbarian tribes. For every barbarian head brought back from the hidden tribes, a reward of 5 gold per head will be given. Details on how to distinguish the barbarians and their characteristics are provided below. Terms like hunt and barbarians might make it seem as though it's about collecting the heads of primitive people. However, one must always read between the lines with quests issued by the Empire. Barbarians are those who have refused to submit to the Empire's rule. To these people, treating anyone who opposes them as animals is just par for the course. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that this quest is the Empire's way of instructing the Adventurers Guild to exterminate a minority tribe that refuses to follow its rule. It's clear now. These are the very tribes I've read about in Spoiler Post. A girl branded with bizarre accusations of being a natural-born killer or something of the sort by fanatical cultists. Leen. She is the second companion I need to gather, currently captured by them. And I know their location. Because I saw the location of the mountain where they were hiding in the Spoiler Post. A smile naturally forms on my lips. Is this the privilege of being the possessor? Has something good happened? Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Turning around, I see a familiar face. Seal was looking at me, yawning. Has it gotten so late already? I can see the morning sun rising through the window. But now, how do I explain this? I find myself in a bit of a predicament. I can't just start talking about original works or spoilers. It's only natural. Shouting this world is all fake. You're all just NPCs in a game, would only get me labeled as a lunatic. After a moment's thought, I found a suitable excuse. It's because of this. I point to the quest related to the Black Fang. Everyone knows the Empire is corrupt. Saying I laughed out of sheer delight upon reading about those who gave the Empire a taste of its own medicine would seem natural. Do you like it? While I was pondering, Seal unusually initiated the conversation with her thoughts. It's rare for her to do this. Well, she was trapped in that mining site too. Her resentment towards the Empire must be quite strong. Having played through the original work myself, I'm well aware of how detestable the Empire can be, so I indulged in a bit of Empire bashing, lost in nostalgia. Anyway, our next destination is decided. Having skillfully navigated through the potential crisis, I smoothly transitioned to the main topic. Since we'll be moving together from now on, it was challenging to find a reason to head to the mountain without mentioning the original work knowledge. Fortunately, I found a quest that could serve as a plausible excuse. The task was to gather a rare poison plant that only grows in that mountain. With that explanation, I managed to convince Seal of our destination. However, I can't go with you. She refused. My mind went blank for a moment. Why? Could it be because of what happened yesterday? That would be incredibly unfair. It's not like I'm some kind of pervert. In the first place, the real issue was Seal's bizarre sleeping habit. Naturally, when someone clings to you like a body pillow, certain natural reactions are. I banished the lewd thoughts from my mind. Right, she had overexerted herself and collapsed less than a day ago. It made sense she couldn't go to a dangerous place. Once I'm a bit better and my tasks are done, I'll join you, Seal said, observing my face with a blank expression. But what tasks? Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked her. However, her reply was even more unexpected. I have to tell my mom I love her before I go. Suddenly? Why visit your hometown now? It's not my hometown, I'm visiting her grave. I see. That confirmed it. There must be something wrong with me. Maybe I should just keep quiet for a while. I offered Seal some words of encouragement and started preparing for the long journey ahead. Though it feels like something is going wrong right from the start. It must be an illusion. It has to be. Left alone, Seal falls into a deep reverie, her thoughts drifting. She recalls the words she had heard. Undoubtedly, those words concerning the Black Fang must have been about her and Ian. Somehow, without their knowing, an organization had formed around them. Seal was bewildered, but Ian's reaction was different. Ian spoke excitedly about the necessity of this organization and the reasons why they must overturn the Empire. Seal remembered a conversation they once shared. Do you really want to change the world like that? Why? Want to help? I'm not sure. Now, Seal felt she could answer a question she had deferred for so long. Because she now understood what love was. She would help. If it meant seeing him happy like this. If it meant seeing him smile like this. If it were for his happiness. She could do anything. Because that's her love. When all the children of the tribe were born with heaven's blessings, she alone was shunned by the stars. On the day of her birth, the sky clouded over as if to shield its eyes, and a flock of crows cawed ominously. The tribal members, frightened by these omens, were ultimately soothed only by the intervention of the priest. A circle was drawn in blood. A large sigil was etched into the ground. Astrology. The power handed down through generations by those who worship and serve heaven. The reason the Empire sought to eradicate them. Symbols of the stars were placed all around. Humanity gazing into the heavens to divine the principles of the world. Into the priest's mind flowed the knowledge of the heavens. And then, it wasn't long before the priest's face turned ashen. It was inevitable. The star of heavenly slaughter *. Born to drench the world in blood, a child with the nature of a murderer. The girl born today was destined to kill hundreds, no, tens of thousands. But the priest did not disclose this to anyone. He could not. How is it? Just as I said, right? It's not an ominous omen. It's my child, so I can tell. The woman spoke with a face nearing death. Likely, she would depart this world just after giving birth. She, too, was a member of the tribe. Thus, she could not be ignorant of all these ominous signs, the foretold future of her child. Surely, she will live a happy life. Even without me. Even without him. Firmly, more firmly than anyone else. More happily than anyone else. Even as she spoke these words, tears streamed down her face. Ignoring all the principles of the heavens she had devoted her life to learning, she envisioned a happy future for her child, left alone in this world. A future for this child marked only by blood and death. A path through a realm made of corpses. Denying all these truths, she spoke of her child being born into the world, experiencing various things, meeting someone, falling in love, and living an ordinary and happy life like others. The only regret was that she wouldn't be there to see it. Faced with this vision, the priest found himself utterly unable to speak the truth. That the child must be killed. That this child was born with a destiny that should never have been fulfilled. In the end, all discussions related to the child's fate were shrouded in secrecy. And then, a girl was born. Born from the death of her mother. Her life began with a sin. Yet, the priest tirelessly tried to guide her onto the right path, time and again. He endeavored to raise her rightly in a world where she was left alone, without a mother or a father. It was a foolish endeavor. No one knew better than the priest how absolute a destiny bestowed by the heavens could be. In the end, no matter how much one struggles, it's impossible to escape one's inherent fate. Because it's inescapable, that's why it's called fate. The girl, Leen, grew more with each passing day. Her hair was as white as snow, her eyes as black as night. Her beauty, a spitting image of her mother's, only grew, secretly admired by many within the tribe. Only the priest knew of Leen's true nature. Leen's hunting was not for daily sustenance. Whenever she killed her prey, she would always watch slowly, as the life drained from the body, as if mesmerized by death itself. As if she savored death. If Leen were ever to kill a person, there would be no turning back then. The girl would fulfill her destiny, staining the world with blood. Countless people would lose their lives. No one would be able to control her. And to the priest, that future didn't seem far off. The more Leen grew, the less she would be satisfied with merely killing animals. That day would come soon. She would inevitably kill a person, fulfilling her destiny and being consumed by her true nature. Then what should I do? The priest made his decision. She must be killed. The child must be killed before it's too late, as soon as possible. Intent to kill. Leen felt it in the eyes of the priest looking at her. The situation where the man who raised her in place of her deceased parents, almost like her father, was trying to kill her. However, Leen was not perturbed. She already knew that she was a peculiar being. The villagers. Every time she saw their faces, brimming with kindness, Leen always imagined how she could efficiently kill them. Of course, she knew such thoughts were wrong. In reality, she had never once harmed another person, not even with a fist, throughout her life. She liked the villagers just fine. Yet, the thoughts inevitably intruded. That stabbing here would be lethal. That cutting there would do the trick. Losing focus for even a moment meant such thoughts would emerge. Such a being couldn't be anything but a monster. And it wouldn't be right to let such a monster live. So, it was only natural for the priest, for her father figure to want to kill her. There was no need to grieve. Leen, where are you going at this hour? But, feeling just a bit suffocated, Leen headed to the forest for hunting. A man she ran into asked her. But it wasn't really a matter of concern. It was an everyday occurrence. I'm just bored staying still, thought I'd go stretch my legs a bit. Is that so? But why do you look? No, never mind. Maybe I've had too much to drink. I must be seeing things. Better head home and get some sleep. With those words, the man disappeared. Leen brushed off the man's strange reaction as insignificant. Now, nothing stood in her way. Her snow-white hair was soon to be drenched in red blood. In the midst of the night, the forest echoed with the death throes of animals. This was what she did whenever she felt something inside her unfulfilled. Only these acts could satisfy her instincts. Only these acts could bring her peace. Thinking about it, her father's reaction was indeed inevitable. She was a monster, after all. If she found satisfaction in such vile and horrific acts, it was understandable that her father would want to kill her. So, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't affect her. She could feel a pain in her heart. But it didn't matter. It was probably just from running around too much. Something was trickling down her cheeks. But it didn't matter. It was probably just blood, after all. So, she should be fine. She had to be fine. You are. These thoughts occupied her mind as she was finishing off a deer. Suddenly, a man's voice came from somewhere. Through the bushes, she could see a man approaching. Leen, startled, forcibly suppressed her murderous intent. She must not kill a person. This was something the priest had admonished her about time and again. But, it was hard to hold back. She was already intoxicated with blood, her mind becoming hazy. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come. He shouldn't come. If he did, she wasn't sure she could control her instincts any longer. But ignoring her words, the man kept walking towards her, and then, what on earth do you think you're doing? He hugged her. You seemed to be crying. The man said something that made no sense. She couldn't have been crying, because she was a monster. A monster that savored death and got excited by blood. She couldn't have felt disgusted by her actions. She couldn't have felt disillusioned with herself for being drawn to such vile acts. She couldn't have been crying because she hated herself so much. Because she found herself so abhorrent. Surely, she should have been smiling. She must be smiling even now. It's okay. You'll feel better after you calm down a bit. But why then? Why are the tears flowing so freely? She couldn't understand why. It was okay if her father tried to kill her. She was not afraid of being seen as a monster by others when her true identity was revealed. To the villagers, to those who were like family, being treated as a monster and dying doesn't bother her in the slightest. She had never been afraid of dying hated by everyone. Really, it doesn't bother her at all. She was a monster, after all, so why should she be scared? There's no reason for her heart to ache. But why then? Crying will make it better. If you're struggling, you should cry. Why hold it in? Could those words bring comfort? The more she sobs, the more tears burst forth, as if to reassure her that she was not alone. Did she feel the warmth more intensely, as if being held tighter in that embrace? Warmth was transmitted from the man's embrace, whispering something about herself to her. That, it is okay. That she is the same as him. Not a monster. So, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be sad. The world slowly regains its original colors. The vision once stained with the color of blood now reflects the most beautiful and majestic night sky. That was Leen's first encounter with that strange man. I stood transfixed, taking in the scene unfolding before my eyes. White hair, black pupils. A girl with an unearthly beauty soared freely through the sky. And then, in an instant, a large prey was cleaved in two, so cleanly, with just a single stroke of her blade. Yet, what truly unsettled me wasn't such an overwhelming display of force. I saw that girl sobbing. A girl crying sorrowfully all alone. Why would she be crying? After skillfully hunting down her prey, one would think she'd be overjoyed, yet here she was, engulfed in sadness. I couldn't understand. But if there was one thing I could be sure of, Leen, this girl, she's the reason I came here. Just like with Seal before. In such circumstances, to encounter a girl of such a unique appearance, crying and suffering alone, it couldn't possibly be a coincidence. It wasn't chance, but fate. A meeting that was meant to be. But the problem was, what should I do? I knew there had to be a story behind that appearance and her tears. But I lacked the eloquence of a protagonist. I had no experience in consoling a crying child. In the original story, the protagonist would have somehow comforted her, healed her trauma, and resolved the issues she harbored. But I was at a loss. Even up to the moment I revealed myself to the girl, I had no clue how I should act. Yet. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come. I knew the crying child's plea was a lie. She wanted someone by her side. It was unmistakable. Therefore, I slowly approached the girl. Step by step, gently. And then, what on earth do you think you're doing? I embraced her. She questioned me in return. But contrary to her words, she made no attempt to leave my embrace. It was as if she was searching for something to cling to. As if she desperately needed someone to lean on. Her hands trembled as she weakly grasped onto me. I was not accustomed to such situations. It was to be expected. How many could truly say they've been in such a position? Yet, despite it all, I couldn't bring myself to let go of those small, trembling hands that clung to me so precariously. So, I hugged her over and over again as she shed tears, telling her it would be okay, that crying would make it better, spouting such clumsy reassurances. Time simply flowed on endlessly like this. Gradually, the girl's sorrow began to fade. It's amazing. Just the mere presence of someone, just letting them know you're there, can heal a person's sorrow like this. I found myself gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. For a moment, I remembered my mother who had once done the same for me. Not that I particularly wanted to return to my original world to reunite with the family I left behind. After all, it's been over a decade since both my mother and father passed away. Their faces are now a blur. It's just, perhaps the night sky was so beautiful, and I got lost in its beauty, feeling just a little, a very slight sense of longing. The might of the Emperor suppresses the energy of flesh demon. Such an incomprehensible message flashed briefly before my eyes. It disappears almost instantaneously, barely giving me a moment to read, let alone understand it. Curious if this meant my status window had been restored, I tried various things, but to no avail. Only a message about resetting some pathway appeared, leaving me with no response. Eventually, I shifted my focus away from the status window to more pressing matters. You. Who exactly are you? Why did you do this all of a sudden? The girl rambled on in a fluster. Thinking about it, her reaction was entirely justified. Overwhelmed by the moment, and perhaps reminded of a childhood memory, I had impulsively embraced her. Reflecting on it, it was indeed madness. For a stranger to force his way towards a woman screaming for him to stay away and to embrace her without consent. This is downright criminal. It must have been an impulsive act driven by the vitality of a healthy body. This characteristic viciously manipulated me, a person with common sense and a strong sense of ethics, and led me to engage in such strange behavior. Who are you, exactly? You didn't cast some kind of seduction spell on me, did you? Are you a warlock or something? But what's done is done and cannot be undone. Nor is it a situation where I can simply apologize. To do so would be to publicly declare that there was a foul intention behind that embrace. As someone who had to gain the girl's trust, there was nothing worse than that. Thus, I pointed boldly to the sky. Do I look like a grand sorcerer to you, capable of casting a seduction spell lasting over 3 hours without a wand? What rose in the sky was the sun. A beautiful sunrise that made one ponder whether it should be captured in a photograph. In other words, this girl had been clinging to me for hours on end. Considering all she had vented while crying, it seemed understandable that she had so much to let out. But this was admittedly a bit too much. That's. Another sun seemed to rise in the sky. Of course, there's only one sun in this world, so the other must be someone's face, blushing as if it might burst at any moment. She must have realized the absurdity of complaining now, after she had spent 3 hours, or perhaps even longer, pouring out her troubles to me. I concluded by pointing to my clothes. The girl could no longer meet my gaze. Her face flushed. She focused on something seemingly fascinating on the ground. It was perhaps inevitable. My clothes were as if I had been meditating under a waterfall. They were wrinkled and tattered here and there from her strong grip, and the shoulder area was completely soaked with tears. Sorry. Leen spoke in a barely audible voice. Her face swollen, her eyes red and unable to look me directly in the eye due to shame. The way she offered her apology was endearingly awkward. Don't worry about it too much. It's natural to feel overwhelmed sometimes. I'm not particularly bothered. Somehow, the situation was resolved. And then, a slightly awkward exchange of glances followed. I had a pretty good idea why Leen was hesitating and averting her gaze from mine. It was only natural. Objectively speaking, I must seem incredibly suspicious. An outsider who suddenly appears in a place where one is hiding. Someone who approaches with an unsettling familiarity. To any observer, I'd look like the hidden mastermind. The very embodiment of a villain with ulterior motives. Yet, the girl's silence likely stems from gratitude for what transpired earlier. She's just ordinarily honest and inherently kind. I felt a resurgence of sympathy for her. If there's anything you want to ask, go ahead. With that, I took the initiative to speak to Leen. After some hesitation, Leen posed her question. Why did you come to this remote mountain? I just happened to pass by. Is this a place I'm not allowed to enter? Not exactly, but. It's clear she remains unconvinced. And understandably so. I wouldn't buy such an excuse either. But that's okay. I have the perfect alibi. Besides, if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have spent hours holding you. There would be no reason for me to initiate a conversation with you. Leen's face, which had just calmed down, flushed again. She averted her gaze from mine and nodded, her face still red. It seems she's somewhat convinced. Now, isn't it my turn to ask? Huh. So, you can ask anything you want, but I'm not allowed to ask anything? Well, if that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Suddenly, the girl became visibly flustered, rambling off excuses. That wasn't her intention, she said. That I could ask anything I wanted. That she wasn't trying to interrogate me, and if it came across that way, she was sorry. This transparency was different from Seal's in its own unique way. She's straightforward in nature, unable to hide anything, with every emotion plainly visible on her face. If Seal spoke exactly what was on her mind, this one seemed like she'd give away everything with just her expressions, even if she tried to lie. She's amusing to tease, with such vivid reactions. But now wasn't the time to be concerned with such things. What you said earlier, what does it all mean? The situation this girl was in turned out to be more serious than I had thought. I had assumed Leen was forcibly taken by the people of some cult village, a misunderstanding due to the sparse information in the spoiler post. But from her tearful complaints, it turns out she was born a member of this village. Moreover, it appears that Leen's stepfather is the one trying to kill her. Why would your dad want to kill you? Because I was born wrong. An incomprehensible explanation. Seeing my puzzled expression, the girl seemed to realize I hadn't fully grasped the situation and continued her explanation in her own way. It is quite extreme. I can somewhat understand why her fanatical father would deem her a star of heavenly slaughter. But, is that really such a problem? I understand possessing a talent for killing and sometimes losing consciousness in a frenzy of bloodlust. But still, is that really such a grave issue? I had a hunch about why the girl exhibited such symptoms. It's simple. Considering the characteristics of my healthy body, one could deduce the reason. The weakness insight trait always includes the text about easily identifying others' weaknesses. When the game became reality, it might have led to a side effect where meeting people always triggered a perception of their vulnerabilities. Given her straightforward nature, it's plausible for a protagonist's ally character like her to have a low-grade frenzy passive. The text indicating excitement in combat could lead to being swayed by such influences. But I almost killed you. But you didn't, did you? A slight mistake, and I could have. But you didn't kill me. That's what matters. Leen still wore a look of incomprehension. So, I continued, locking eyes with her. People can't choose the traits they're born with. It's a simple truth. No one chooses the circumstances of their birth. Just because Leen has a dangerous disposition doesn't mean it justifies her father's wish to end her life. That's why what really matters is how you choose to live your life. You chose not to kill me. Isn't that enough? But still, yet, Leen seemed unconvinced. So, I said with a playful smile, if you ever lose control again, just like before, I'll be there to hold you. Don't worry. Her face turned bright red. Indeed, she's amusing to tease. Such a lively reaction. As I smiled at her response, I suddenly frowned. Leen. Before us unfolded an unusual scene, naturally bringing an ominous premonition. That's not some traditional ritual of your village, is it? She turned to look at my indication. Instantly, Leen's complexion turned ashen. Rising smoke. The village ablaze. The terrible screams of people could be heard if one listened closely. The situation was clear. The Empire had found this place. Today, they intended to erase a tribe from the face of the world. Upon hearing the boy's words and rushing to the village, Leen was met with a scene that defied comprehension. Bodies scattered everywhere. Houses ablaze. In the distance, a familiar face appeared. The lady who had always treated her kindly. But from that face, the gentle smile that seemed to say she had unwittingly made too much food and was sharing it, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was only a woman with empty eyes, shedding tears. She clung to a lump of flesh, as if it were something incredibly precious. And then, Leen realized that the lump of flesh was the village's infamous troublemaker, who used to play pranks on her. Behind the sobbing lady, a knight approached mercilessly. And then, the lady's head was severed with frightening ease. Leen couldn't comprehend it. Her mind couldn't keep up with what was happening. Just one slash of the sword had ended someone's life. Never again would Leen eat the pies given to her by the lady. The village's infamous troublemaker would no longer bring her insects to play pranks and laugh about it. Why? Leen numbly stared at the face of the knight who had beheaded the lady. No sign of guilt could be seen on that face. Just smiling, as if pleased to have added another to his collection, he would carefully preserve the ears he cut off. They joked among themselves, betting on who could kill more. Talking such talk. They were killing those who were like family to Leen. The uncle who always reeked of alcohol and only received scolding was now trembling with fear, yet still trying to protect his child and wife. And the knight, with a disturbing smile, pushed the uncle aside and approached the child. He hugged the child and, while the mother screamed in agony, crushed her head with his hands and then slit the child's throat. "Daddy, save me." Like playing with dolls, the knight held the child's head up to his face like a mask and mimicked these words. Imitating the child's voice, he let out an unpleasant, snickering laugh in front of the uncle who was wailing in sorrow for his lost family. He even applauded the sight of the uncle, driven to madness, plunging a knife into his own throat. Leen's head was spinning. She couldn't understand it. It was utterly incomprehensible. That he could be of the same species as her. That he could be human like her. Leen. Someone places a hand on her shoulder. It was her father. The priest was looking at her. You mustn't go. It was an expression she had never seen before. Such sadness, such torment, she had never seen on his face. Fate has found you. Fate has come for you. What that fate was. Why her father was trying to stop her. She had a faint idea. If you go, you may never return. Yet, even hearing such words, her feet wouldn't stop. The girl simply moved forward, her eyes unfocused, towards the knights. Fate was leading her. Among the fleeing people, she alone faced hundreds of knights. Their gazes focused on her. A man, seeing her, approached her with vile words spewing from his mouth. And then, Leen cut off the man's leg. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The knight, realizing he had just lost a leg, panicked. And Leen blankly watched the scene. Then she understood why she had cut the leg. She knew where to cut, where to slash, where to stab. Despite seeing the most efficient way to kill a person, why she chose such an inefficient method. She realized it. Oh, don't come. I said don't come. Didn't you hear me? The ugly struggle to survive. It seemed beautiful to her. Bleeding out, trembling in the terror of dissolving into nothingness. Realizing that one is not immortal, that one is made of flesh and blood. The screams lost in pain. It was too delightful. Tears streamed down the girl's eyes. Leen recalled the promise she had made with the boy just moments before. She remembered the playful promise to embrace her again if she ever lost her senses, as he had done before. It was embarrassing, it was shy, but it was a promise that made her happier than any words could. However, that promise would never be fulfilled. There was a smile on her lips. Even as she cried, there was a sense of immense happiness in her smile. The girl realized her true nature. It wasn't much different from those knights. A murderer who takes pleasure in the death of others. That was her true essence. She was not a person but a monster. A monster who had deluded herself into thinking she could be a human. The Empire's knight, Xian, who was in charge of this expedition, desperately tried to quiet his breathing, consumed by fear. He felt an overwhelming urge to cover his ears. Laughter. He could hear laughter. Mad, filled with insanity, the laughter echoed. Xian could not comprehend the monster before him. The Empire's knights were not weak. They were the elite of the elite. They were men who could crush a human skull with their bare hands. Yet, no one could resist this girl. Humans turned into mere lumps of meat. The knights, with whom he had fought countless battles, were degrading into something non-human. Even with magical defenses, even with the use of magic, nothing worked against this monster. Laughing grotesquely, the monster tormented people. Xian could see no future in which he could survive. If only the opponent were a demon, there would be a way. Demons are not incomprehensible adversaries. In fact, they make good contract partners. Last time, when he purged the commoners who rebelled against the Empire, it was a demon that gave Xian great power just for amusingly playing with a few children in front of their parents. They were grateful beings who even paid for hobbies. But this was not a demon. It was a monster that could not be understood with common sense. A monster beyond human reasoning. The laughter was getting closer. But there was no escape. His body wouldn't move. He had run out of subordinates to use as meat shields. Therefore, Xian could only sit still and watch the girl approaching him. He saw something incomprehensible, crying more sorrowfully than anyone else, yet smiling more happily than anyone else. That was Xian's last memory. The priest, numbly, looked up at the sky. He knew without having to perform any more rites. The very thing he had feared had finally happened. Fate had found its way to the child. In a way, it was inevitable. Fate is fate because it cannot be escaped. In the end, the fact that the priest couldn't bring himself to kill the girl he considered his own daughter, the fact that such a tragedy happened today, it was all predetermined, unchangeable. The villagers fled in terror. Or rather, they were too terrified to even flee. The only one who could maintain his composure was the priest. Everyone else couldn't withstand the ominous curse pouring down from the sky. The sky was dyed red. A divine presence was felt. However, this was not the deity they worshipped. Could that even be called a deity? Something that drives people mad just by being seen, that corrupts the minds of those merely in its presence with its ominous curse. Leen, the something that would be born using that child as a vessel. Could it be called a deity? I don't know. The only thing certain was that this was the end of the priest's journey in life. When an entity that brings only death descends upon this world, there is no chance for them to survive. The priest's strength was reaching its limit. He could no longer withstand the curse. Something was eroding his mind. Whispers of tales that could not, and should not, be understood were infiltrating his ears. His vision slowly blurred. And within that fading view, the priest saw a man. The knowledge that confounded the mind was incomprehensible. A fear and oppression that engraved themselves upon the body involuntarily. He saw a man who, bearing the curse that could drive anyone mad at a touch, walked towards the source of the curse of his own accord. It made no sense. It was utterly incomprehensible. After all, nothing could be felt from that man. He wasn't protecting his body with divine power like the priest. No magical energy was detectable. With will alone, with a mental strength that seemed beyond human, he was enduring the curse. And yet, he was walking towards the source of the curse with his own legs. Priest's consciousness was gradually fading. With the last of his strength, the priest managed to say, "You mustn't go. If he set foot there, he will never survive." But the man did not stop. Without even looking back, he walked towards his doom with his own steps. leaving behind only the incomprehensible words that he had a promise to keep. How did things end up like this? In the rugged mountain paths, unable to sprint in a straight line like Leen, who was almost like flying, I wander in search of a path to the village, trying to organize my thoughts. It's strange. No matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Why on earth is the Empire attacking now, and what exactly is Leen's condition? And even, why is the sky like that? A red sky. That irrational scene made me even more perplexed. In a way, it's expected. I know the reason. The identity of that red sky. It's a scene that appeared once in a previous work, when the Demon King was about to be born in this world. It's a premonition that someone with the right qualities is about to become the Demon King. But why? No matter how much I think about it, the only reason that comes to mind is Leen. She must have been chosen as the vessel after losing her mind at the sight of the village's condition. So, why exactly? That's why it's even more incomprehensible. There was nothing about this in the spoilers. Not a single word about this story was mentioned. But logically thinking, it's bizarre that such an important event wasn't mentioned in the spoilers. It doesn't make sense at all. The contradiction felt like it could drive me crazy at any moment. Let's calm down first. I take a deep breath and try to compose myself. Let's sort out the situation step by step. If this event wasn't described in the spoilers, it means it didn't happen in the original story. So, what's the difference between the original and now? First, it's Leen's traits. The text in those skills, whether it was enragement or weakness insight, made Leen's condition worse. As the game became reality, the descriptions written in the traits directly reflected in her personality, leading her to dangerous tendencies like losing her mind to bloodlust. Probably, that increased Leen's suitability as a vessel. Second, it's me. The impact I've had on this world. I can't help but think that my involvement with her somehow twisted the future. If I hadn't stopped Leen back then, if I hadn't informed her that the village was under attack, what could have possibly happened? Leen would have arrived at the village much later than now. Engrossed in hunting far away, she would have found only the burned village, left alone as the sole survivor. What followed would have been predictable. Even if the villagers had treated her as an ominous child, the affection built up over time meant Leen would have been saddened. She would have embarked on a journey for revenge, accidentally met the protagonist, become friends, and through the protagonist, completely overcome her trauma to become a reliable companion. But now, things are different. Leen arrived at the village too early. She must have gone berserk upon witnessing the villagers being slaughtered by the Empire's knights. Moreover, she had the traits and talent to be used as a vessel. How can there be such an absurd twist of fate? A sigh naturally escapes me. The worst outcome created by coincidence upon coincidence. There should be limits to the butterfly effect. Does it make sense for such minor changes to complicate matters this much? It feels so unfair. I could die on the spot. There's not much time left. I once again recall the quest I played in the previous game. A quest where an orphaned boy, having lost his last family member, his younger sibling, goes mad and transforms into a demon king. The solution to that quest is to kill the orphan as soon as you meet him, to cut the throat of the little boy trying to protect his sister with his small body against the protagonist. If you don't kill the sister, she will come for revenge later, so you just have to cut the throat of the 5-year-old girl crying over her brother's body. But this isn't a game. Leen isn't some NPC in a game. I know what worries Leen, what makes her sad. I know she's a good person. She's an honest girl to the point of foolishness, unable to hide her feelings, and easy to tease. I can feel a curse penetrating my body. If I had chosen something other than the trait to protect my mind, I would have already gone mad. As I venture deeper into the heart of the curse, an ominous aura surrounds me. Yet, I find myself moving forward, continuing to walk. It's peculiar. If killing is abhorrent, fleeing is the logical choice. If it's too much to bear to kill the child with my own hands before they're completely transformed, at the very least, escaping to preserve one's life would be the correct action. And yet, my feet won't stop. I just keep walking aimlessly. Voices reach my ears. A man, desperately resisting the curse, warns me that going there will lead to death. Hearing this, I wonder, why don't my feet halt? Why do I continue to press on? I ponder the reason, and then it hits me. It's simple, ridiculously simple, because I promised. I promised that if she ever lost her senses again, I would turn her back into a human. So, I must go to keep that promise. In the mountain of corpses, there are no more living humans left there. In the end, this was the conclusion she faced. Her father's prediction had come true. She should have died. She should not have harbored hope. She was not meant to live. With these thoughts, she points a blade at her own throat, desperately ignoring the ominous whispers in her ear. And then, she notices it. The presence nearby. A man, bearing the entire curse, approaches her. She couldn't help but notice. This strange man always appears at times like this. Don't come. You shouldn't come. Even as she says this, she knows. This man won't back down at such words. He won't leave her alone. So, didn't you hear me? I told you not to come. She points the blade at the man's throat. Blood begins to flow. With just a slight movement of her hand, the man would lose his life. Yet, despite it all, when you say it with that expression, it's too obvious you're lying. The man approaches, undeterred by the wound on his neck, unconcerned by her blood-stained appearance. Just like that time, he approaches her with an unfazed expression. Kill me. The words slip out. Her mind, intoxicated with blood, is too hazy. The whispers in her ears are too enticing. If she lets go of her sanity, she feels she might succumb to those whispers at any moment. She might transform into something that isn't herself. So, she pleads. Please, kill me. It must end here. She must die here. She should have died long ago. But why? Why on earth? Why does he keep coming closer to her? At this rate, she will end up killing him. She can hardly restrain herself any longer. You're full of vulnerabilities. It would be so easy to kill him. She doesn't want that. She can't kill him, of all people. She doesn't want to kill him. So, stop tormenting me further. However, no matter how much she begs, the man does not listen. She's terrified. She sees no future for herself. Someday, she might completely lose her mind. Someday, she might transform into something entirely not herself. In that case, rather than being treated as a monster by those she loves, by him, it would be better to die now, despite clearly knowing her. Yet, despite it all, the man simply looks at her. He looks at her with eyes full of trust. It's too much. Even cruelty has its limits. Because when he looks at her with those eyes, she starts to wish she could go back. She starts to wish she could spend more time with him. Then, she would once again be on the boundary between humans and monsters, forced to suppress her instincts for a lifetime. Living in constant fear of losing her mind, that would be her life. And yet, don't worry. Everything will be all right. The boy says this with a smile, spreading his arms with a playful grin. When he says that, when he makes that expression, she has no choice but to return. She has no choice but to embrace him, while shedding endless tears, just feeling his warmth. She has no choice but to return to being human again. Knowing it will be a painful path, she has no choice but to choose it. The world, once stained with blood, regains its original colors. The night sky shines high above, just as before, more majestic and beautiful than anything else. But for Leen, such things no longer matter. It's only natural. Because something more beautiful, something more precious, was right before her eyes. There was no way she could care about the night sky anymore. Leen is not killed. The demon king of carnage descends upon the world. Leen's affinity has reached a certain level. Hidden root discovered. Leen commits suicide to prevent putting you in danger. Leen commits suicide. Lee commits Suda. The Emperor's might absorbs the energy of slaughter. The vessel's bloom state has been reset. A critical error has been detected. The path of fate is being reset. Fortunately, the situation was resolved more quickly than expected. Just like before, unknown message windows appeared and disappeared at an unreadable speed, then vanished. Leen hugged me too tightly, too overtly, forcing me to desperately suppress my natural bodily reactions by singing the national anthem. I witnessed a tearful reunion and apology between Leen and her father. The priest managed to skillfully shift the blame to the Imperial Army for Leen's rampage to the villagers, who were, fortunately, all unconscious, making it easier than expected to oversee the cleanup. Exhausted from the day's events, both Leen and I were not ready to leave, so we rented a relatively intact house from the priest to stay in. Despite the numerous incidents, considering the magnitude of the disaster, things had turned out fairly well. Therefore, only one question occupied my mind. Why on earth? A sense of discomfort. An unavoidable sense of discomfort loomed. It seemed almost natural. The villagers, they were too normal. The description from a spoiler post about them persecuting Leen based solely on their bogus fortune-telling results seemed slightly off. Leen's father had intended to kill her based on those fortune-telling results, but he couldn't bring himself to tell everyone, out of a sense of pity. It was ambiguous. Was I misremembering the spoiler post? Had my memory become muddled? But that wasn't the only issue. In the end, no matter how it happened, the prophecy came true, didn't it? Leen was on the verge of awakening as a demon king. Although I deemed it a coincidence brought about by the butterfly effect, still, the precision of it all was too eerie to dismiss. I'll have to investigate this further. I advised Leen to rest in bed and then stepped out the door. Perhaps due to most of the houses being burned down, the priest had provided us with a place that had only one bed. I wouldn't have been able to sleep there anyway. I must do something about this infuriatingly healthy body trait of mine. I can't sleep with anyone because I feel like I'll go crazy if I lie down with them. With that thought, I went to seek out the priest again. Is it you? What brings you here at such a busy time? I couldn't fathom why he emphasized busy, but chose to ignore it and spoke up. Can you foretell my future? This was the plan I had come up with. There was no better way to verify the reliability of that spoiler post. Thinking about it, what if this person could actually make an accurate prophecy? It would mean that I must act on the assumption that the spoiler post might contain some inaccuracies. And if I could learn about my own future, it would compensate for my lack of original knowledge. But what if the prophecy turns out to be false? Then it would simply confirm that the spoiler post can be trusted. There's no downside for me. Either way, it's a win-win situation. It would be strange not to try it. Leen, that kid. Even if she's taken a liking to a boy, to blabber about our tribe's secret divination. The priest grumbled something about the futility of raising daughters as he prepared for the ritual. Now that I think about it, I had read about this astrology divination in the spoiler post. I felt a bit guilty for Leen, who had fallen asleep immediately upon lying down, probably exhausted from crying. But let's just go with what Leen has told me for now. What was your name again? Ian. Upon hearing my name, the priest draws a double circle and places various symbols around it. And then, this shouldn't be happening. Nothing happened. I tried to hide my cold expression, but it seemed I got caught. The priest, not wanting to lose face, got irritated and declared that he would read someone else's destiny, using a straightforward approach that only requires the name and appearance. I called out a suitable person's name. Please look into Seal's fate. The hair is black. As I finished describing, the priest once again began to chant incomprehensible words and draw a circle with ashes. And then, suddenly, the priest's expression turned to one of sheer horror. You, whoever this person might be, you must sever ties with them immediately. What does that mean? I looked at the priest, bewildered, and he continued, agitated. This person is destined to bring calamity. A hidden spark of vengeance in their heart will ignite, threatening to engulf everyone around them. No, to set the entire world ablaze. Vengeance? Her? That naive and thoughtless kid, a harbinger of revenge? There's a limit to how absurd things can get. Of course, I knew Seal had lost her mother. I had even asked if she was okay out of concern. I'm fine. Really? I know she loved me. That's enough for me. She said she'd say she loved her mother at her grave and that would be her farewell. That was her idea of closure. And this kid is supposed to destroy the world over revenge? You need to take this seriously? Fate cannot be escaped. The priest shouted, losing his temper. But, if he insists on that, I have something to say too. Leen is doing just fine now, isn't she? Is fate really that absolute? Whether Leen was close to awakening as a demon king or not, she's just peacefully sleeping now. Is this all just a cold thing, after all? Thinking this, I was about to step back. But then I reconsidered. A strange intuition held me back. A feeling that I shouldn't back down at this moment. I would like you to look into one more person's fate. With that, I described Yuli's name and appearance. The reason I asked about Yuli was simple. While gathering allies is one aspect, a more significant reason is that I had directly encountered Yuli in the previous work. From the moment of birth to growing up, I knew everything about this character inside out. After all, Yuli was the daughter of the protagonist in the original story. A saint born with divine powers. A beacon of hope in the grim bone and blood world, a little one who healed the player's heart with her innocence. Testing with her would give me a clearer picture. Once again, the priest prepared for the ritual. And then, how ominous, truly ominous. I sense an evil and dreadful aura. Why do you only associate with such people? In the end, there was no twist. What? A evil aura from a saint? That doesn't make any sense. I started to understand why this man had been spouting nonsense about Leen having a heavenly slaughter aspect, destined to kill countless people, and so on. He was just blabbering negative things without basis. Is it because I'm getting old? Seems like I'm running out of energy. I'm sorry, but you can't ask for more. The priest shamelessly acted exhausted, as if doing more would expose his deceit. However, I wasn't rude enough to say such things to his face. I politely thanked the priest and left. Strange. My intuition is usually accurate. This is the first time it's been so off the mark. But with such clear evidence to the contrary, I can't insist based on a hunch alone. Well, even intuition can be wrong sometimes. With that thought and a sense of emptiness, I trudged away. The priest was left alone, deep in thought. The reason was simple. He sensed that the young man earlier didn't believe in his fortune-telling at all. Normally, he wouldn't have cared so much. But, after all, we're going to be family. I can't start showing my future son-in-law such incompetence. This thought kept nagging at the priest. When that man named Ian and his daughter visited, the priest immediately noticed the affection in Leen's eyes for the man. Of course, the priest didn't ask Ian what he felt about the daughter. Seeing them embrace so tenderly, what more was there to inquire? Besides, it would take someone quite blind not to appreciate a woman like his daughter. With that in mind, the priest pondered for a moment before spotting a strand of Ian's white hair on the floor. He then realized why he couldn't see Ian's fate earlier. It was because Ian wasn't the man's real name. Considering the number of orphans in the Empire, it wasn't unusual. Many lived under a second name they chose for themselves, not the one given by their parents at birth. But with this, a part of the body could be used to cast another fortune. With this, the priest was confident that the ritual would yield a definitive result this time. With that thought, he prepared for the ritual once again. And then, only silence followed. The heavens were eerily quiet. Perhaps I've grown old indeed. In the end, the priest said so, smiling wistfully. It seemed almost inevitable. The notion that a single soul could weigh more than this world, more precious than the heavens they worshipped, too sacred for its fate to be read. Who could have possibly noticed such an implausible truth? Wow. Leen's eyes sparkled as she looked around, her gaze wandering from one sight to another, her head shaking in disbelief, almost comically. Well, truth be told, I wasn't in a position to judge. It was only natural. Scenes I had only seen through a monitor. Experiencing them in person, seeing with my own eyes, feeling with my heart, and walking through with my own feet, was indeed a novel experience. Have you been here before? Leen asked me curiously. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption, after all. Somehow, I had ended up playing the role of a guide. I murmured to myself as I looked around, noting what was still here and what had disappeared. Moreover, it's not like it was a secret worth hiding. It would be more suspicious if I knew my way around without ever having been here. I've been here once before. Then, have you ridden something like a train? I heard it moves on its own, and it doesn't even need to be told what to do. Leen, caught up in her excitement, raised her voice, only to become embarrassed as she attracted the attention of those around us and blushed like a tomato, bowing her head. The looks we received from the people around us seemed to carry a sense of superiority, as if they were thinking, look at the excited country girl, or such an uncivilized commoner. It was almost transparent what they were thinking. Well, it could just be my paranoia. If the problem outside the capital was the terrible public order, here it was something else, despite the good public order. Or rather, was the problem that the public order was too good? The rate of criminal arrests was incredibly high. It would probably surpass the figures of any modern developed country. Because not only criminals were caught. Was being a commoner a crime? It wasn't for no reason that I spent a fortune on replacing my worn-out clothes. In the previous game, wandering around the capital in clothes worn to tatters increased the chances of encountering unpleasant random quests. It was simply because the nobles found it offensive to share the streets with someone looking like a beggar, so they'd pick a fight. Of course, if you dared to talk back, you'd be thrown into jail for insult right away. And that would have been game over. The mysterious imperial prisons were infamous for prisoners dying of natural causes halfway through their sentences. There were tales of guards colluding to trade organs, or making prisoners kill each other for entertainment. If someone was pretty or handsome, they'd play with them before killing them to destroy the evidence. Why does such a wretched country prosper? I couldn't help but wonder. In the previous game, I brushed it off as just a game mechanic, but could there be a reason? After all, this is a world where gods and magic exist. Perhaps some mechanism has been keeping the empire from collapsing long ago. Seal, Leen. I heard footsteps behind us. I stopped my wandering thoughts and whispered quietly to them. They were both quick-witted, apparently catching the gist of my words without an explanation. Turn right in this alley, then left here. We twisted and turned, desperately trying to remember the map as we moved. And then, we reached a secluded crossroad. Excuse me, girl. Could you spare a moment? A sleazy voice sounded from behind, as if it had been waiting for this. Yes, I saw this coming. That's why I deliberately chose hooded garments for them, but it seems we still attract unwanted attention regardless. Don't worry. It'll be over quickly. The burly man spoke as if I was invisible, his intentions blatantly obvious. And I know this guy. He was one of the reasons the game Blood and Bone was rated for adults. A perverted noble. A villain who indulged his desires on commoners in the streets, using his status to commit crimes blatantly without fear of arrest. He appears even older than in the previous work but still seems to be actively involved. Indeed, even from my perspective, Leen's reactions did seem a bit like those of a country girl who had just arrived in the capital. Anyone could tell she was a commoner from the countryside, visiting the capital, so they probably thought they could mess with her without any consequences. But, do they not realize they're actually cornered? It seems they couldn't fathom that, by moving to a less crowded alley, they were making it easier for us to deal with them without witnesses. Well, not that I'm going to tell them, of course. Leen and Seal. I might not know, but those two couldn't handle one such thug like that? I looked at them with trusting eyes, and I was inevitably puzzled. Why are they just standing there, doing nothing? If we start something, it might go too far. What should we do? Leen, noticing my gaze, spoke with uncertainty, as if she was afraid of losing control and killing him once she started. We can't handle alive ones right now, Seal also said, shaking her head. It seems her condition hasn't fully recovered, even with medication. My face turned pale in an instant. Could it be? Is this party weaker than I thought? Stay out of this, kid. Before I could do anything else, with those words, a blunt force took my consciousness away. Today is my lucky day. The man smiled sleazily as he eyed the two women from head to toe, satisfied with confirming they were safe targets and having dealt with the nuisance. With no more obstacles, he excitedly approached them, eager to savor his catch. Ian. The moment the woman with white hair spoke, he sensed something was wrong. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Yet, for some reason, her lips curled into a smile more joyful than ever. Ah, what a relief. The man felt a primal terror as he looked at the girl. The kind of fear a prey feels in the presence of a predator. You're not human, are you? The girl slowly approached the man. No human would do such things. No human who torments Ian could be considered human. So, it's okay to play with him, right? With those words, the man watched the girl coming towards him. The man that was, crumbled away. What composed him, turned into mere flesh. Losing all reason, the man screamed in terror until the very end of his life. Seal stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her eyes, but she felt no particular emotion. It was a horrific end, but it was inevitable. If anything, he deserved a far more terrible death for his sins. This was almost a luxury. Ha 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 ha. It was only the noise of a wolf beside her, laughing and chattering about something amusing, that was annoying. Are you okay? She asked, but Leen still seemed lost in another world, unresponsive. Seal remembered what Ian had told her about Leen. Piecing together the wolf's joyful chatter, the conclusion was simple. Leen was a dangerous entity, always on the brink of losing herself. But, what did that matter? To her, none of it mattered. Even if Leen went berserk and killed everyone, it wouldn't matter as long as Ian was alive. Whether the world ended or not was irrelevant to her. As long as I'm with Ian, I'm happy. Though it'd be better if I could stay alive too. In any case, even in such a dazed state, Leen wouldn't harm Ian. She seemed more inclined to protect him. That was enough. Eat it up. Seal mustered the minimum strength required to dispose of the corpse. She cleaned the blood-soaked black robe with a spell she learned from her mother and then woke Ian. I rubbed my eyes as I got up from the ground. Thanks to the healthy body, I didn't feel any particular pain. It seemed I hadn't been injured either. Why are you asleep again? I tried to wake Leen, who was lying next to me, and attempted to piece together what had happened. Fortunately, it wasn't a difficult task. All I had to do was ask the person who had awakened me. Did he run away? Yet again, what I received was an explanation missing context. I turned to Seal once more for a more detailed account. I kicked him. Again, an explanation lacking context, but it was easy to understand. Well, a kick would hurt. Vital spots are vital for a reason. Especially since Seal, not being a man, wouldn't empathize with a man's unique pain. It must have been a merciless full swing. I was worried that the man might seek revenge for such an act, but what's done is done. Anyway, it's a relief. Leen finally got up, asking what happened and if everyone was okay, clearly out of the loop. This time, we really would have been in trouble if it weren't for Seal. It's come to this, after all. Somehow, it feels like everyone who gets involved with me ends up on a misguided skill tree. Leen can defend but not attack first, and Seal, wasting her talent, is contracted with some low-level demon from who knows where. A sigh naturally escapes me. Was this really the right decision? Is it okay to come to a place as perilous as the capital of the Empire? It seems our party might be weaker than I thought. Worries start to flood in, but, now that we've come this far, there's no turning back. In the end, despite the unease, we have no choice but to press on. I helped Leen to her feet and we once again set off towards our destination. After all, the streets of the Empire are fraught with dangerous characters. It's a problem. I wonder how upright citizens like us are supposed to live with such unease. I gazed blankly at the building before me. A combination of white and gold gave it an antique feel, enriched with artistic designs seamlessly integrated throughout. It was far more luxurious than most modern buildings I had seen. But that wasn't what mattered at the moment. The security is tighter than I expected. After all, we were in a position where we needed to infiltrate this place. The reason was simple. This is where Ruia lived. A character who supports the protagonist in every way possible. A financier, a backer, an informant. An indispensable figure in all sorts of miscellaneous affairs, crucial for our future endeavors. Someone we absolutely had to recruit as an ally. I needed to meet her somehow and ask for her cooperation. The problem was that Ruia was a successful entrepreneur turned noble. There was no way we could meet such a person through ordinary means. It was a given. It would be like calling the headquarters of Samsung and asking to meet with Lee Jae-yong. Only someone of a certain stature could even hope to schedule an appointment. How could mere commoners like me manage it? So, I planned to sneak in using Seal's magic to disguise ourselves and secretly contact Ruia to persuade her to our side. But this is going to be a problem. It seemed impossible to infiltrate. But we couldn't just back down either. There was something that needed to be dealt with urgently. The Empire's coldest bloodthirsty tyrant. Originally a competent businessperson, but becoming increasingly corrupt after getting involved with the Empire, eventually turning into a complete lapdog of the Empire. We urgently needed to stop this ultimate villain who could send countless people to their deaths without batting an eye. And the only one we could ask for help with this task was Ruia. From the start, I had no idea who this mastermind was. The person who wrote the spoilers took great care to describe the female characters' names but only gave a rough description of the male characters' appearances. As a result, I found myself in the absurd position of having to figure out which suspicious-looking, balding man was the mastermind. However, if I were to ask Ruia, the story would be different. Even if I didn't know the mastermind's name, I was aware of the business they were planning to undertake. And Ruia, being a successful entrepreneur, would surely know who the mastermind was. If we were lucky, Ruia might even be able to stop them with her influence. Given the uncertainty of when that bald man might turn evil and start a massacre, there was no time to waste. Today, I had to find a way in. Somehow, I have to go in. Seal, is there any way? Upon my query, Seal placed a hand on the ground, pouring black energy into the floor. Seal, with eyes closed, shook her head after a moment. Infiltration was out of the question. To be honest, I had somewhat anticipated this. Those magic engineering devices installed at the entrance. I had seen them before in the previous work. They were furniture items usable in the housing content of the game. Incredibly expensive, but their performance was unmatched, rendering most camouflage magic ineffective if it even came close. It meant sticking to the original plan was out of the question. Should we kill them? Seal asked this very calmly. I was horrified and quickly stopped her. Sure, if we killed all the guards, we could infiltrate. And if we left the other security devices to Leen, there wouldn't be any issues. The problem was that Seal could kill someone in an instant without thinking. Not that she was weak. But we were there to ask for help from the owner of the house. It wouldn't make sense to kill all their employees when we're asking for a favor, even if we were the good guys. Even the most saintly person wouldn't want to help someone who had just killed their staff. What do we do now? That was the dilemma I was pondering when suddenly. I know this might sound foolish, but... Suddenly, Leen spoke up when we were silent. Naturally, both our gazes shifted to her. Feeling the weight of our stares, Leen continued in a more subdued tone, lacking her usual confidence. Do we have to go in through the front? Are you suggesting we find an alternate route? What, should we dig a tunnel or something? I'm skeptical about the feasibility of that. The security seems focused on the entrance. Maybe we could enter from a different spot. Indeed, I recalled scenes from spy movies I'd seen before. Scenes of breaking into places by making holes in glass came to mind. I didn't have such equipment, but I had Leen. It didn't seem impossible for her to cut through glass. Seal, do you think it's possible? I looked at Seal, hopeful, but she shook her head again. It seems like there are alarm spells for detecting intruders on obvious entry points like windows. At this point, I seriously contemplated giving up. But once again, Leen didn't give up and spoke up. Maybe we can make a hole. Dig a hole in the wall? That doesn't seem possible. My words trailed off naturally. It actually was possible. With Leen's power, something like that should be easy. I looked at Seal again, who pondered for a moment before nodding. As long as we stay away from the magic dispelling devices near the entrance, maintaining the invisibility spell wouldn't be an issue. Now that it seemed feasible, there was nothing to hesitate about. Leen, please, as quietly as possible. Just a small hole. Leen nodded with a confident expression at my request. In hindsight, I should have asked Leen then. After her power surged following that incident, had she had enough practice to test it? Was she really confident in controlling her strength? But as always, regret only comes in situations that can't be reversed. Quang! With a loud noise, the wall crumbled like a cookie. Shouts came from all around. It would have been strange not to get caught after such a commotion. The mansion's security system activated, and the red lights nullified our invisibility spell. Leen looked at me with trembling eyes. It was time to make a decision. And, since we've come this far, there's no turning back. We have no choice but to push through. The spilled water can't be put back. We have to meet Ruia somehow, or it won't be worth it. In fact, the hardest part is the first step. After that, it feels like nothing. Let's think a bit more flexibly. Whether it's a threat or a request, doesn't it all come down to the outcome being favorable? After all, it's all in the pursuit of saving the world. Inside the lavish mansion, the opulent decorations showcased an antique elegance. Within such a refined room, Ruia leisurely savored her tea. Everything in sight was a result of her own achievements. This mansion, all the ornaments, her current status. She had always been on the winning side, never missing a beat in her streak of successes. A smile naturally formed on her lips. Today was a day worth commemorating. A business venture she had invested in was finally bearing fruit. Presenting this achievement would surely earn her recognition from the Empire's top brass. She was on the verge of obtaining unrivaled power. With that thought, Ruia gracefully enjoyed her tea, or at least, she intended to. Quang! A massive noise erupted. The ground shook with it. Macarons, beautifully arranged on a plate, tumbled to the floor. Ruia's situation wasn't much different. As she collapsed on the floor and hot black tea covered her face, a very pitiful, undignified scream rang out from Ruia's mouth. What are you doing? Don't just stand there, go and assess the situation. With a flushed face, Ruia yelled out. Her guards hurried towards the source of the noise. However, even after a few minutes, there was no report back from the guards about the situation being under control. All that was transmitted through the communication magic was incomprehensible footage. A golem, worth the price of 5 buildings, shatters into pieces with just a kick from a young girl. The magic from a mage, treasured and brought from the magic tower, is effortlessly blocked by a girl with white hair, using nothing but her bare body. The guards sent by her could only sit on the ground, utterly bewildered. Their swords and spears were all unnaturally bent, as if someone had destroyed them with sheer brute force. These monsters, defying all logic, simply kept advancing, destroying everything in their path. And then, Ruia realized the origin of the thunderous noise that had been echoing, and the fact that it was getting louder. Quang! With a massive noise, the wall beside her crumbled. A large hole appeared. Through the dust, figures shaped like people were visible. Mysterious creatures in black hoods were staring at her. Ruia felt an overwhelming urge to cry right then and there. I felt dizzy, which in retrospect, might have been expected. The scene before me defied all common sense, even by my standards. No wonder she's the protagonist's ally. I knew she was strong, but I hadn't anticipated this extent. To think that an initial strike with a sword could inadvertently result in death, rendering preemptive attacks futile. But what does it matter? Just grab a spear or a sword with bare hands and bend it. Magic? Why evade it? Just counter it with a punch. There's a saying that if your brain isn't working, your body suffers, but the opposite is also true. If you're physically fit, your brain doesn't need to suffer. You could act without thinking, and everything would still go smoothly. Golems attacking? Just smash them. A dead end? Smash through it. Every obstacle in my path shatters into pieces in an instant. Of course, there's no debris flying my way, because Seal spreads her shadow to protect me. Is this what it means to have great allies? Walking alone through this chaos, I feel like the boss of some vast, villainous organization. With that thought, I continued forward and soon, my target came into view. Red hair and an aristocratic aura. I knew at once. This person was the Ruia I had been searching for. Perhaps this was a bit too much, after all. Upon seeing Ruia, I couldn't help but think that way. After all, I'd probably react the same if someone tore down my house's door and walls to find me. But, what's done is done and cannot be undone. In this situation, it's best to press on with confidence. I apologize for using such forceful methods. Given that she appeared older than me, I spoke with polite respect as I took Ruia's hand and helped her to her feet. May we have a moment to talk? I asked, smiling warmly. Ruia seemed on the verge of madness. In a way, it's probably natural. All her guards had been neutralized. The expensive security golems she had prepared were all destroyed. Would it be so hard for such a person to crush Ruia's head? Why did he come here? What's his purpose? Money? Kidnapping? No, then why choose such a conspicuous approach? Her mind was a ticking time bomb. However, a single sentence from the man cleared away all her frantic thoughts in an instant. The Magic Addiction Cure Project. Ruia's face contorted at those words. It made sense. That project was her trump card to gain recognition from the Empire's higher UPS. According to the information I have, someone intends to sell it to the Empire. Of course she could understand that someone was referring to her. He knew about her plans and had come to her using such extreme measures. It was unlikely he was unaware that she was the one behind those plans. He was merely hinting at it indirectly. But that creates a problem. What problem? If a more effective cure than what was previously available is provided, who would suffer because of that? Was it a threat from those who were supplying the inferior cure? That thought crossed Ruia's mind. But again, the man's words took an unexpected turn. The magic addiction cure will actually be used to increase the number of magic addiction cases. How could a cure increase the number of patients? It was an incomprehensible statement. Are you aware of the rare cases that sometimes occur in magic addiction patients? Indeed, she was aware of a few reported cases. When exposed to unrefined magic stones, some magic addiction patients experience a dramatic increase in both the quantity and quality of their magic. The Empire plans to induce this intentionally. What in the world? Ruia's words halted. Just if. What if the Empire intentionally tried to cause such a special case? What if they intentionally exposed children to unrefined magic stones, and if their magic didn't enhance, they treated and then reduced the disease? What if they were doing this to create a powerful military force? The first few times might not endanger the subjects' lives. The cure was something she was proud of, after all. But there's no way a drug that cures such a severe illness would have no side effects. And if it's used excessively, it seems you've caught on. Death. A drug created to save lives would end up causing even more deaths. Ruia knew what kind of country the Empire was. She had a vague idea of how things operated here. That's how she knew. The Empire doesn't see people as people. It wouldn't hesitate to commit massacres if it benefited them, no matter how many lives were sacrificed. This is just my speculation, but the Empire will probably gather newborns for experiments. They'll use all means, legal or illegal. It's a logical step. Even now, the Empire is overflowing with children who are not registered at birth. There are plenty of desperate people willing to sell their own children for a small amount of money. Newborns don't complain. They don't resist, no matter what's done to them. They don't expose inhumane acts. So, what would happen? What would unfold if children were fed a drug that essentially borrows their body's vitality repeatedly? Ruia could easily picture it in her mind. A newborn, barely introduced to the world, transforming into something that could hardly be called human. A life that should have been full of possibilities, entirely robbed from that child. Well, it's the Empire, after all. They wouldn't hesitate to recycle even those children deemed unusable. Those words made Ruia's complexion even paler. She had heard things on her way up to her high position. Stories related to the Sanctuary of Light. Rumors so vile they made one's stomach turn. But that's not the end of it. As Ruia's eyes trembled, the enigmatic man continued. The person planning this project is extremely competent. They've assessed the demand for the cure, assembled a research team, and secured support to achieve these results. He praised her abilities, but Ruia's face grew even darker, anticipating the grim continuation of his tale. However, once entangled with the Empire, that talent will be used for horrific purposes. With those words, the mysterious man shared a story. The story of someone who, without realizing, became deeply involved with the Empire and gradually began to meddle in darker deeds. Compromising again and again, rationalizing each step until reaching a grim conclusion, as if he had seen the future firsthand. Ruia listened to his tale about a person who had crossed a bridge too far and was slowly being consumed by darkness. It felt all too real to be just someone else's story. She was acutely aware of the wrongness of the situation. Despite everything, this felt fundamentally incorrect. But how long can one maintain such a conscience? After sullying one's hands once, can one still recognize wrong for what it is? Ruia continued to listen to the story of her future. It was a story of undeniable success. A life more successful than anyone's. But does such a life truly have meaning? She wanted to be happier than anyone else. She aimed for unparalleled happiness. Believing that reaching the top would bring happiness, she had come this far. But is that really the case? Truly? This is why we've come to you. We're here to ask you to prevent someone from making an irreversible mistake. The enigmatic man spoke, posing a question to her. What choice will she make? Can you help us? This was an utterly irrational proposal. Thus, what she needed to do seemed clear. Pretend to agree, lie to get through this situation safely, and then find a way to shake these people off. A smooth path lay before her, promising a guaranteed success. All she had to do was keep running on this path of assured victory. Just keep running, yet. Her heart was troubled. The man's words, the future he whispered, weighed heavily on her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that the path she was on wouldn't lead to happiness. The man extended his hand to her. If she sincerely took this hand, her future would change. The promised success would slip away. The power she could almost grasp would vanish. Yet, despite this, Ruia grasped his hand without hesitation. In that moment, the Empire's worst villainous, the mastermind responsible for leading countless people to their deaths, became the backbone of a secret organization. After holding the man's hand for some time, Ruia began to grasp the situation she was in once again. Despite holding hands, she still had no idea what was happening around her. So, who exactly are these people? There were 3 people who entered. They all wore the same black robes, indicating they belonged to a single group. Their strength was extraordinary. A girl with white hair, small in stature, subdued all of her forces as easily as twisting a child's wrist. And it seemed she wasn't even in a particularly high position within this organization. Then, how powerful must the leader of this organization be? It was beyond imagination. And it wasn't just their strength that was formidable. Their intelligence. The level of their intelligence was inconceivable. The fact that she was trying to sell that business to the Empire was known only to her and the key figures of the Empire. How on earth did they find out about it? How could they know so much about the workings of the Empire? A cold sweat ran down Ruia's back. In a way, it was expected. A group with such intelligence and strength couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. So, what was the answer? It was simple. The Black Fangs. The organization that has been causing a stir in the Empire. They assassinated the commander of the Empire's knights, and although not known to the public, they also assassinated one of the top leaders of the Empire. They even recently annihilated one of the Empire's elite forces, making them a notorious organization. Despite committing such tremendous acts of terror against the Empire, their purpose remains unclear. No information about the members of the organization has been revealed, making it a secret organization that seems to shake the Empire at will. It was only then that Ruia realized the predicament she was in. She had held the man's hand, feeling a sense of doubt about the path she was currently on after hearing his words. What if she hadn't been persuaded by this man? What would have happened then? If she had pretended to accept the man's offer only to betray him later? It wasn't hard to imagine what would have followed. The leader of a group like the Black Fangs would not fail to notice her deceit. She would have met the same end as a few others who had tried to dig up information on the Black Fangs and mentioned lies, driven mad and laughing as they plunged a knife into their own head. Ruia just realized she had narrowly escaped death. It's a relief. I'm glad I took that hand at that moment. While thinking this, she suddenly realized something. The leader of the Black Fangs had come to her seeking cooperation, and she had readily taken his hand. Does this mean she's now a member? Her face turned pale in an instant. She was just reflecting on her life, deciding to mend her ways after a bit of self-reflection, and now she had somehow joined a secret organization. And not just any organization, but a notorious one that was causing unprecedented turmoil in the Empire. Her hand, which was leisurely pouring tea, started to tremble. However, she quickly composed herself. There was no turning back now, even if she wanted to. Even if it was an ignorant mistake, mentioning it would mean immediate departure from this world. And upon reflection, it wasn't all bad. The Black Fangs, much maligned by the Empire, had yet to even have their number of members disclosed. Their security was that tight. Yet conversely, that man had seen right through everything from her plans to the internal affairs of the Empire. It was clear who had the upper hand in intelligence. And in terms of force, based on her own experiences, they didn't seem to be lacking either. If this organization is truly moving towards a revolution, as the rumors suggest, there's a possibility. Maybe, they could really pull it off. Ruia organized her thoughts and reached a conclusion. There's no harm in being involved. In fact, it might be quite beneficial. But the important thing is, do you like tea? I mean, do you enjoy it? It's terrifying. Too terrifying. How on earth is one supposed to serve the leader of a secret organization who treats a powerhouse capable of crushing walls with a single punch as just another underling? Ruia felt like she might burst into tears at any moment. Ruia turned out to be much kinder than I had expected. In fact, her kindness was so overwhelming that it caught me off guard. Despite my aggressive intrusion, Ruia took my words seriously. And it wasn't because she felt threatened and was pretending to listen to us. Seal had said she didn't sense any hostility from Ruia. Although the previous work didn't feature magic that could read people's minds, Seal wasn't the type to lie in such situations. Moreover, among demons, there are rare ones with the ability to read emotions, so it wouldn't be strange if a demon contracted with Seal had a similar power. I was even prepared for a confrontation. To think she would courteously serve tea with honorifics to someone who had caused such a ruckus. And without bearing any malice at all. She was a paragon of virtue like no other. Are all the main characters in this work usually like this? Come to think of it, it started with Seal. She offered half her soul to a demon to save me, even though she didn't know my name yet. Leen also left her family like villagers to help me and embarked on an unplanned journey because of my request. Both are exceptionally kind and good-hearted. Considering that there were quite a few unpleasant characters among the protagonists in the previous work, this is unusual. Could this be the result of the gore-loving developers coming to their senses and aiming for mainstream appeal? Regardless, it was a fortunate turn of events for me. There's no downside to having characters with good personalities. I politely drank the tea Ruia served, asking her to speak more comfortably with me as she was using honorifics. I'm truly sorry. It just happened that I had to resort to some coercive measures. Such gracious hospitality. I had a conscience, so I felt compelled to apologize sincerely to her. Oh, no, it's fine. These things happen. Such a generous response. I was admiring Rubia's character when I noticed something a bit odd. It seemed like Rubia's eyes were not focused on me. Now that I think about it, I felt an odd presence lurking behind me since a while ago. Every time I apologized to Ruia, the sense of menace seemed to intensify. I turned around to see what was at the end of Rubia's gaze, but it was just Seal standing there. Seal was sipping the tea like a cat, delicately enjoying each sip. Wasn't that my tea? I was about to say something but then decided against it. From what I've learned while traveling together, it's easier to just let Seal's peculiar behaviors slide. Besides, there were more pressing matters at hand. I hate to impose, but is there any chance we could receive some support? I cautiously broached the subject with Ruia. This was the biggest hurdle I faced. I wasn't particularly worried about asking for help to deal with the mastermind. Ruia is a good character, after all. If I tell her about the mastermind's schemes, she would naturally want to intervene without even being asked. But that's different from receiving support. I had no idea how to justify our request for support. Even if she's a good character, a businessperson is still a businessperson. She wouldn't just hand out support for no reason. And I couldn't possibly tell her the real reason. I couldn't say that this world is actually inside a game and that I need help to prevent the apocalypse I saw in the game's trailer. So, all I could offer were vague statements. Something about needing support to make the world a better place, as if I were some kind of charity organization. But there was no way she would support me based on such nonsense. Or so I thought. Ruia nodded eagerly, as if she was expecting my request. I couldn't believe my eyes. Really? She would offer support for such absurd, nonsensical ramblings? I asked her repeatedly if she was serious, and Rubia's answer was always the same. She even declared that she could swear a mana oath on it. Don't worry about that cure matter. I'll make it as if it never existed right now. Hearing those words, I finally felt that everything had been perfectly resolved. There had been some issues along the way, but this was definitely a huge success. I had achieved both objectives perfectly, securing a powerful backer and dealing with the dark forces. That's a relief. Huh? What do you mean by relief? I was wondering whether I should kill them. It was quite a dilemma. Could things have turned out any better? Ruia had clearly stated she would not kill the person plotting the scheme but would make the issue disappear as if it never existed. I'm no psychopath. Given the option to resolve things without killing, I wouldn't prefer death. So, I genuinely smiled and spoke. It's a relief that we can resolve this peacefully, without resorting to killing. Right. A clattering sound followed as a teacup fell to the ground. Rubia's face turned pale instantly. It seemed she might have been cut by the broken pieces of the cup. I should send Seal later to heal her. With that thought, I shook hands with Ruia. It seemed likely that we would be seeing a lot more of each other in the future. In any era, in any world, there's one eternal, unchanging truth. Money is always right. It might sound materialistic, but what can be done about it? It's an undeniable fact that no one can refute. With a satisfied smile, I gazed at the item resting in my hand. A pill shining with a silvery luminescence. It's an item that also appeared in the previous work. I didn't receive it as a reward for a request, nor did I acquire it by conquering a dungeon. The reason this item was in my possession was simple. Miss Ruia gave it to me. Does that person have some kind of a kind-hearted complex? It's astonishing how someone can be so kind. If I ask for money, she gives it. Even without saying what it'll be used for, she still gives it. In fact, I should have been the one to pay for the repairs after damaging the mansion, yet here I was, receiving her support instead. Moreover, she gladly allowed me to stay at the mansion, as if she was saying I could stay as long as I wished. Honestly, it would have been proper to decline such an offer, but I couldn't resist the temptation. It seemed only natural. Starting off as a slave in the mines, then wandering to and fro distant mountains, where was there ever a moment for peaceful rest? But this place, it was nothing short of paradise. In terms of facilities alone, this place far surpasses the house I used to live in. In terms of design and size, it's overwhelmingly superior, and the facilities are all implemented through what's known as magic engineering. Setting everything else aside, I hadn't even been able to take a proper shower for months. How could I possibly refuse such a tempting offer? Ultimately, I had no choice but to accept Miss Ruia's proposal. After all, everything is difficult at first, but once you do it, the reluctance diminishes with each subsequent time. I brazenly began to use Miss Ruia's wealth as if it were my own. Looking at it again, I do seem quite despicable. But, what can be done? It's not as if I'm doing this solely for my own benefit. It's all in the name of saving the world. For the sake of everyone's lives, I've just slightly set aside my conscience. Such actions should rather be commended, shouldn't they? Besides, if I introduce some profitable ventures later on using my knowledge from the previous work, it'll be a win-win situation. With that self-justification, I looked again at the small pill in my hand. The item description wasn't popping up, as if there was a glitch in the status window, but it doesn't matter. Who hasn't forgotten an item description in a game before? Since it's a drug that also appeared in the previous work, I roughly remember its effects. Magic +1, physical condition +0.5. Obviously, consuming just one isn't going to turn me into a grand mage overnight. But still, it's a noticeable enough boost to feel a significant enhancement. I quickly popped the pill into my mouth. Instantly, I felt something wriggling inside. The energy from the pill was tearing through my insides. I tried to quickly stabilize this energy, but failed. I felt the energy dissipate hopelessly. Well, it was to be expected. I'm no martial artist. How much experience could I possibly have with consuming spiritual elixirs? It's a bit of a waste. In the previous work, consuming items of the spiritual elixir type was implemented as a minigame. It was a simple process of just clicking at the right time. But now that it's become reality, the difficulty has skyrocketed. I probably didn't even fully enjoy half of the drug's effect. But still, what does it matter? I immediately picked up the next pill and swallowed it. And then again, once more, several times over. These pills, each worth enough to buy a building if you had two, were plentiful. I had well over 50, so there was no need to be frugal. Money is indeed wonderful. Why bother searching for hidden treasures? It's much simpler to find a generous benefactor and solve everything with a cash splash. Well, I wouldn't normally resort to such measures. It goes without saying. After all, you can't become infinitely stronger just by consuming these kinds of spiritual elixirs. There's a limit to how much one can consume. Exceed that, and not only could your body deteriorate from being unable to handle the energy, but you could also die. However, I have what's known as a healthy body passive. Naturally, in the game system, spiritual elixirs aren't treated as poison, meaning, I can essentially ignore any side effects through sheer resilience. It's sort of a loophole. A smile naturally forms on my lips. Which gamer would dislike such a cheat? I continued to consume the elixirs like I was eating popcorn. The more I ate, the more accustomed I became to controlling the energy. Eventually, I could absorb the effects without wasting any. As soon as I finished, I could clearly feel the change in my body. It was to be expected. After all, this was my first time encountering something called magical power. I could feel the energy flowing through my body, even managing to move it at will. With this, if I construct a magic spell, I might actually be able to perform real magic. As a gamer and avid reader of web novels, there's no one who hasn't dreamed of such a situation. I naturally smiled at this romantic scenario. Then, I realized something. Why haven't I felt anything like this until now? Upon reflection, it was a bit strange. Even if I was a beginner character with low magical power, it shouldn't have been completely absent. I should have been able to feel at least a faint trace of similar energy. Until now, I thought I was so lacking in talent for magic control that I couldn't sense the magic within me. It doesn't make sense that it's working so well now when it was impossible before. Was my magic power at zero when my character was created? That seems a bit far-fetched. Every living being, let alone humans, is born with at least a trace of magic power. Pondering over this perplexing situation, I opened my status window, only to be met with the same automated response. The path of fate is being reset. And once again, I was brushed off. When will this infuriating issue be resolved? At this point, it might be better off not having it at all. It's utterly useless in life. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter since I'm managing fine without the status window. I don't need explicit goals or quests, I'm progressing well on my own. I've made allies like Leen and Leen, gained the support of Ruia, and now I've become stronger by boosting my stats on my own. Even so, consuming 50 elixirs in one day might have been overdoing it, as my body felt slightly stiff. Stretching out, I eased the tension. Black market. The underground market opens in 3 days. Fortunately, this time I have some time to prepare. So, let's focus on strengthening my power in the meantime. Ruia felt like she was on the verge of madness. It was, perhaps, to be expected. Her mansion, her personal sanctuary, had been invaded by a secret organization. And not just any organization, but the most powerful one in the empire. And somehow, Ruia had ended up joining it too. That's not the problem. After weighing the pros and cons, she saw the merit in joining. She wasn't regretting her decision to join that much. But the real issue came after that. How come they are all monsters without exception? The girl with the black hair, that Leen. She doesn't even want to think about her. On that day, Leen had noticed Ruia's hesitation over the man's proposal until the very last moment and had been watching her with eyes full of murderous intent. There's a limit to how twisted one's thinking can be. She found it offensive that Ruia didn't gratefully accept the leader's proposal and dared to weigh its pros and cons. She's a lunatic who truly believes that the world should revolve around this Ian guy. The girl with white hair is somewhat nicer. But she's the very person who destroyed Ruia's mansion. And what's more, despite her kind and gentle demeanor, there's something eerily unsettling about her. Being around her naturally makes one's skin crawl. And finally, the leader. He is the very person driving Ruia to madness. On the surface, he appears perfectly normal. His manner of speaking is polite, and he always treats her with courtesy. But she remembers. I was wondering whether I should kill them. She remembers the man who said those words, smiling the most beautiful smile in the world as he contemplated killing her right in front of her. Just thinking about it sends shivers down her spine. Now, as she was heading towards the leader, Ian, this enigmatic man, it felt even more terrifying. But she couldn't stop just because she was scared. If this continues, I'll truly go bankrupt. She had to plead with him somehow, to please cut back on the expenses a bit, to refrain from making unreasonable demands. With these thoughts, Ruia cautiously, gingerly opened the door. And then, an utterly incomprehensible scene unfolded before her eyes. The silver pill. Ruia watched in disbelief as the man casually popped into his mouth the superior grade elixir she had gone through so much trouble to obtain, one that was difficult to find even a single pill of. Ruia's mouth fell open naturally. It was, perhaps, to be expected. Such a spiritual elixir is overwhelming to properly absorb even one in a day. Yet, the man was nonchalantly swallowing them like snacks, one after another, in a manner that could easily lead to ruin. Under normal circumstances, this would be a recipe for disaster. However, the man's expression remained unchanged. The situation spoke volumes. To him, such doses were inconsequential. The energy from the elixir that would overwhelm anyone else was nothing compared to the unfathomable power he possessed. Ruia couldn't help but be certain. This man was no mere man. He might not even be human. No, it was certain that he was beyond human. "Ah, do you need something?" The monster addressed her. The thought of explaining that it was impossible to secure a VIP ticket for the black market with only 3 days left, or begging him to consider her circumstances a bit, couldn't even make it past her lips. It was impossible for those words to come out. Thus, Ruia, struggling to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes, managed to say, "No, it's nothing." If she wanted to live, she had to secure an entrance ticket somehow. Despite receiving a substantial sum from Miss Ruia, I had not invested in artifacts for a simple reason. Artifacts aren't items you can just obtain by seeking them out. Of course, one could easily purchase any item enchanted with magic if they have the money. Take me, for example, I'm wearing a robe enhanced with various functions like defense and temperature regulation. After Leen and Seal both took a liking to the robe we wore last time, I acquired one of a similar design. However, such garments are not classified as artifacts. The reason is straightforward. A magician has merely enchanted an ordinary object, which does not possess the innate ability to conjure magic. True artifacts are imbued with mystique, capable of wielding magic independently. And naturally, such artifacts are monopolized by the Empire. Merely trading them is considered a serious crime. In games, players could relatively easily acquire such artifacts by playing multiple rounds. After clearing the game once, you could simply use the currency obtained from deleting that character to craft whatever you desired. But how on earth am I supposed to do that now? As a result, the sources for artifacts are inevitably scarce. In such circumstances, the black market becomes a rare source of artifacts, like rain in a drought. Therefore, for someone like me, who needs to grow stronger, it was a place I had to visit at least once. Besides, even setting artifacts aside, I might meet a good character there. There are many characters who, once slaves, now support the protagonist. With some luck, I might even find a decent companion there. But the problem is, not just anyone can enter the black market. You can't just buy your way into the black market with money. I don't want to miss this opportunity, as I would have to wait another 6 months if I do. Over the past 2 days, I've been learning various basic spells from Seal and receiving physical combat training from Leen, amidst other preparations. But honestly, I couldn't see any way Miss Ruia could secure the entry tickets in time. The black market opens tomorrow. We need those tickets by today at the latest. Realistically, acquiring such items in just 2 days is no easy feat. So, I thought we might have to give up on this venture, but then, huff, ha. In the midst of training with Seal, a panting Ruia appeared before me. She must have run so desperately that her usual red bun hair was a complete mess. Her clothes were drenched, revealing more than intended, and I had to consciously avert my eyes. I got it. What she meant by got it was clear without asking. In Miss Ruia's hand was a ticket, the kind that had appeared in previous work, complete with a golden border. That's a VIP exclusive entry ticket, essential for participating in the exclusive auction. How on earth did she manage to get that? I had to reassess Ruia's capabilities. It seemed obvious in hindsight. I had wondered how someone who seemed to give away too much to others, seemingly to their own detriment, could succeed in business. But obtaining this meant that a regular entry ticket could have been easily acquired in less than a day. It seems she misunderstood me somehow and took the trouble to secure a VIP ticket. I would have been satisfied with just a regular ticket, to be honest. That thought crossed my mind, but I wasn't tactless enough to say it out loud. I graciously expressed my gratitude and accepted the ticket from Miss Ruia. Then, have a good trip. There was a sense of relief on Miss Ruia's face as she said that. But then, Miss Ruia, you should come with us. How are we supposed to ride the magic train without her? I feel guilty seeing her so exhausted. But with only a day left, walking that distance isn't feasible. Once this is over, I'll share the recipe with her and practically print money for her. Despite the shame, I'll have to rely on her kindness just one more time. The Empire is far more technologically advanced than one might think. This is evident from the scene before me. A black train adorned with intricate golden gears and the flow of blue light from monostone fuel through transparent tubes. It exudes a steampunk vibe that never fails to impress. Even to my modern eyes, its aesthetic is flawless. Well, it's just like the Empire to create such marvels and then restrict their use to nobility. Wow. Leen gapes in awe, scanning the station's surroundings, while Seal remains expressionless as ever. Miss Ruia is ahead of us, checking tickets and identities. I expected this process to take longer, but it seems we're being waved through rather easily, likely due to familiarity. It's a stark reminder that Miss Ruia, too, belongs to the nobility. Thus, we boarded the train. Naturally, Miss Ruia was separated from the 3 of us. It's to be expected. Our presence here is only permissible because servants are considered property of the nobility. How could property sit alongside its owners? Naturally, we were relegated to seats that were narrower and more uncomfortable. Well, it doesn't bother me. Unlike the ever-stoic Seal, Leen is visibly excited, eagerly looking around. My reaction wasn't much different. In the original story, the player character was nobility, so this part of the train is new to me as well. In fact, I was more curious about this section than the nobles compartment I had watched so many times. This isn't as bad as I expected. Perhaps it's the luxury amenities. Despite being treated like luggage and stuffed into a different compartment, it's not as bad as I thought. With so few people around, it might even be more comfortable than a modern subway during rush hour. The fact that we can at least sit down gives this side a clear advantage. We found a spot with just enough room for the three of us to sit. With nothing much to do until we arrived, Leen and I were idly gazing out at the scenery when a moment caught my attention. I just can't seem to keep up. A white-haired man reading a newspaper muttered to himself. Out of boredom and curiosity, I asked him what he meant. The world is changing too fast. It's overwhelming for an old man like me. With those words, the gentleman passed the newspaper to me. It contained a story about the Black Fangs. Of course, being the Empire's news, the Black Fangs were depicted as deranged psychopathic murderers. But knowing what I do from the original work, if you sift through for the facts, it hinted at the beginnings of an anti-imperial movement starting with the Black Fangs. I just hope we don't get caught up in some senseless conflict. The old man sighed as he said this, as if lamenting the unintended consequences often suffered by bystanders like us. For some reason, his words struck a chord with me. This train is a symbol of noble authority. If there were an anti-imperial organization, this train would undoubtedly be a target. Moreover, this is such a cliché. A sense of unease washed over me. Terrorist attacks are almost expected on trains in stories. In fact, it would be more surprising if a train-related plot didn't involve some sort of attack. In such a situation, was it really just a coincidence that the old man brought up such ominous talk out of the blue? Leen, Seal. Just to be safe, don't let your guard down. With those words, I kept a vigilant watch over our surroundings. Come to think of it, the train was eerily quiet. It was like the calm before a storm, as if something was about to happen. A sinister premonition crept over me, a feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. And then, an explosion sounded. It started in the compartment in front of us. The train began to shake wildly, derailing. Thank you for choosing our train. We wish all passengers a comfortable journey. Instead, the soothing voice of the announcement filled the air. We arrived at our destination comfortably. I avoided Leen's puzzled gaze and scratched the back of my neck. That's really strange. My intuition is usually spot on. But lately, it seems I've been barking up the wrong tree. I was sure I had a feeling. An intuition that there were suspicious people on board. But, what can I do when reality says otherwise? Maybe I need to stop overestimating my gut feelings. After all, a cliché is just a cliché. When you think about it, it's obvious. The idea that a terrorist organization would be on the same train as me is just as unrealistic as it sounds, isn't it? The developers behind Blood and Bone were infamous for their perverted creations, not in a lewd sense but more for their gore. The story changes based on choices. This, coupled with an extensive degree of freedom, should have been a gamer's dream come true, yet it remained underrated, likely due to its gruesome nature. The company was notoriously fond of grinding orphans into their narratives. And now, I found myself in a black market. A place that seemed to gather only the abyss of the already dark world. Ugh. I fought back the urge to vomit. After all, I was wearing a mask. A mask given to those using VIP entry tickets, impervious to most forms of magical scrutiny. There was nothing to gain from showing one's face here, so I kept on the wolf mask, although the idea of it getting dirty was somewhat unsettling. As I averted my gaze from those revolting scenes, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. What about the others? They're younger than me. With that thought, I looked over at Seal. She was fine. Actually, it would have been scarier if she had freaked out in such a situation. Why are you covering my eyes? I had covered her eyes every time something unsettling passed by, just in case. And that was her question in return. No, it's because of the elves. Elves usually have a deep sense of kinship. I didn't particularly want to show her the amputated elf slaves. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. It seems Seal's sense of kinship was rather shallow. Or, perhaps she even disliked it. Besides, that's not an elf. At Seal's unexpected remark, I took another look at the slave I had seen before and, soon realized, an elf at that price? That's absurd. And upon giving it some serious thought, it's peculiar that a race as esteemed as elves would be so miserably enslaved. Even if that were the case, being away from the world tree long enough for their amputated parts to heal would naturally result in death before that. Elves and the world tree are inseparable entities. To be alive away from the world tree because of being a half-elf seems unlikely, given the excessive length of the ears. So, are these just fake ears then? The deception is crafted with quite the dedication. Nevertheless, since Seal seemed unfazed, I turned my attention to Leen, who had a more sensitive disposition. Through the puppy mask, a glint in the eyes was visible. Eyes filled with madness sparkled dangerously, as if they might explode at any moment. Snap out of it. I lightly tapped the back of the girl's head using a snap of my wrist. Was the problem here that she enjoyed this too much? I had to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't lose her senses. As I entertained these thoughts, I soon realized. Was I the only one feeling terrified here? A strange feeling crept in. These kids are fine, yet here I am, panicking. With these thoughts, I tried my best to avert my eyes from the entrails and various grotesque items as I walked, until I found a comrade. Miss Ruia was trembling. Her face, hidden behind a fox mask, was not visible, but I could roughly imagine her expression. Feeling a strange sense of familiarity and empathy, I approached Miss Ruia, thinking that sharing our fears might lessen them a bit. And then, the trembling intensified. How fearful could this person be? It seems like she's always trembling whenever I see her. The black market. The black market is held every 6 months. However, the location of the building and the landmarks are all similar. No, more than similar, they are identical. The reason is simple. All these buildings are constructed through magic. A creation by an archmage. It's no wonder the Empire dares not tamper with the black market. Well, the truth is, that archmage died a long time ago. It's merely his disciple who's recreating the magic using the relics left by the master. However, the Empire is oblivious to this fact. They wouldn't want to mess with an archmage, and regardless, such illicit trades would surface elsewhere even if banned. It's a tacit tolerance under surveillance. It's possible that there might be Empire soldiers hiding somewhere here. Considering the average in the Empire, there are likely quite a few soldiers who came here not for surveillance but purely for vile leisure. After all, this place houses all sorts of horrific entertainments. Like a venue that offers the experience of dissecting a living human. Or places even more dreadful than that. Just the thought brings nausea back, and I desperately erase those images from my mind. Anyway, that's none of our business right now. I roamed the streets, searching for our destination, passing by stores I sincerely hoped not to learn more about, until we entered the largest building. Thank you for visiting our auction house. With a polite greeting, a man dressed in a sleek suit courteously greeted us. This was the main event, the largest auction house here. Naturally, it was bustling with people. The large building was completely packed. But that didn't concern us. There's a reason why VIP is VIP. Instead of the overcrowded passageways, we were led through a spacious, almost empty private corridor by the staff. Large glass windows. A lofty position. From the private seats, the entire view of the auction house was visible at a glance. If there's anything you wish to bid on, please feel free to press the button in front of you. With courteous service, the man brought us drinks. Not that we could drink them, being minors. Regardless, the man left after offering kind words and reminding us to call him anytime if we needed anything. The more I looked, the more astonished I became, prompting me to ask her, "How on earth did you manage to get this?" Securing a VIP entry ticket is notoriously difficult. Knowing from the original work how much of a struggle it was to obtain one, I couldn't help but be amazed. But the look she returned was fierce. Miss Ruia didn't say a word, and though her face was not visible behind the mask, I could almost hear an accusatory voice saying, "You're the one who asked me to get it." No, I did mention that a VIP ticket would be ideal, but I had no idea it was actually attainable. I do have a conscience. With less than 3 days left, I never expected to actually get hold of such a prized possession. I felt a twinge of guilt. Let's buy something on our way out after the auction. Being human, I felt compelled to say that. It would be inhuman not to repay this favor, especially since I had saved a recipe for such an occasion. Maybe Miss Ruia and I could even start a potion brewing business together. I said it with that in mind, but the look she gave me was even more intimidating than before. Her eyes seemed to ask, "How much more do you need to take from me to be satisfied?" I was about to quickly explain myself when the first item is a 300-year-old elf eyeball. That announcement drew my gaze back through the glass window. The auction had begun, though the item was of little use to me. Seal. While I was waiting for the next item to be presented, Seal suddenly pressed her forehead against the glass window, scrutinizing the item intently. When I asked her why, the answer came back far too simple. I thought it might be my mother. What am I supposed to say to that? After pondering for a while, I barely managed to speak. "Do you want me to buy it if it's bothering you?" However, Seal shook her head, dismissing the idea. "It's fine. It doesn't seem like her." "That's good, I guess. Is it really appropriate to feel relieved about this?" My head suddenly felt dizzy. Why do I feel like we shouldn't have come here? The plan was to acquire artifacts and recruit allies, but it feels like we're not achieving anything substantial. The second and third items were presented. While they could be considered valuable, they were not what I needed. Perhaps it would have been better to visit an auction house specializing in slaves instead. It was at this moment, as I sighed deeply with frustration, that something changed. "This next item is quite special," the man announced with a sense of gravity. Of course, from his perspective, embellishing the items to fetch a higher price is to be expected. Something was different this time. The man presenting the items was moving something while clad in all sorts of protective gear. Suddenly, Seal wrapped around me. Miss Ruia went beyond trembling legs and collapsed onto the floor. This strange phenomenon was happening to everyone in the auction house. Yet, I remained unaffected. It was clear what this meant. Something was contaminating the minds of these people right now. A staff member, armored in expensive protective gear, showcased the item to the audience. And then, I was at a loss for words. It was to be expected. That design. That blade. It was an item I had seen over and over again while playing the previous game. An enigmatic cursed sword, emanating an ominous curse. It's the holy sword. The one used by the protagonist in the previous work. A broken holy sword, emanating a dark light. In an instant, my mind goes blank. It seems almost inevitable. No matter how I look at it, that's the holy sword. I've seen it countless times while playing game, there's no way I could forget it. But why is it broken? The holy sword is never supposed to break. Well, it can break, but it's not supposed to. After all, as long as the wielder's spirit is unbroken, the sword is unbreakable. But this holy sword is shattered. Moreover, what kind of disaster happened for it to emit such an ominous light? What path must one take for the holy sword to end up like this? Blood and Bone was a game where the ending changed depending on your choices. I've speculated several times about which ending would be considered canonical and set the stage for the sequel. Since the holy sword has become corrupt, it could be the Demon King route, but that doesn't make sense. A route you can choose if the heroine dies. A route where one despairs at the world and falls into corruption. If that were the case, the empire wouldn't be intact like this. It's also unlikely for the holy sword, even if it gained power through corruption, to break like this. But there are no other routes where the holy sword becomes corrupt, are there? Like the empire's dog route, or the empire revolution route, or the true hero route. There are various endings, but in all of them, the holy sword remains intact. Moreover, the holy sword is indestructible no matter what. The protagonist is not one to easily break. The only route where the mind might completely shatter is the Demon King route, but even there, it corrupts but does not break. What on earth must one do to reduce the holy sword to a lump of scrap metal and even corrupt it? It was completely beyond my understanding. No, more puzzling than that. This cursed sword was found in the demon realm. What story lies behind this demonic sword that emits such malevolent energy? Why can't everyone recognize that it's the holy sword? No, if it's the hero's holy sword, it should definitely be famous. Moreover, there must be characters from the empire here. Why can't these people recognize the holy sword? While I'm panicking, numerous magicians step forward towards the holy sword. It's clearly a massive magic. Dozens of magicians chant for a long time before the holy sword finally stops spewing its ominous curse. Well, judging by the pale faces of the people, it seems the curse has only weakened, not disappeared completely. In this situation, there's only one thing I must do. I quickly ask Miss Ruia about the history of the empire. But there was no answer. Turning my head, I see Miss Ruia foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Should I wait until she wakes up? I was sighing with this thought when, is it troubling you? As always, Seal calmly strokes my head and asks. At this point, I don't even have the energy to object to her odd behavior. I simply admit it is. However, what she says next is utterly incomprehensible. Then why don't you ask me? What are you talking about? You don't know the history of the empire. There's no way I hadn't asked her before. I did ask, and she knew nothing. Seal, being half-elf, seems indifferent to the human world, and Leen, always holed up in the mountains, knows nothing of worldly affairs. As for Miss Ruia, she's been too busy running around because of my requests, so I just didn't have time to ask her. I do know. But Seal confidently responded. I'm completely baffled as to why she's suddenly lying like this. No, you didn't even know about the demon lord who appeared around 10 years ago. I don't know that. And you said you didn't know the hero who wields the holy sword. I don't. But you know the history of the empire. My mother taught me. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm so flustered, memories of Leen flash through my mind. When I asked Leen the same question, this was the response I received. I haven't heard of such a thing. I don't really know about matters outside the mountain. What if it's not that they haven't heard about it? If both of them have only spoken the truth to me? I quickly grabbed the unconscious Miss Ruia and shook her. This was no time to be cautious. Miss Ruia, regaining consciousness, still had a dazed look. I asked her seriously. Do you remember the major event that happened about 10 years ago? Miss Ruia moved her lips. Although her speech was slurred, I could make out her question about why I was asking all of a sudden. It's really important. Please tell me quickly. Without realizing, I spoke forcefully, prompting Miss Ruia to break into a cold sweat and finally speak up. The monostone mine incident? The one where someone tried to destroy all the mines but failed. In an instant, my mind goes blank. The situation where no one remembers an event that almost led to the world's destruction. There was only one conclusion this could lead to. For some reason, the demon lord did not descend. The empire never faced the threat of destruction. This is a world different from any route in the previous story. Where people are unaware of the hero, the empire never faced destruction, and the holy sword is corrupted and shattered. How did things get so twisted? The one who caused the monostone mine incident must be the protagonist. It was a quest in the previous game, but the protagonist wasn't known as a hero. Furthermore, they corrupted and shattered the holy sword. Yet, the world is still intact. It's impossible to grasp what's going on. But if there's one thing I'm certain of, Miss Ruia, I am truly, deeply sorry. I must acquire it at all costs, even if I have to spend one's entire fortune. Miss Ruia's face turns pale. I'll pay you back. Please don't worry too much. Even as I say this, Miss Ruia's complexion does not improve. After all, who would believe a promise to repay? It's admirable that she hasn't slapped me after hearing such words. Truly, a saintess in her own right. But the thing is, I can really pay it back. I could even make this person the wealthiest in the empire. So, let's just sell a little, just a tiny bit of our conscience. I was about to press the button with that thought in mind when suddenly, boom, an explosion erupted out of nowhere. Through the glass, the auction house was seen in shambles. Those who appeared were clad in black robes. Emblazoned on the chest of those robes was a fang symbol, as if flaunting their identity. This place is now under the control of the Black Fang. Let's calm down. I calmly collected myself and quickly assessed the situation around me. Those calling themselves the Black Fang were terrorizing this auction house. The distant sounds of explosions made it clear that this was not a minor terror act but one aimed at the entirety of the black market. So, what was their objective? It didn't take much to figure that out. Money and slaves. Items necessary for expanding their influence. Should I run? After a brief moment of consideration, I concluded there was no need for such measures. Certainly, the Black Fang is a dangerous group. Thus, if the Black Fang were indeed present in this auction house, the right move would be to flee immediately. If these guys are really the Black Fang, that is. I looked at the figures who had unleashed terror upon this place. Their faces were covered, but it didn't matter. I had the clairvoyance magic I learned from Seal. As expected. No matter how I looked, they weren't the main characters from the game. They did have a menacing appearance, though. They are neither beautiful boys nor girls, nor middle-aged men with a rugged charm. I know it's strange to judge people this way, but what can I do? This is the world inside a game. There's no way that kind of person could be a member of such a major organization. If they were that strong, given that this is a game, surely more care would have been taken with their character design. But that face looks just like any common thief. Understanding that, it's not hard to grasp the current situation. Someone is impersonating the Black Fang. The name of the Black Fang will hit rock bottom now. This is the problem with secret organizations. It's impossible to distinguish the real ones from imposters. It feels almost pitiful for the genuine Black Fang, earnestly aiming to revolutionize the empire, to be exploited for petty theft. Can I step out for a bit? While I was pondering this, Seal asked me. The words "where are you going" in the middle of this chaos almost slipped out, but then I realized why Seal was acting this way. Those eyes. They must have been bothering her. I had heard roughly how Seal's mother had passed away. Seal doubted those were her mother's eyes, but still, you never know. Taking advantage of the situation, it was very likely she could sneakily retrieve those eyes, now that the auction had ended. Logically, I should advise against it, but emotionally, I wanted to support Seal. If someone had taken my mother's eyes to sell, I'd do whatever it took to get them back. After a brief moment of contemplation, I instructed Leen to accompany Seal. There's no better bodyguard than Leen. When it comes to protection, she's practically invincible. With Leen by her side, there should be nothing to worry about. Still slightly anxious, I added one more thing to Seal. Make it quick and come back. I'm worried. I hope you return safely. Ruia seemed on the verge of losing her mind. It was, perhaps, to be expected. Amidst the auction, an odd demonic sword was suddenly presented as an item for sale. And then, losing consciousness only to wake up to that monstrous captain inquiring earnestly about the Empire's history. Moreover, boom, a massive explosion erupted. A group in black robes, marked by a fanged emblem on their chest, had infiltrated the auction house. The Black Fangs, or more precisely, imposters of the Black Fangs had orchestrated this act of terror here. Ruia, trembling, sought out the captain's figure. However, the captain's expression was one of utter calm. He barely furrowed his brow before regaining his composure. Even as an organization impersonating his own caused terror, his face showed no sign of disturbance. His serenity was such that it seemed as if he was unaware such an incident had even occurred. Such a reaction seemed inhuman. Upon reflection, that man had always been so. Amid the ominous aura emanating from the sword, when everyone else couldn't even bear to face it, he alone remained unaffected. Even as she trembled under the vile curse, he was the picture of tranquility. He even looked bored, for heaven's sake. What kind of person is he, really? While Ruia was still reeling in shock, the captain calmly observed the chaos from a high vantage point and muttered to himself. The name of the Black Fang will hit rock bottom now. His tone was utterly indifferent, as if the fate of the Black Fangs mattered not in the slightest to him. But Ruia couldn't help but tremble even more. The implication of those words, especially to those two, was crystal clear. Upon hearing this, the determination in the black-haired girl's eyes shifted instantly. As if to prove her utmost loyalty to the captain, the young girl named Seal promptly asked, "Can I step out for a bit?" It was a request for permission. After a brief contemplation, the man instructed the white-haired girl to accompany her. "Make it quick and come back," he ordered. With those words, the two vanished from the scene in the blink of an eye. Ruia was terrified by his tone. The implication to make it quick was horrifying, a chilling command to annihilate everyone, delivered with such nonchalance. The way he casually ordered human lives to be taken, as if sending someone on a mere errand, was profoundly disturbing. It was too much, utterly inconceivable that they were of the same species. "Ah, Miss Ruia." The monster turned his gaze upon her once more. Words of pleading surged up to her throat. "Please spare me, I'll do anything, I'll give anything, just save my life," but they never made it out. She simply couldn't bring herself to utter them, feeling as though she couldn't even breathe without the man's permission. "Why are you trembling so?" Ruia understood the implication of his words immediately. She had just disrupted the man's mood. A slave who had been barely clinging to life by serving and financing this man had just shown him something displeasing. Collapsed on the floor, Ruia could do nothing but weep inconsolably. She knew it wasn't right to cry like this, aware that any further annoyance might lead to her immediate execution right then and there. But the tears just wouldn't stop. "It must have been frightening because of the terror, I presume," he said, his expression sickeningly malevolent. It was as if he genuinely cared, his face contorted in feigned concern. To an onlooker, it might appear as though he was genuinely perplexed and trying to console her. That made it all the more terrifying. A monster, not a human, was mimicking human emotions. Don't worry about those people. They're nothing to be concerned about. But Ruia wasn't foolish enough to voice her true thoughts. Are you kidding me? It's not them I'm afraid of, it's you. You're the scariest one here, you insane monster. So, she tried her best to look compliant and answered timidly, alright. So scary. The man then chuckled at Ruia's trembling figure as if he found it adorable and said, don't worry. It's nothing. Give it a few hours, and it'll feel like none of this ever happened. As if he intended to erase this black market and everyone in it from existence. That was the last straw for her psyche. Ruia's consciousness snapped, abruptly cutting off. Time and again, I'm convinced. This person is just too cowardly. How on earth has she managed to survive with such a weak mentality until now? With a mental fortitude that trembles at the slightest thing, it's beyond me how she ever conducted business. She must have known that this place is protected by defensive magic. It's a VIP section, after all. There's nowhere safer. Wouldn't it withstand even a significant bomb without a scratch? Though it might crumble under concentrated magical bombardment, logically speaking, there was no reason for that terrorist group to specifically target us with such measures. Yet here she is, quivering in fear like this. I even tried to empathize with her fear and reassured her not to worry, but it seemed it was too much to hope for her to have a stronger constitution than tofu. At this rate, she seemed like the type who'd faint from fear just by stepping into a haunted house. That's no exaggeration, she genuinely appeared to have fainted from sheer terror. I found myself catching Miss Ruia as she suddenly burst into tears and then abruptly collapsed, seating her back down. Given Miss Ruia's severe state, even as I lifted her slender frame, my normally robust physical condition seemed of little use. I removed her mask and gently wiped away her tears and runny nose with a handkerchief. An adult woman. She looked to be in her mid-20s to early 30s, and here I was, tending to her like a babysitter, which made the whole situation utterly dizzying. Has Blood and Bone 2 completely changed genres? A big-breasted Nuna who's ridiculously cowardly and melodramatic sounds like something straight out of a dating sim, not the grim and dark tone Blood and Bone was known for. It's gotten to the point where one might seriously wonder if the developers decided to change direction. Maybe that notoriously cruel game studio finally compromised with reality. After dealing with Miss Ruia, I returned to my seat to survey the scene beyond the glass. People panicking and running, bodies in black robes scattered everywhere, utter chaos. I watched, then it hit me. Why am I even staying here? There's really nothing for me to do here. Wouldn't it be better to do something productive instead? That thought filled my mind. Yet, my modern conscience held me back. Even in such a situation, the idea of resorting to theft seemed against my principles. But then again, upon reflection, those things weren't all that important. Up until now, I've tried to live somewhat conscientiously, but in a fantasy world where one must survive against impending doom, killing can't always be avoided. Nonviolence is an unattainable ideal in this bleak universe. I'd avoid it if possible, but hesitation wasn't an option when action was necessary. And naturally, theft is a far lesser crime than murder. To be prepared to kill, yet balk at the idea of stealing amidst chaos, is nothing short of absurd. Where exactly should I feel guilty about what I'm about to do? It seemed obvious upon reflection. Theft is wrong, but stealing from the despicable is almost commendable. Especially if those ill-gotten gains are used for a noble cause like saving the world. There couldn't be a more righteous outlaw. Moreover, I was already fully equipped for the deed. The mask I wore was impenetrable to most detection magic. And my black robe, identical to those of the terrorists, made blending in effortless. Even if caught mid-theft, there was no concern. Thanks to the amulet given by Seal, should I sustain any injury, the pair would instantly transport to my side through the shadows. At this point, it was as if it was divine providence. The heavens seemed to grant me permission to become a just thief. Miss Ruia would surely appreciate this. It's ironic, considering my lavish spending. I've caused significant financial damage to Miss Ruia's finances. The abundant magical power flowing through me might as well be considered the tears of Miss Ruia's labor. But then, this event unfolded. An opportunity to grab not only a sword worth the price of dozens of buildings but also all sorts of artifacts as they come. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. I adjusted my mask and straightened my robe. Concentrating my magic into my legs, I leaped with all my might. It was time to become an outlaw with a cause. Explosions echo from every direction. Screams of people plunged into panic filled the air. The black market had descended into complete chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, a man clad in a dark robe cracks a sly smile. So far, so smooth. The plan to terrorize the black market, claiming to be the notorious Black Fang, was proceeding without a hitch. Black Fang, a name that struck fear and vigilance in the heart of the Empire, now recklessly appropriated for criminal acts. The reason the man had embarked on this venture was simple. He was a knight of the Empire. Fight fire with fire, or so they say. The directive from above was straightforward. To incite terror under the guise of the Black Fang. The black market had always been a thorn in the side. Those trading Empire monopolized artifacts, relying solely on the support of the Archmage. While previously overlooked and merely surveilled, it was a matter that eventually needed addressing. The mysteries contained within these artifacts were vital for the survival of the Empire. It was under these circumstances that the Black Fang, a third force, emerged. The Empire's leadership decided to make the most of this situation. They chose to disguise themselves as the Black Fang and unleash terror here. A false justification was also prepared. The liberation of slaves traded in the black market. Exactly the kind of cause an organization in rebellion against the Empire would undertake. The true identity of the Black Fang remained a mystery. Thus, even for an archmage, distinguishing between them and the actual Black Fang was impossible. Unwittingly, the Black Fang would be framed, becoming the archmage's enmity without ever knowing why. Although the man, who held a fairly high position, did not know what the mysteries contained within the artifact were used for, it hardly mattered to him. As a knight of the Empire, one should not question orders. The retrieval of the artifact. Claiming a false stance while disguised as the Black Fang, some captured slaves were to be released as a diversion, while the rest were to be handed over to the royal court. It was a simple mission. And it was in the midst of this task that the man was deeply engrossed when it happened. Aik! There was a scream. A dreadful scream echoed in his ears. The man quickly looked around to grasp the situation, but there was nothing. The subordinates who had been there had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in the first place. His instincts, honed from countless battles, sent him a warning. The man quickly surveyed his surroundings to understand the situation. Soon, two figures clad in black robes appeared before him. Instinctively, the man knew. He knew who these people were. It was inevitable. His legs were shaking uncontrollably without him realizing it. Not the position of the strong, but that of the weak. Not the eater, but the eaten. The man was personally experiencing this overwhelming feeling. Yet, he did not give up. He somehow mustered his wits and spoke. I apologize for borrowing the name without permission. It was no coincidence that the man was chosen as the leader of this operation. With a gaze filled with an admiration that couldn't possibly be mistaken for deceit, he continued speaking to the two individuals. It's an honor to meet you. I'm sorry for using the name, but despite that, I wanted to be part of achieving a noble cause. A perfectly near-perfect lie, asking if they could help with the slave rescue, assuming it wasn't too presumptuous. The man was confident. Confident that he could somehow navigate this situation with his lies. Seal stared blankly at the man before her. The man was babbling about something, but Seal wasn't listening. Of course, she wouldn't. Why should she pay any mind to what others say when it's not even Ian talking? Devour him. With those words, the shadow morphed into a beast. The wolf voraciously consumed the man's arm. The screams are noisy, Seal thought, looking at the man writhing in pain with an expressionless face. Why would you do this? The man asked. Asking why he was being attacked. The question irked Seal. Uncharacteristically, Seal frowned slightly as she replied. You upset me. To Seal, Ian is everything in this world. The world revolves around him, and without him, it holds no meaning. And yet, this man had upset Ian. Seal still remembered. The way Ian lamented that the name of the Black Fang would be tarnished. Seal almost wanted to ask the man. Shouldn't he be grateful if dying could atone for upsetting Ian's feelings? Please, spare me. While Seal was lost in thought, the man was trying to stop the bleeding from his torn arm and was moving towards Leen. I truly sympathize with your ideals purely. It seemed like he was planning to spout some nonsensical words to Leen as well. However, Seal didn't particularly stop him. She merely added one more line. You can play with him. He's not a person, after all. As I roamed the streets, an eerie sense of unease washed over me. Strangely, there was no sign of the mysterious figures in black robes. Surely, I should have encountered at least one by now. Was my luck really this good? After pondering for a moment, a plausible explanation came to mind. Has that apprentice managed to suppress the terror attack? He may not be as formidable as the deceased archmage, but he's no weakling either. Plus, there's been some time since the previous incident. It wouldn't be odd to think he'd become stronger through training during this period. I need to hurry. If the terror is indeed being quelled, the window for me to act the part of a righteous hero is rapidly closing with every passing moment. I must hurry. But where in the world is that warehouse? The security system, activated automatically by the explosion, had naturally moved the holy sword to the warehouse beneath the auction house. I needed to find the secret passage leading to that warehouse, but where could it be? Even in the original story, the secret passage was only mentioned in passing, never implemented in the actual game. Mulling over this for a while, I suddenly came up with an absurd idea. It feels like I'm getting influenced by Leen. Such a brutally simple solution. Yet, why did I have this overwhelming intuition that it would work? I quickly made my way back to the auction house. I located where the security device had been triggered and positioned myself there. Surely, there must be a passage leading to the warehouse below. Phew. Taking a deep breath, I calmed my mind. Just as I had practiced before, I focused my magical energy into my fist. Then, with all my might, I struck down repeatedly. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the floor of the auction house shattered. After several attempts, a hole large enough for a person to easily enter had formed. The mindset of creating an entrance where there was none proved surprisingly effective. Indeed, when you're physically strong, your mind doesn't have to work as hard. I immediately jumped into the hole. Inside, it was not as dark as I had anticipated. Perhaps sensing someone's entry, lights flickered on as soon as I stepped in. And what caught my eye shortly after was, why are there children here? Children, not even listed in the auction, inexplicably bound here, all shackled by their ankles. The situation was dire. It was rare to find a child in good physical condition. Some were missing an arm. There was even a child grotesquely stitched up, their arms and legs forcibly swapped. The situation here was clear. Utterly diligent in the worst way. This was the auction house directly operated by the disciple of that archmage. And as one could infer from the archmage's involvement in the black market, his expertise was in dark magic. This was likely the result of the disciple's diligent practice. Whether diligently practicing dark magic is something to be praised, I'm not sure. As I was holding back nausea from the appalling scene, I felt a strange sensation near my leg. A girl, upon making contact with me, immediately recoiled in fear. Judging by her reaction, she seemed to be blind. I had a rough idea why this blind girl was frightened of me. There were marks of being whipped. She must have mistaken me for her owner. Don't worry. I didn't come here to harm you. I found myself deep in thought, wondering how to resolve this situation. But my contemplation was brief. After all, wasn't I here to steal? It just meant there was more to take care of now. Whether these kids were key characters in the original story, I wasn't sure, but does that really matter? I'm no psychopath. It's better to save those I can. I don't need to only save those who would be beneficial to me. Who are you? The child asked, her expression filled with terror. In the heart of enemy territory. For all I knew, there could be eavesdropping magic at play. Pondering how to respond, I soon came up with a suitable idea. There is one, isn't there? A name perfectly sellable in this situation. The Black Fang has come to rescue you. As soon as I declared myself the Black Fang, the blind girl's face flushed with confusion. She hesitated, mumbling to herself before finally speaking up. What's the Black Fang? A question all too natural. Indeed, upon reflection, it would have been more peculiar if she had known about the Black Fang. After all, she had been captured for use in dark magic research until now. Wouldn't it be stranger if a dark magician took the time to kindly explain the state of the empire to their intended sacrifice? After a moment's thought, I decided to explain. An organization intent on overthrowing the corrupt empire to create a world where everyone can live equally and happily. Probably. I provided an explanation, but even I wasn't sure of its accuracy. It was an organization not mentioned in the prequels or any spoilers. I had no way of knowing their true intentions. Given their relentless terrorist acts against the empire, it was clear they harbored grievances. Yet, they had never officially announced any slogan or specific objectives. Only the leader of the Black Fang would truly know their real purpose. And since I was unlikely to become acquainted with such a significant figure within the Black Fang, their objectives would remain a mystery. But, it didn't particularly matter to me. The one certainty was their intent to dismantle the empire and instigate a revolution. Considering the breadcrumbs laid out in the prequel, the final boss is likely tied to the empire, so a successful revolution would be to my benefit. I simply hoped the Black Fang would continue their fervent activities. Anyway, the important thing is that I've come to save you, I said, gently patting the girl's head. My gaze naturally drifted to her neck, a sight one might expect. 1201. Such a number was engraved on the girl's neck. I couldn't help but frown, pondering the significance of that number. How fervently must that bastard study? Operating such a black market, it's no surprise their wealth is rotten with excess. But to kill thousands crosses a line, no matter how you see it. I know it's futile to expect morality from a dark magician, but surely there has to be a line somewhere. Suddenly, a sense of justice surged within me. A conviction that the wealth of such corrupt officials should be swiftly confiscated, a spirit befitting a righteous outlaw was awakening in me. But before that, hold on, let me see your ankle. I said this while examining the magical chains binding the children. I had wondered why the cage door was left wide open. It seems they were overly confident in the security of these chains. The spell was intricately crafted, impossible to open by brute force. However, that was of no concern to me. This was a spell I was familiar with. I have mastered it. I've encountered it countless times across multiple playthroughs. A tedious mini-game. It was lengthy and couldn't be skipped, earning the ire of players, yet it remained unimproved. Life is indeed unpredictable, just as the saying goes. The premium edition I foolishly paid an extra 50,001 for is now my lifeline. And the dispel magic I've mastered through multiple playthroughs will continue to be useful. I remember the spell's formation clearly. There was no need for a reverse engineering process. I might as well have memorized the solution. A slight infusion of magic, and it's done. The magical chains dissolve. Soon, they vanish without a trace. Now that it's undone, try moving. At my words, the girl's face is painted with confusion. She caresses her own ankles, seemingly unable to grasp that the real chains were gone. Considering, it wasn't unreasonable. She must have been bound by those chains for so long, accustomed and resigned to a life of captivity. It's natural to be bewildered by sudden freedom. In this moment, there was only one thing left for me to do. I took the girl's hand, and slowly, I led her out. For the first time, the girl stepped outside the cage. Initially confused by the situation, she then simply let tears flow endlessly. I had no idea what kind of consolation to offer her. She looked no older than 8 at a glance. I couldn't begin to comprehend what a child, who had awaited death in captivity, might feel. Yet, I couldn't just stand by and leave her like that. So, I just held her hand tightly. At least, to let her know she wasn't alone anymore. I looked at the children I had rescued. There were 5 in total. But the only one I could properly communicate with was the blind girl. The others would nod in understanding to my words but couldn't speak. I could roughly guess why. The numbers engraved on their necks. The blind girl was the last in the sequence. Something must have been done to the earlier children to break them. Probably sacrificed to some demon. There was a similar character in the prequels. It seemed as if their very right to speak had been taken away. They understand me, even if they can't speak. With that, I entered the deeper part of the warehouse with the 5 children. If what we had seen so far was for dark magic research or slaves for experimentation, now we were met with all kinds of silver and gold coins. If the previous area was used as a research space, this seemed to be the real storage area. Let's pack as much as we can, and quickly escape from here. The blind girl, who had somehow regained her spirits, said this. I hadn't mentioned coming here to steal, but she was quite perceptive. She realized that I wouldn't leave until I obtained the item I was after. Impressive that she'd offer to help without me even mentioning it. But I didn't come here to steal gold. There are plenty of ways to make money. After all, I plan to start a potion business with Miss Ruia. Besides, when would we have the time to move all this heavy gold? We had to select only the valuable items, artifacts, and above all, I needed to focus on retrieving the holy sword I saw earlier. So, I was about to tell the girl that there was a specific item we were looking for when I suddenly realized something strange. How did you know there was gold here? Wasn't she supposed to be blind? When I asked, bewildered, the girl pondered for a moment before responding. What should I call it? Even though I can't see, I can feel it, sort of like a sense. What a curious case. A blind person seeing better than most. I never thought I'd encounter someone like this in reality, not just in fiction. Could she be an important character from the original work? The thought crossed my mind, but that seemed unlikely. The chances that the protagonist, having taken the same actions as me, had saved this child were slim. In the original story, she likely died without ever appearing. With that conclusion, I continued walking through the warehouse, then it hit me. Can you try to find something like a broken sword? If she could sense objects around her, maybe she could locate the holy sword as well? Holding on to that hope, I asked the girl. But strangely, the pink-haired girl remained silent. I could feel her hand trembling in mine. Turning to look, her face was pale with terror. Learned fear was evident in her expression. My face hardened naturally. Understanding what was happening wasn't difficult. Footsteps grew louder. An old man with white hair revealed himself before us. No, to be precise, it wasn't an old man. The Archmage died at the hands of his disciple during the course of the prequel story. It was the disciple who had killed his own master and was now masquerading in the master's form. Of course, this didn't mean he was weak. An overwhelming magical power could be felt. It seems the numerous sacrifices had indeed had their effect. Considering his progress since the prequel, it could only be described as a monumental advancement. I had thought he'd be busy quelling terrorism by now, but it seemed something had gone awry. But this might actually be a good thing. The man glared at me intensely. I could feel the pressure he emanated. Yet, I did not stop but moved towards him. It wasn't that I was certain of my victory that I did this. Even with my planned strategy, I guessed my chances of winning were only about 50-50. But I can afford to lose, can't I? It was only natural. After all, I still wore the amulet given to me by Seal. The moment I received even a scratch, those two would rush to my side through the shadows. A sufficiently strong opponent. Guaranteed safety. In other words, it was the perfect opportunity to gain real combat experience. Who are you? The man asked, his eyes blazing with intensity. However, there was no need to answer. With a deep breath, I stabilized the flow of mana. It was the beginning of a life-or-death battle, with only one life on the line. After instructing the children to run away, I turned my attention back to the man in front of me. Even upon a second glance, his overwhelming magical power is apparent. True to a dark mage, a sinister aura mixed with a malevolent vibe is palpable. It won't be as easy as I thought. However, giving up wasn't an option. I need to fight stronger opponents in the future. Avoiding real combat forever wasn't possible. I didn't want to screw up due to a lack of experience when I inevitably had to fight. With such a good opportunity presenting itself, how could I let it slip away? Besides, I really want to save the amulet for later. From the time I separated from Seal to find Leen up until now, Seal had been steadily gathering power to create the amulet. It's practically an artificial artifact. If I can avoid using it, that would be ideal. Well, in the end, there's only one conclusion. I just need to defeat this guy somehow. If we're just comparing magical power, he definitely has the upper hand. He won't be an easy opponent to deal with. If my power was created from Miss Rubia's tears of hard work, his was made from real tears. It would be strange if he wasn't strong after all the lives he's sacrificed. Considering that even this man, Asher, who was recognized as talentless in the previous work, ended up this strong. But there wasn't a big problem. A fight isn't decided by strength alone. I won't ask twice. Who are you? The man questions, with an evil aura slowly rising around him, as if he's directly aiming his murderous intent at me. Well, honestly, I'm not quite sure myself. After all, once murderous intent reaches a certain level, it's considered a psychic attack, so the immunity effect of the Emperor's might applies. The man's eyes grew more wary of me. It was clear what kind of misunderstanding he was having. I instinctively knew it. This moment was the optimal timing. How repulsive. To think you're parading around in your master's skin. Do you not have any sense of shame? I spoke with a weighted, solemn voice, taking a stance. The act of deliberately provoking him. It might seem meaningless at first glance, but it's different. This was the best solution when facing a mage. Constructing a spell requires concentration. Therefore, it was crucial to disturb the composure of a skilled mage in battle. The man's expression was painted with horror, but perhaps due to his experience, he regained his composure shortly after. It seems that this alone wasn't enough to shake his mental state. But it didn't really matter. It was to be expected. There's a reason why veterans are veterans. Asher, the disciple of the Archmage, is a character from the previous story. In other words, his face is one I've seen over the years while playing through multiple iterations. I couldn't skip the cutscene of him killing his master, which I've watched hundreds of times over. I probably know Asher better than he knows himself. It's blatantly obvious how to provoke him to the point of an outburst. So, I asked with a slight smile, do you even know that he was your father? It was time to hit him with the revelation of his birth. Asher seemed on the verge of madness. It was, perhaps, to be expected. He had been operating a black market with care when suddenly, a terrorist attack occurred. As he went to suppress it, all the terrorists mysteriously disappeared. An utterly incomprehensible situation. However, what truly drove Asher to the brink of insanity was something else. Who on earth is this man? The man who suddenly invaded his warehouse. He couldn't fathom the existence of such a person. Through the large opening, he had already figured out the man's route of entry. However, the security here couldn't possibly be that lax. Naturally, all sorts of mechanisms were prepared to thwart intruders. Curses potent enough to drive one to madness and stab themselves in the neck before even setting foot through the entrance. Over 80 humans were sacrificed just to create those, so their effectiveness was guaranteed. Yet, there he was, standing in this place as if unfazed. As if the curses he had painstakingly prepared meant nothing to him. It was the same even now. The power he received from a demon as a price for killing his master. Despite emitting an amount of demonic energy that could knock anyone unconscious, not a single flicker of change crossed the man's face. This enigmatic man calmly approached Asher and revealed a secret that no one else knew. The fact that he had killed his master and had been living in his guise. As if it were nothing significant, utterly nonchalant. How on earth? His expression crumbled in an instant. Cracks formed in the mask he had been wearing for more than 10 years. Until now, no one had discovered that fact. It was natural. After all, this was something he had specially crafted from his master's dissected body. No detection magic could penetrate it. His disguise and acting were flawless. That made it even more incomprehensible. How did this man figure it out? If there was one thing certain, it was that this man was not an opponent to be underestimated. There's no time to delay. Asher, trying not to alert the man to his presence, quietly started to construct a spell, or attempted to. But at that moment, an unbearable statement reached his ears. Do you know that he was your father? His mind went blank for a moment. It was clear that the man was spouting nonsense. That much was obvious, but he just couldn't focus on his spell. It's been over 10 years. It seems you still didn't know, the man said in a calm voice. It had to be a lie, such words couldn't be true. However, for some reason, he couldn't just ignore it. Haven't you ever wondered why a figure like your master would go out of his way to find a wandering boy and take him as a disciple? Stop talking nonsense. Asher shouted, forgetting even to pretend. The reason that assassination plan succeeded is simple. Yet, the man continued to speak in a calm voice, as if he had been there, recounting the events of that day so naturally. The poison that had unexpectedly entered his body in a moment of vulnerability. Unaware that it was his own son who had ingested it, he had poured all his energy into saving the son who had drunk the same wine. Initially, he had sought Asher with the intention of sacrificing his own flesh and blood, but at some point, he had genuinely come to love him as a son. You should have realized when the demon so readily provided such a rare and deadly poison. Those creatures would do anything for a bit of amusement. Do you really think I'd fall for such nonsense? Asher yelled. He wouldn't listen, it all had to be lies. With eyes full of madness, he unleashed a barrage of spells. But, as expected, all techniques copied from your master. You haven't grown at all. None of the attacks reached the man. They were all reversed and dissipated before they could touch him. The man walked towards him unscathed, with absolute calm. He couldn't comprehend it. How was such foolishness possible? To instantaneously reverse the curses aimed at him? It couldn't be possible. This was a secret of the master. Everyone who had seen it had been killed. Then how did this man reverse the spell? How could he know so well the construction of a curse he was supposedly seeing for the first time? The man's face slowly approached. The man with the wolf mask spoke in a calm voice. You are still as foolish as ever, my son. That statement. The moment he heard those words, there was no way he could maintain his sanity. Asher's magic spiraled out of control. And, the man didn't miss that moment. The man's entire magical power concentrates to a single point. Under normal circumstances, any regular body would not withstand it and burst apart. Yet, the man's fist remained unharmed. An event beyond rational comprehension. Idiot, you fell for that. Along with those words, a dull pain spread through Asher's abdomen. His rationality was instantly paralyzed. The pain rendered his mind unable to function properly. But even so, this damned bastard. Asher bit his tongue. A bitter taste of blood momentarily brought his consciousness back. Asher's face twisted in anger. It was to be expected. The gap in skill between that man and himself was overwhelmingly vast. He brushed off all attacks as if they were laughable. The reason he didn't kill Asher instantly, despite having the power to do so, was simple: to mock him, to toy with Asher as if he were a plaything. That was something utterly unforgivable. The outcome of the battle was clear. The difference in power was overwhelming. No matter how much Asher fought, he could not win against this man. But he could take him along as a companion in death. You will die alongside me, whom you so disdainfully underestimated. Teleportation magic. In Asher's hand, that ominous sword was now grasped. A thing that, despite 9 years of research, remained a mystery, and even demons refused to accept as a tribute. A decision was made to dispose of it, albeit reluctantly. Its true purpose was discovered only today. A disaster that continuously poured curses upon this world. A cursed sword that could drive anyone mad just by being nearby. If one were to receive all its curses, even that man would not emerge unscathed. Asher was certain of it. This, you brought upon yourself. With a grin that nearly split his face, Asher completely unleashed its seal. It was a perfect victory. Asher savored the joy to its fullest, smiling broadly. But why? Like a miracle, Asher was unaffected by the curse of the magic sword. In the end, that mysterious man couldn't escape the curse and died, leaving Asher the sole survivor. The reason remains unknown, but does it matter? What mattered was that Asher had won. You dared to underestimate me. Serves him right. Asher kicked the man's corpse, mocking, how does it feel to be bested by someone you looked down upon? Could there be anything better? Suddenly blessed with fortune, Asher's smile almost reached his ears. Yet, astonishingly, something even better happened. It's been a long time, my son. Suddenly, his master walked in from behind. A dead man, the very one he had personally slain, had come back to life. But, was that the important thing? No, the important thing was that his father had returned. Thus, Asher embraced his father with a broad smile. For some reason, his consciousness was hazy. There was a strange feeling in his throat. But Asher didn't pay it any mind. After all, what was the point of worrying about such trivialities when he was this happy? It surely was nothing of consequence. Why on earth is this bastard smiling? That thought was inevitable. The scene before me was utterly illogical. I love you? Hehe. I love you so much. Asher said, with a stupid, blissful smile on his face. Is he having a nice dream? His face was brimming with laughter. In this moment, my duty was crystal clear. I approached the defenseless fool and swiftly twisted his neck. For some reason, he hadn't even bothered to surround himself with the most basic magical protection. His neck bones shattered instantly. Well, when I think about it, this was my first kill. But I felt no shock, sorrow, or any inclination to wax poetic about my feelings. It was to be expected. After all, I knew the meaning of the number 1201 on the girl's neck. Feeling guilty for killing someone who sacrificed over 1,000 people would have been the real oddity. If anything, I was a bit dumbfounded. What on earth was this bastard? He was screaming as if he was about to use some secret technique, prompting me to wonder if I should prepare the amulet right then and there. But in the end, all he did was throw a tantrum by himself. After struggling to reach the boss final phase, it was as if he had committed suicide. It was enough to feel a sense of anticlimax. Well, there was some gain, at least. If it was a formula from the previous work, and if I could lower the opponent's concentration to reduce its completion rate, I could dispel the magic cast by the opponent before it reached me. In the right situation, this might be useful in actual combat. Moreover, there was another unexpected gain. Who knew the healthy body trait could be used this way? I suffered a bit from side effects. But considering the current situation, it was a small price to pay. It's a no-brainer. During combat, concentrating all my magical power at one point, an ordinary person's body would have exploded under the strain, but my fist was merely throbbing, perfectly intact. This clearly indicated something. Healthy body had far more insane versatility than I had imagined. It was as if I could eat elixirs, which would be treasures in martial arts tales, like popcorn, and still be fine. Even if my arm was worked to the point of bursting, I remained unharmed. The text on maintaining a healthy body was even catching the recoil from self-destruct techniques. This made it clear. Whether it was ramping up magical power or recklessly concentrating it at a single point, I could use such techniques at will. Talking about spamming self-destruct techniques without worrying about the risk. Well, if I use it too much, I won't exactly be unscathed. Still, this is sufficiently overpowered. It's an obvious conclusion. What others need to brace for death to use, I can get away with just a moderate fever. There's no legal cheat quite like it. A smile naturally formed on my lips. I debated till the last minute whether to spend an extra 50,000 won on the premium edition instead of ordering chicken twice. In hindsight, there couldn't have been a better decision. For the price of 2 chickens, I got the healthy body trait and the emperor might trait. The more I think about it, the more insane the deal seems. Especially considering I would have been dead long ago without it. I definitely need to collect more traits. That was the inescapable conclusion. Traits are abundant. Even a trash trait that can't block a simple sleep spell is showing this much performance. I've used up my choices, but that doesn't mean there's no way to acquire more traits. As I gather allies, I'll gradually increase my power. As I was reorganizing my plan and looking at the corpse, I suddenly noticed it. The sword that had been in his hand. Only then did I understand the whole story. I wondered why that bastard suddenly went crazy laughing by himself. It was because of this. After all, it's not surprising I didn't notice. I'm really not affected at all. Considering Asher's seizure or Miss Rubia's reaction last time, it seems to emit a rather dangerous curse. But from my perspective, it's just a broken scrap sword. I didn't feel any curse at all. Such things are treated as mental attacks. There's a reason I chose the Emperor Might trait. This developer sure loves its Lovecraftian themes. Going mad just by encountering it, or getting one's mind corrupted. How many times did I experience such things while playing the previous game? Indeed, resistance to mental attacks was essential. Satisfied with my previous judgment, I looked at the sword once again. So what should I do with this? It was a natural question to ask. The sword emitted an ominous black light. Though I couldn't feel it myself, it's likely spreading a curse or something similar around. I hope the children managed to escape properly, but if they didn't get far enough, they might be affected. It would be best to deal with this as soon as possible. And in my opinion, there was only one way to handle it. I'll have to purify it somehow. It's the obvious conclusion. Of course, it's not like a holy sword in this state is completely useless. Where do you even use a sword that gets stronger the more it curses the world? It's a feature hardly anyone could properly utilize unless they're particularly twisted. Sure, it could be used for mental attacks by exploiting its curse-emitting nature. But that's inconvenient. Naturally. How do you even carry around a cursed sword that kills everyone nearby? Seal might somehow manage to withstand it, but Miss Rubia would drop dead the moment she came close. If I don't plan on living my life away from society, I can't carry around such a sword. Conversely, the divine power originally held by the holy sword was exactly the kind of strength I needed now. If the world is in danger, it's likely due to demons or a demon king. To stand against them, having a functioning holy sword is necessary. But how on earth do I purify it? I felt like I was in the dark. The previous works might have shown how to corrupt it, but not how to purify it. Since the user becomes corrupted by cursing everything in the world, should I try the opposite approach? Would holding the holy sword with a heart full of love for everything in the world change something? But then again, I'm not exactly pathologically philanthropic, am I? With these thoughts, my head started to spin. However, lacking any other ideas, I sighed and grasped the holy sword. And then, suddenly, a black shimmer began to climb up my arm. Before I could grasp what was happening, that dark energy had completely merged with me. The sword's blade glowed with a soft, bright light. The holy sword was perfectly purified. My mind felt numb. Why did this happen all of a sudden? More importantly, what just happened? I was bewildered and deep in thought for a long while, but no matter how much I pondered, I couldn't understand why this had occurred. All that remained was the result that the holy sword was purified as soon as I touched it. And I didn't feel anything unusual in my body either. Something continued to nag at me, but I couldn't cling to an unsolvable issue for the rest of my life. In the end, I took the holy sword and went to find the children. Why could this be? Freeing slaves, dealing with villains, purifying a holy sword, as if walking the path of a true hero. The feeling that I might have seriously taken the wrong turn somewhere. That was something I just couldn't understand. The Emperor Might absorbs the corrupted energy of the holy sword. The Emperor Might hints at the possibility of transforming into of. Your spiritual stature is becoming closer to. A critical error has been detected. The path of fate is being reset. Perhaps I'm currently facing an adversary more formidable than that guy, Asher. It seemed only natural for me to think so. Because right now, in front of my eyes were children, sobbing pitifully. Though only 4 of them were unable to speak. For some reason, I couldn't understand even the words of that blind girl now. By the looks of it, she probably didn't know what she was saying herself either. Her sobs were interspersed with attempts at speech, but it was closer to babbling than any real conversation. Well, I sort of get why they're acting like this. From their perspective, they must feel like they've abandoned their savior by running away. Feeling guilty wasn't unreasonable. But honestly, I'm totally fine with it. It's to be expected. I'm not some mad psychopath, and there's no way I would force children, who should be in kindergarten, to stake their lives in a fight. So, there was absolutely no need for the children to feel any guilt. Don't worry about it. I was the one who told you to run away first. Be bulletin, but still. If you had stayed, it would have been hard to fight worrying about you, right? Following my orders promptly was actually commendable. I tried to comfort the kids with these words, but their expressions remained gloomy. They were still feeling guilty, it seemed. After pondering for a moment, I spoke again. If it really bothers you, you can just help me out when you grow up. A phrase I threw out to console them. But honestly, it contained a bit of my own selfish desire. It was only natural. If these kids had any talent, I hoped they would help prevent the end of the world when they grew up. Of course, I had no intention of using these young kids as soldiers. If they were really going to help me, that would be a matter for the future. With these thoughts, I gently stroked the children's heads. Fortunately, this seemed to work somewhat, as their crying slowly ceased. The blind girl nodded her head with a determined expression, as if she had made some kind of resolve. Even though her eyes were red and swollen, making her serious expression look rather cute. Now that I think about it, I've gotten quite used to doing things like this. It feels like just yesterday I was struggling to become friends with Seal, and now here I am, adept at dealing with children. The feeling of being suspiciously good at handling young kids. I'm not sure if I should be proud of this or not, but for the sake of my mental health, let's just consider it a good thing. After all, thanks to that, I've managed to calm the kids down. Now, all that's left is to gather what I need and leave. I've already secured the holy sword, but I can't miss out on the artifacts. It's a given. After all the trouble of defeating the boss, not collecting the reward would be the height of foolishness. Since I can't take everything with me, I'll select as many of the best ones as possible to bring along. With that thought, I began to survey the items, and then an idea struck me. Hey kids, can you help me out here? Why bother selecting only the good artifacts? If we all work together, we can take everything. With 5 of us, we could carry not just the artifacts but a significant amount of gold as well. With this in mind, I asked the children for help. The process that followed was incredibly smooth. Since I knew all the artifacts in the game, I described their shapes to the girl, and the blind girl would use her senses to find their location, then we'd simply collect them. In less than 2 hours, we managed to clean out the entire warehouse. A smile naturally formed on my lips. When I think about it, it wasn't even hard. We had collected over 20 artifacts by now. If I had gathered these through the standard route of exploring ruins, it would have taken over 20 years at the fastest. Yet here I was, having acquired the results of 20 years in just 2 hours. And I hadn't spent a single penny of my own money. There's no cheat like this level of cheat. What to do? At this rate, I might actually get a taste for robbery. I led the kids out of the warehouse. With everything gathered, all that was left was to regroup with my other companions and leave this place. I was about to head to the VIP seating area to meet up with Miss Ruia when I noticed something odd. Isn't it too quiet? It was unusually silent. There should have been a terrorist attack, but for some reason, not a soul was in sight. An utterly incomprehensible situation. I quickly surveyed the streets of the black market to grasp what was happening. Bloodstains were everywhere. No matter where I looked, the ground, the wall, strange bloodstains were scattered all around. However, the odd thing was, despite the abundance of bloodstains, not a single corpse could be found. I calmly assessed the situation. There was no need to ponder whose blood it was. It obviously belonged to those fake black fangs. The reason why none of the terrorists were visible seemed to be that they were all probably dead. So, who took care of them? It must have been Asher. This thought also explained why only the bodies were missing. He's a dark mage. He must have efficiently used the bodies of his fallen enemies. I found myself having to slightly adjust my assessment of Asher. Perhaps I had underestimated Asher's abilities. After all, upon reflection, the psychological warfare, and the information I possessed about him, had been fatally effective against him. The magic Asher used was mostly learned from his master, making it easy to dispel. The dark mage realizing his paternal love and the boy who unwittingly killed his own father. The psychological depiction of the dark mage was quite impressive, and I particularly enjoyed the story for not washing away the villain's deeds but ending in tragedy. Having memorized it all, I was able to perfectly target Asher's psychological weaknesses. Moreover, Asher, unaware of my immunity to mental attacks, chose to overdrive the corrupted holy sword as his trump card. Considering this, from Asher's perspective, there couldn't be a more unfair situation. He faced someone who knew all his spells, understood all his circumstances, and even his trump card was ineffective. To be this unlucky could almost be considered miraculous. No, should I say he was actually lucky. Had he defeated me, his end would have been far more terrible than it is now. Had I even received a scratch, wouldn't he have been dismembered into 17 pieces by Leen? I certainly had no intention of sparing such scum. Far from stopping it, I would have egged it on. Instead, by losing to me, he managed to end his life through somewhat more humane means. Maybe Asher is thanking me from hell? Perhaps this is a gift of gratitude from Asher. When I think about it, it's strange for me, a decent modern person, to suddenly develop a taste for thievery. It's more plausible to think that Asher's wishes from hell have reached me. Asher's desire to repay me in some way must have been transmitted, suddenly filling me with the urge to raid his warehouse. Thank you, Asher. I won't let your feelings be in vain. After completing this perfect self-rationalization, I walked through the streets with a lighter step. A thought occurred to me. Now that I think about it, what would the Black Fangs think of this situation? It was a natural question to have. This situation. To anyone unaware of the details, it would appear as though the fake Black Fangs were killed, and the Archmage died in the process. It was obvious who would be blamed for this act. The Black Fangs. This incident would be known as the Grand Event, where the Black Fangs severely punished those impersonating them and even killed an Archmage, effectively erasing the black market from the world. Even though the Black Fangs hadn't actually done anything this time, I was the one who killed the man disguised as the Archmage, and Asher himself took care of the fake Black Fangs. It makes me think secret organizations have their troubles too. It's ridiculous to try to prove it wasn't their doing, so in the end, their leader might have to tacitly accept it as their own action. Thinking about it made me feel somewhat sympathetic. Since it has come to this, let's exploit it one more time. With that thought, I looked around. Slaves left behind by fleeing slave traders, not yet picked up. There were no guards or surveillance cameras around. It was possible that among these, there might be protagonists from the original story. There was only one thing for me to do now. Pretend to be the Black Fangs and blindly attempt to save them. It was time to play the gotcha. Wake up. How long do you plan to sleep? The words came suddenly. Ruia, with a blank face, rubbed her eyes and soon realized she had been unconscious all this time. Her face went pale in an instant. And for good reason. It was outrageous to have passed out in front of the leader of the Empire's worst terrorist organization. It was an act no different from throwing her life away. I'm sorry. Moreover, Ruia was now seated in a chair. In other words, the leader had personally carried her here while she was unconscious. Worried she might have offended him, Ruia spoke with a trembling voice. However, the response she received was utterly unexpected. Questions about why she was apologizing, remarks about how it was merely something said because she was sleeping too vulnerably while dangerous things were happening outside. Those were some incredibly gentle words. For a moment, Ruia's mind went blank. Perhaps, he might be nicer than I thought. The term gaslighting didn't exist in this world, so Ruia had no way of knowing she was experiencing it without her realizing. When I think about it, he's always been kind to his members. Though he had coolly threatened to kill her before she officially joined the organization, there had been no threats after she received the black robe. Thinking back, it seemed he had actually been looking out for her. It was just her who had been unilaterally terrified of the monstrous leader. Being strong doesn't mean one lacks humanity. Reconsidering his actions from this perspective made Ian seem more reasonable and kind than she had thought. Perhaps, there's no need to be afraid of him. That was what Ruia was thinking as she tried to rise from the chair. Ruia's expression turned to one of confusion. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. There were dozens of people in front of her. These people are slaves I've just rescued. Her mind went blank in an instant. She couldn't make sense of what she was hearing. Slaves? Rescued? But even as Ruia stood confused, Ian continued to explain. He had rescued them after slave traders had abandoned them while fleeing. The search was assisted by Seal, the destruction was handled by Leen, and he dispelled the slave brands himself, thereby rescuing over 40 people in a blink of an eye. Ruia simply couldn't keep up with the situation. Dispel slave brands? Is that even remotely possible by any standard? But setting that aside for now, what were you thinking doing something like that? Stealing from the black market was an issue that couldn't simply be overlooked. Ruia's panic over this black market terrorism incident wasn't for nothing. Contrary to its name, the black market was an incredibly safe place. After all, it's operated by the Archmage himself. No one would dare dream of breaking the rules. How could anyone think of opposing the Archmage? That's why no one dares to steal anything from the black market. And yet, the leader has now blatantly stolen dozens of slaves. And somehow, he's even managed to cleanly erase their slave brands. This situation. It was obvious what the Archmage would think of this. I'll go and try to explain the situation somehow, Ruia said as she abruptly stood up. There might still be a chance now. It's too early to give up. She needs to quickly explain the situation to the Archmage and somehow apologize. She might not be confident in changing the Archmage's mind, but what wouldn't she do to survive? That was Ruia's thought as she was about to rush off in search of the Archmage. Where are you off to all of a sudden? Ian stops her. His expression was incredibly calm, as if he didn't understand the severity of the situation. That's why Ruia quickly continued explaining. After all, eloquence is a skill any businessman inevitably needs to have. Explaining the severity of the situation without upsetting the leader too much was a simple task. And after hearing everything, Ian pondered for a moment before speaking. You don't need to worry about that. That person, he's dead. Ruia's mind went blank in an instant. The meaning of his words was clear upon reflection. True to form. The leader spoke as if it was nothing. I killed him. So you don't need to worry. Ruia's face went pale. It was, perhaps, to be expected. The man was nonchalantly talking about how he had killed the Archmage, a figure even the Empire hesitated to confront. It was beyond comprehension. After all, not a single scratch could be seen on the man's body. The implication was clear. An overwhelming difference. A gap in power so vast that calling it a fight wouldn't even make sense, indicating that there was an absolute disparity in strength between the two. She could feel cold sweat running down her back. She had known all along that the leader before her eyes was an unimaginably formidable force. Yet, knowing did not prevent her from being shocked. What kind of monster could so dominantly overpower the Archmage? It was impossible to understand within the realm of normal logic. Oh, by the way, some of the people we rescued said they want to join us. Would you be able to lend us the mansion? As always, he asked politely. In this situation, there was only one course of action she could take. Of course? I'll even build a new building for them? Ah. Ruia felt like crying right then and there. I found myself reflecting on my attitude once again. Among the slaves we rescued, not a single one was a villain. I had complained about my lack of human fortune, but upon reflection, such deception was unparalleled. To speak of lacking good fortune when having such comrades. Where else in the world would such absurdity be found? How magnanimous is this person? I couldn't help but think. Thinking it was already an unreasonable request to accommodate these people in the mansion, yet Miss Ruia readily agreed to construct a new building for them. I had been wondering how to accommodate 30 people. Among the rescued slaves, 30 had decided to accompany me. After sending off those with families or places to return to, a surprisingly large number of people remained. Mostly, they were children with nowhere to go. Children who had no means to feed themselves or anyone to protect them, facing a bleak future. Since it's easier to train magic at a younger age, teaching them well could surely be of help. However, the actual space to house and educate these children was sorely lacking. Yet, Miss Ruia had eagerly declared she would provide that space, even before I could offer potion recipes as compensation. A smile naturally formed on my lips. Really, I'm so lucky to have met Miss Ruia, I said, offering my thanks to Miss Ruia, even though her face was more than half covered by a mask. I couldn't see Miss Rubia's expression, but I was certain she was wearing an incredibly kind smile. I don't know how many times I've received her help. As soon as I get back, I'll make sure to take care of her first. Thinking about it, being able to come to this black market was all thanks to Miss Ruia. It was Miss Ruia who had secured the entrance tickets on time so we could enter here. Thanks to Miss Ruia being a noble, we were able to take the train and arrive here on time. It was Miss Ruia's support with the elixir that laid the groundwork for defeating Asher. Finding any part of this journey that didn't involve Miss Ruia's help would be more challenging. From the Holy Sword to over 20 artifacts, achieving such results would have been impossible without her. It seems I really do have good luck with companions. With Seal, Leen, and Miss Ruia, each and every one of them feels too good to be true. And even this time, though I didn't find any heroes, there were many kids with potential, like the blind girl I met before. So, are we heading back now? While I was lost in these thoughts, Miss Ruia cautiously asked. Indeed. We had achieved all our objectives. We had taken everything we could and gained everything available. But, there's still one thing left to do. It goes without saying. I do have a conscience, after all. I couldn't possibly be cold-hearted enough not to offer some form of repayment after exploiting the name of the Black Fangs so freely. Moreover, if the revolution truly succeeds, the chances of dealing with the mastermind behind it all are high. There was plenty of reason to assist the Black Fangs. Seal, could you leave a message with your magic? It was time to lend a hand to the Black Fangs, even if just a little. Anyone who has played Blood and Bone would inevitably develop a disdain for the Empire. Its strength is disgustingly overpowering, making cooperation almost a forced strategy for easier progression in the game. Yet, allies as despicable as these are rare. Their actions are consistently off-putting, with backstabbing at the slightest distraction being a given. They're a group of lunatics who will do anything if it benefits them. This led me to be certain about one thing. The Empire must have had a hand in this incident. There's a level of despicableness that, once crossed, paradoxically turns into reliability. If it's the Empire, they're undoubtedly concocting some abhorrent scheme. If it's the Empire, they're surely up to some dog-like trickery. I trusted in the Empire's despicableness. Thinking about it, that fake Black Fang was too strange. It was obvious. I couldn't understand their motives at all. The idea that they came to steal something from the black market doesn't hold up since they showed no interest in the largest warehouses. To say they came for slave liberation is contradicted by the numerous slaves who lost their lives to the Black Fang's bombs. If their purpose was truly humanitarian, there were surely better means than terrorism. Moreover, targeting this black market specifically doesn't make sense. Only the protagonist of the prequel and I know that the Archmage is already dead. To the outside world, this place is still reputed to be operated by that great Archmage. There couldn't have been a more inappropriate place for thievery. Then, why do it? The reason is quite simple. There had to be a reason that it had to be here. A reason to attack the black market. This brings me to a logical suspicion. What if this fake Black Fang was associated with the Empire? The Empire's disdain for this black market was a fact even in the prequel. The Empire certainly had a motive for such an act. Then, why impersonate the Black Fang? That, too, can be somewhat surmised. Using an enemy to control another enemy, such tactics were commonly employed by the Empire in the prequel. From the Empire's perspective, they likely aimed for a scenario where the Black Fang and the Archmage were at odds. Moreover, many guests of the black market were also caught up and killed in this terrorism. Naturally, only the wealthy noble class would have access to such a place. This might be a bit of a stretch, but perhaps that too was part of the Empire's cunning strategy. Consider the current situation. What if the Empire publicizes this terrorism as an act committed by the Black Fang? What happens if this incident, which resulted in the deaths of numerous civilians and many nobles caught in the explosion, is entirely blamed on the Black Fang? What if public opinion is swayed to believe the Black Fang orchestrated this terror attack on the black market with the intent of massacring all the nobles? It wasn't hard to imagine. In an instant, the Black Fang would be reduced to an extremist revolutionary group, intent on killing all nobles. Then, that would complicate the revolution. It's obvious. The reason I held the Black Fang's revolutionary potential in high regard was because they had been more rational in their actions than expected. They do not harm civilians. They do not kill people simply because they are nobles. Their rebellion targets only the imperial royal family. If things continued this way, it was likely that the Black Fang could secure the nobility as their backing. Not all nobles are evil, despite the Empire's corruption. Surely, there are those who, if persuaded well, could become valuable allies. Considering the strength of the Black Fang, there would be those among them willing to betray the Empire for their own gain. But if things proceed in this manner, the Black Fang becomes the public enemy of the Empire's nobility. Being a guest at the black market would not justify death. Sure, some may have come here for unspeakable and vile purposes, but others were here searching for materials available only here. Didn't I also visit purely for shopping, without any malicious intent? If this incident became public, the tarnishing of the Black Fang's image would be unavoidable. Even nobles who were somewhat favorable towards the Black Fang would turn their backs. Facing the imperial royal family is challenging enough without making more enemies. For the Black Fang, preventing this scenario is imperative. So, this is where I come in. With that thought, I allowed myself a slight smile. In the current situation, there's only one thing I need to do. To ensure the Empire doesn't distort the event at will, it's essential to firmly establish our stance in advance. To declare that this massacre was not the work of the Black Fang. Rather, it was a punishment for those who massacred civilians in the name of the Black Fang. Seal. Make sure it's untraceable, handle it with care. With my words, Seal leaves a trace with magic. In time, this message will rise high into the sky with a loud noise. In other words, this is the Black Fang's first official statement to be commemorated. Well, I'm not exactly the leader of the Black Fang. Leaving a statement on my own does weigh a bit on my conscience. After all, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. I already figured out that the Black Fang had a tolerance for this sort of thing through the incident with Leen. Be it the assassination of the Empire's Knight Commander, the elimination of its leadership, or dealing with dark mages. Among the feats known to be accomplished by the Black Fang, the annihilation of an elite unit was actually orchestrated by Leen. I'm certain of it because I witnessed it myself. However, in the public eye, it's treated as an act committed by the Black Fang. And the Black Fang hasn't denied it either. The reason for their acceptance is simple. Claiming such deeds as their own builds the necessary prestige for the revolution. The Black Fang isn't some incomprehensible monster group. They're a revolutionary group that acts surprisingly sensibly. This statement will definitely support the activities of the Black Fang. So, there shouldn't be any significant backlash from their side. They'll probably turn a blind eye to it like the last time. Well, even if my assumption is wrong and the Black Fang becomes furious over this matter, having Leen and Seal means there's not much to worry about. If this goes well, maybe I'll try to initiate contact with them once. They seem to act in a manner I respect, and we seem to be somewhat on the same wavelength, a powerful force that could be a decent ally. It's done, Seal announced. It ended so quickly I worried the spell might be flawed. But astonishingly, there wasn't a single fault to find. The completion was almost artistic. I've felt this before, but Seal is just as much of an overpowered as Leen. If not for a poorly drafted contract, their pure magical talent alone would make even an archmage drool with envy. Is this what it means to be a protagonist's companion? It's incredibly reassuring. Though, their personality does give me a bit of worry. The kid is just too naive, considering the absurd request to leave a statement in the name of the Black Fang. Yet, as always, Seal didn't utter a single question. They just went ahead and did as I said. They'd probably nod without hesitation even if I asked them to vouch for me. I appreciate their devotion, but I can't help worrying if such naivete can survive the world. While harboring these thoughts and observing Seal, I suddenly realized something peculiar. Now that I think about it, why don't Seal and Leen question my actions? But more puzzling, why doesn't Miss Ruia ask why I'm doing this? Am I really to believe she has nothing to say while I impersonate the Empire's most nefarious secret organization and issue a statement? Does that make any sense? Driven by curiosity, I asked Miss Ruia if she wasn't at all curious about why I was engaging in such actions. I support whatever you do. So, if there's anything you need, just let me know. But the response I got was a rambling one. It was clear what had happened in this situation. It seems you still don't quite understand. She must still be half asleep, not fully grasping the situation yet. Seal is one thing, but she's really something else. How has she managed to survive in this harsh world being so absent-minded? And her personality is oddly too kind. How she succeeded as a businesswoman is a mystery to me. Our potion business, which involves duplicating money. Miss Ruia plays a crucial role in it, yet my trust in her as a business partner is plummeting in real time. I had hoped to benefit from her expertise in promotion or networking as a businesswoman. I'm already worried about whether we can actually get this business off the ground. It seemed like she wasn't even listening when I explained the business plan earlier. Well, given the help I've received from her, it's only right, out of loyalty, to share the profits, no matter how unreliable she seems. I remember the amount I've borrowed so far. With the help I've received, it's only right to return at least 3 times that amount to save face. Oh, no, I do understand everything. I completely empathize with you. As my expression darkened, Miss Ruia hastily exclaimed. Did she ingest something wrong? While I was bewildered, Miss Ruia continued to ramble on, saying things about overthrowing the Empire together, how she genuinely agrees with my ideology. Her voice trembling as if she was undergoing some life-threatening ideological scrutiny. A completely incomprehensible situation. After a moment of contemplation, I finally realized what was happening. The cause of Miss Ruia's sudden erratic behavior. I had a rough guess as to what it might be. What in the world did Asher put in that drink? I couldn't be more grateful that I hadn't drunk the alcohol provided in the VIP seats. I knew Asher was extreme, but I never imagined he would stoop to such actions even towards his auction house customers. I had no choice but to retract any declaration of support for Asher. To think he would exterminate so many fake Black Fangs without blinking an eye, and even feed Miss Ruia some bizarre drug to the point of putting her in this state. Truly, the more you dig, the more horror stories you find about him. What kind of monster does something like this? After much deliberation, the statement was finally crafted. The last task to be handled in the black market was now complete. There are many concerns about how well it will be received and how the Black Fangs will respond to the statement, but for now, all that needed to be done has been accomplished. All that's left is to return to the mansion of Miss Ruia, which has unexpectedly become our hideout. I never thought I would get stuck at this part. A very realistic problem has hit me. Getting back is fine, but how on earth do we go about it? Our numbers have increased too much. Including the slaves we just rescued and our own group, there are more than 30 people. Of course, taking the train was not an option. It's obvious. While everyone else fled in terror, are we supposed to casually take dozens of slaves shopping and hop on a train? That would be like advertising to get us caught and interrogated. Besides, walking such a distance is far too great. Moreover, moving in such a large group, it's very likely we'd draw unwanted attention and be followed. And if the Empire were to notice? No, worse, if they were to ridiculously mistake us for the Black Fangs. That's a situation I absolutely must avoid. We must avoid that at all costs. So, to sum up the current situation, it's simple. We can't take a train, nor can we walk. However, we must quickly get out of here and head to the mansion. This is driving me crazy. My head is spinning. Whether it's dealing with a corrupted holy sword split in two, a sudden terror attack, or a desperate fight with Asher, many unexpected events were resolved without much trouble. But now, we're stuck on the bizarre issue of how do we actually get home. When the game becomes reality, these are the complications that arise. Normally, one would just click for fast travel on the map and be done. But without that, these problems arise. Hold on. Fast travel, can we really not use that right now? Of course, this damn status screen keeps displaying the usual the path of fate is being reset or something. But that doesn't mean there isn't a complete lack of alternatives. Seal, can you use some kind of teleportation magic? I asked Seal, who after a moment of consideration, nodded affirmatively. I couldn't help but re-evaluate Seal's capabilities once again. To think she could use high-level magic like teleportation. What kind of incredible talent does she possess? These comrades in this work are really too competent. In the previous works, companions all started from the bottom, but here, it's as if everyone is a powerhouse. Looking at the specs, they seem more akin to bosses than fellow characters. We can only send those people. Seal said that. She meant that she could only teleport the 30 slaves, excluding us. But that was to be expected. The difficulty of teleportation magic increases exponentially depending on the target. If it were so easy to use teleportation magic on strong opponents, one could simply teleport anyone 500 kilometers up in the air and let them fall to their death. No, there wouldn't even be a need to drop them from a height. One could just cancel the magic midway and tear them apart in the fabric of space. It's not without reason that I've been saving the amulet Seal gave me. It can only move to where my shadow falls, and it takes a long time and various ingredients to create. That someone like Leen or Seal could be teleported instantly was utterly unbelievable. Perhaps, the demon Seal contracted with might actually be quite useful in terms of utility. The cost of half a soul is certainly painful, but it seems to be worth the meal, so to speak. Thanks to this, things have become unexpectedly easier. We can just take the train back normally. Walking would take at least 10 days. 10 days is not a short time. We don't know when or how destruction will come, or what we need to stop to prevent it. I cannot afford to waste time. So, the plan was to take the train again on the way back. Somehow, I have this unsettling feeling that we might end up on the same train as terrorists. Surely it's just a misconception. My brain has been too marinated in web novels. While terror episodes are common when it comes to trains and stories, this is reality. The chances of encountering a terrorist organization in real life aren't that high. It seems my instincts might be a bit off. I used to trust my good instincts, but lately, I seem to be misstepping frequently. Shall we prepare now? Seal suggested. Probably she would start preparing the teleportation magic right away if I agreed. However, I shook my head. The reason was quite simple. We need to lay down some business foundations. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Now I could pick and choose as much of the materials I wanted as I wanted. With 30 people at our disposal, it made sense to send them all together, each loaded with various items. Sure, it felt a bit like stealing. But then again, the black market was already half destroyed, and the merchants had either been caught in the explosion or had fled. If we left things as they were, the Empire would just take everything. It's better that we put it to good use instead. This was, in a way, retaliation against the Empire. Diverting goods meant for the Imperial Treasury surely counted as a perfectly justifiable act of rebellion. I directed the people we rescued to gather various items. It was time to set up a business foundation for free. The children were more competent than I had anticipated. Perhaps because they had all miraculously survived death. They were more passionate and capable than expected. A blind girl took charge, sensing the location of items, and the others fetched them as directed. The efficiency of this systematic division of labor was significant. It took less than an hour for them to gather all the materials I requested. Now, we really had taken everything we could from here. From holy swords and artifacts to materials and manpower, we had completely cleaned out the place. All that was left was to send the slaves via teleportation magic, and for us to take the train back to the mansion. It was supposed to take about 2 hours. Teleportation magic, especially targeting so many people, required more time than one might expect. That meant we had some time to spare. I could sit and blankly watch Seal drawing the magic circle, but that would be such a waste. As someone who prioritizes efficiency, I couldn't allow such a waste of time. If there's something to be done, it's better to do it. That's why I was now walking the streets of the black market. Most customers and merchants had fled. However, that didn't mean there was nothing left to gain here. It'd be a shame to give up now. It might be an obsession, but having come this far, I wanted to recruit at least one good character into our group. Though we had rescued most of the abandoned slaves, there's no such thing as 100% certainty in this world. Who knows? Perhaps there's still a good character here waiting to be rescued. Well, the chances are low, I know. But there's no harm in trying, right? There's spare time anyway. Might as well make somewhat useful use of it. Even if I don't find any good characters, picking up any item would mean I haven't lost anything. And then, what should I say? A strange conviction struck me. A belief that I might just meet a key character from the original work. Well, my instincts have been off lately. But this time, an unfounded intuition filled my mind. So, I wandered around, glancing around the streets of the black market. Unfortunately, no auspicious coincidence seemed to appear. It ended up being just a meaningless stroll. Almost 2 hours had passed. I couldn't afford to spend more time here. Eventually, I sighed and started to head back to where Seal was. Well, I intended to. Is anyone there? At that moment, a voice reached my ears. I turned my head to pinpoint the source of the sound. And then, my face hardened in an instant. A blue ponytail. A knight with black eyes. Every detail matched what I had read in the spoiler posts. However, no smile formed on my lips. It couldn't have. It was only natural. The person standing before me was the Empire's worst psychopath. Though appearing as a noble and upright knight, in reality, it was scum who reveled in committing heinous crimes, murdering, and torturing people. In other words, for the first time since my possession, I was face to face with a named villain. Found it, finally. Lucy, an apprentice knight of the Empire, felt like she could burst into cheers right there and then. It seemed only natural. Today, she had finally discovered the location of the black market. For someone as ordinary as her, not only was it a challenge to obtain an entrance ticket, but even discovering the venue was nearly impossible. Moreover, as an apprentice knight, she was obliged to assist with various menial tasks. Finding time to gather information was extremely difficult. However, Lucy had ultimately succeeded. Although her family had fallen from grace, she had managed to use her noble status to monitor the movements of the magic train passengers. She couldn't just take leave whenever she wanted, so she couldn't arrive on time. But knowing was what mattered. After being bossed around by her seniors all day, she rushed straight to the magic train. Stop right there. Drop your weapon and surrender. Me. Her shabby attire had led to misunderstandings. She was mistaken for a commoner and subjected to questioning. Even after proving her identity, she faced remarks like, "Valier? Oh, that family? I didn't know anyone from there was still alive," which made her face turn red. And complaints about a commoner hiding aboard led to a major disturbance inside the train, accusing her of terrorism. There were various incidents like these. But reaching here is what counts. Lucy quickly composed herself. What if things got a bit rough? Ever since her family's downfall, frustration had always clung to her life. But that didn't mean she could always remain resigned and gloomy. Positive thinking was most crucial. Thus, Lucy, looking at the magically concealed entrance to the black market, allowed herself a slight smile. Her reason for doing this was simple. She might be too embarrassed to tell others, but it was to punish the wicked and bring justice to the world. The black market was a den of vile dealings. Slave trading was just the beginning. It was a true den of evil with all sorts of horrendous crimes unfolding. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Because I've decided to become like him. When her family had been engulfed in calamity, a hero had saved her. To become like that hero, Lucy had resolved to become a knight. Therefore, she must save people and do good like that hero. Heroes don't exist in this world. Suddenly, a whispering voice in her ear. She stood dazed for a moment, then remembered one thing. Come to think of it, a hero does not exist in this world. The man with black hair. Ian, the name he used when he supposedly saved her from disaster 11 years ago, was a hero that didn't exist. Why had she been harboring such a foolish delusion? Creating a non-existent person out of thin air. Perhaps the stress had gotten too severe lately. Then how did I survive back then? That's not important. She thought about it for a moment. It really wasn't important. Given her failure to remember, it surely wasn't significant. Dwelling on it would just be a waste of time. What mattered was that she had to do something about the black market where these atrocities were happening. For some reason, she felt compelled to act, as if it were her life's purpose. She swallowed hard and, keeping her tension, slowly headed towards the entrance. She had thoroughly researched the black market. So, she was well aware of its stringent security system. She would likely have to breach heavy security. Can I really do this? It was natural to have such doubts. She was fairly confident in her swordsmanship. Among the apprentice knights, none could match her. Moreover, she had a special ability that she kept secret from everyone. Eyes that saw what should not be visible. The psychic eyes that could perceive the essence of souls. A power inherited from her parents. But still, this was the infamous black market. Operated by that archmage. No matter how confident she was in her skills, she wasn't a match for an archmage. Thus, entry must be absolutely secretive. She had to be extremely careful not to attract the guards' attention. The moment they reported her, it would be over. She nervously ripped a scroll engraved with an invisibility spell. A month's salary vanished in an instant, and it felt like her heart was torn apart as well. But there was no time to hesitate. The duration of such a cheap scroll wasn't long. Thus, Lucy hurried towards the hidden entrance of the black market when, she let out a dumbfounded noise. It was to be expected. Her body was, by no means, invisible. Lucy quickly realized the situation. The lady looked so kind, she gave me a special half-price discount. She had been scammed. She'd fallen for a fake scroll. She had felt something was off, but the promise of a half-price deal had completely fooled her. In an instant, Lucy's face turned pale. The current situation. She could roughly predict what was about to happen. Could she really die from something like this? Was the Archmage about to come personally and kill the intruder? She shouldn't have fallen for such words. Thinking she should have bought the scroll from a more expensive but verified store filled her mind. But it was too late for regrets. Sure enough, it wasn't long before men with grim expressions were pointing their swords at her, shouting, "Intruder." She was supposed to have lost her life there, and thus the Valier bloodline was supposed to end. But that didn't happen. Lucy looked around in confusion. Despite having brazenly sprinted towards the entrance, there was no one trying to stop her. What's going on? Isn't this the entrance to the black market? It seemed like just an ordinary wall, but it was supposed to lead to the black market, right? Why was there no one guarding it? She couldn't make sense of the situation. She had thought she was invisible due to a transparency spell, but apparently not. Why was security so lax? She couldn't figure out why, but she couldn't just stand there doing nothing. Eventually, Lucy gathered her courage and entered the black market. The scene changed instantly. The streets of the black market, hidden by illusion magic, unfolded before her. Grotesque items were openly displayed. The sights were horrific enough to make her feel nauseous. But more than the grim scenery, something else perplexed her. Why is there no one here? It was strange. Very strange. No matter how much she looked around, there wasn't a soul in sight. The streets of the black market were eerily silent. What on earth is this? Moreover, upon closer inspection, the place was covered in blood. It was impossible to tell how many had died here. Signs of explosions. Iron bars of cages that seemed to have been used to confine slaves were unnaturally bent. Shops left unattended as if someone had hastily fled, only taking the valuables. The more she looked, the more questions arose. She couldn't even begin to guess what had happened here. The only thing she could be certain of was a dreadful premonition. Lucy's hands and feet began to tremble. She had resolved to devote herself to justice, but that was a separate matter from being terrified. On nights when her playful father told ghost stories, she could never sleep. She detested this kind of atmosphere. In these desolate streets, it felt as if everyone else in the world had vanished except for her. Lucy shivered as she surveyed her surroundings. As anyone would do, she desperately needed someone to talk to. In this type of fear, it was crucial to stick with others. Fear lessens the more it is shared. Desperately, she roamed the streets shouting, "Is there anyone there? Can someone please respond?" And then, perhaps it was divine intervention. Before long, she spotted a person dressed in a black robe. A smile naturally spread across Lucy's face. Never before had she been so glad to see another person. In this situation, Lucy knew what she had to do. She quickly ran towards the person. Or, she tried to run. Something felt off. Her eyes went rogue, uncontrollably revealing the true nature of the person in front of her with a painful throbbing. Her head spun. Her legs gave way, and she helplessly collapsed to the ground. Lucy realized naturally. She understood the cause of all these anomalies. It seemed only natural. She felt something incredibly sacred yet holy, but above all, terrifying and ominous. She saw something that was incomprehensible and should not be comprehended. The figure standing before her was not a person, but a monster. Calm down. It was crucial to take a moment, steady my mind, and assess the situation. Before me stood Lucy, the Empire's worst psychopath. That was an undeniable truth. From her blue ponytail to the Imperial crest engraved on her sword, everything matched the descriptions I had read in the spoilers. I didn't mean this when I said I want to meet a main character. How unlucky must I be to encounter a villain so unexpectedly here? However, there was no need to panic. I have the upper hand. Seal and Leen were nearby. The amulet was still securely around my neck. Even if Lucy was a renowned villain, I had reliable allies by my side. Besides, I had grown stronger myself. The holy sword, though split in two, was still a holy sword. If she wielded powers associated with demons, I too had a fair chance of winning. But still, complacency was forbidden. Just because there was a possibility of victory, I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Unlike Asher, Lucy was an unknown entity beyond what the spoilers had revealed. So, what I needed to do was simple. Buy time. If I could just stall until the others arrived, victory was assured. It's important not to be overwhelmed by momentum. It was evident. She was a lunatic who gets pleasure from tormenting others. If underestimated, I would quickly become her prey. In this situation, there was only one attitude to adopt. Think of myself as the leader of the Black Fangs. A commanding tone. A poise that never allowed the opposition to dominate. I needed to maintain enough authority to not be overwhelmed by this girl. After all the mischief had been attributed to the Black Fangs. Like it or not, I had no choice but to play the role of the Black Fangs leader. I was standing here, pretending to be the leader of the Black Fangs. "Who are you?" I asked the girl in a firm voice. Brazenly feigning terror, she trembled and replied, "That's my line. What on earth are you? Some kind of monstrous freak?" For a moment, her words nearly shook my composure. There's a limit to nonsense. A monster? Me? I, who have only killed a dark mage who sacrificed thousands of innocent lives. Am I the monster? There's a limit to absurdity. I've only ever saved people, never once committed a misdeed. And now, the Empire's worst psychopath is criticizing me. How offensive. You have no right to call me a monster. What are you even talking about? Do you think I'm unaware of the atrocities you've committed? I said this, glaring at the girl. Even setting aside her reputation as a psychopathic killer, she was, after all, a knight of the Empire. A knight of the Empire who did not hesitate to engage in horrific massacres like the recent black market terrorism. The malevolence of their actions was clearly evident from this terrorist act alone. I know the ugly truth behind you and your kind. This was no lie. Probably, I knew more about the Empire than anyone else in this world. I still can't forget the ending of the Empire Revolution route. The betrayal by a trusted ally. The revolution that ended in failure. No matter the atrocities committed, the imperial family tenaciously maintained their grip on power. They would stop at nothing to secure their safety. And a knight is merely the Empire's dog. Dogs bound to obey the Empire. Serving as the hands and feet of the royal family, carrying out all their vile and dirty work. That's what a knight is. Just because they are leashed with a self-destructive engraving doesn't justify their actions. Only someone utterly naive about the world wouldn't know the true nature of the Imperial Knights. They all chose that path knowing full well. Choosing to obey an empire that doesn't regard people as human, they consciously decided to submit to those who treat humans like garbage. This girl was probably no different. But, what? What are you talking about? The blue-haired girl asked. Why, though? Such words. Surely this must be an act. Yet strangely, her expression didn't seem false. A bizarre intuition. Considering the state of my intuition these days, I definitely should ignore it. I know I should ignore it, but something nagged at me. What if this isn't an act? That thought flashed through my mind. After all, I didn't sense any murderous intent or ominous aura from this girl. Even if I inadvertently showed a weakness, there was no sign that she noticed. For a murderer, she seemed too inept. Moreover, that reaction. It sounded unmistakably like that of a truly innocent person. So, what if, it's a big if, but what if this isn't an act? It's definitely possible. She still looked quite young. If she was a novice knight who had recently joined the order, she might not yet know about their reprehensible behavior. It's rare, but there have been cases of young nobles, orphaned and naive about the world, joining the Imperial Knights. One of the main characters from a previous series was exactly like that. It had become almost a tradition in the series to introduce a similar character in this installment. Moreover, if I consider that she's supposed to be a villain, it makes even more sense. The most pure and kind-hearted colleague from the previous series, who was very popular. Introducing a character clearly inspired by that person would naturally put the players at ease. Ah, this one can be trusted, they would think. But what if she experiences something that corrupts her and she turns completely villainous? What if she even becomes an antagonist to the protagonist? Deceiving the players like that would be just the kind of twist the developers of Blood and Bone would love. Even in the previous work, the villains all had their stories. 3 out of 10 were driven to darkness by unfortunate circumstances. The possibility that this girl was a yet-to-be corrupted villain was substantial. Of course, I can't dismiss the opposite possibility either. This is, after all, just my optimistic speculation. A guess based purely on intuition. Maybe, this girl is a psychopath with incredible acting skills. Or perhaps she has a split personality, where one is innocent and kind, but the other is wicked. Isn't it common for psychopath characters to have a dual personality? In the end, no matter how much I think about it, this problem seems unresolved. Do you really not know? I asked the blue-haired girl. But no answer came back. She just looked baffled, her expression puzzled. I couldn't figure out what to do. Just the shock of facing a villain unexpectedly was overwhelming, let alone swiftly figuring out her circumstances or the right strategy. Especially in this situation. Whether Lucy was truly evil or if there was hope for redemption, I knew nothing about this girl. So that's it then. In that case. Ultimately, there's only one course of action to take in such a situation. Postpone. Issues like the girl's potential for reform or strategies must be considered slowly, over time. For now, the priority must be to withdraw. I sent a quick message to Seal using a communication spell. To envelop me in shadows and cast an invisibility spell. Though we can't use teleportation magic, mimicking it is simple enough. After obscuring the view with shadows and while the invisibility spell is active, all I need to do is dash away on 2 legs. Indeed, anyone would think I teleported if they saw someone swallowed by dark shadows and then vanish from sight. I erased my presence and set up the spell, placing a tracking spell on her back. Now I can contact her anytime. To reform her, or to deal with her. Such a significant decision should be made after ample deliberation and investigation. Once that's decided, there's only one thing left for me to do. I resumed acting. It wasn't difficult. Just spout some impressive-sounding nonsense like the real leader of the Black Fangs, and it's done. There's nothing more to discuss with you. In front of Lucy, a mysterious man wrapped in a black hood spoke thus. Lucy was utterly baffled by the situation. Why would such a monstrous figure be here? What was he intending to do? What was he thinking? Suddenly, their eyes met through the mask. Blue eyes. In them, Lucy sensed something untouchable. She felt the presence of something far greater than this world. Her body involuntarily shivered. She no longer had the energy to ask any questions. Breathing itself became a struggle. Whether you truly know nothing, or you're just pretending, that has nothing to do with us." With those words, two figures wrapped in black hoods appeared from somewhere. Humans, if they could still be called that, emitting a terribly ominous and dreadful aura. If the aura around the man felt both sacred and ominous, these beings were walking disasters. Entities meant to spread calamity across the world. That's why Lucy couldn't understand the situation at all. What kind of being could command such entities? "We are simply fulfilling our mission." With that, pitch-dark darkness swallowed them. As if they had never existed, they vanished in an instant. Yet, even afterward, Lucy couldn't stand up from that spot for a long time. She sat on the ground, lost in thought. What did that man's words mean? What about her did he find so revolting? No matter how much she pondered, she couldn't figure it out. Who are these people? Something was about to happen. That much was clear. "What did you just say?" The man with a cigar clamped between his teeth muttered this casually. His tone was usual. However, the attendant knew. This was evidence that the man, the Empire's second prince, had reached the limits of his patience. Involuntarily, the attendant's legs began to tremble. It was almost to be expected. Given the current situation, it was clear where the second prince's fury was directed. The plan has failed. Again, it was the black fangs. The attendant could not continue. His throat hurt. He couldn't breathe. Displeasing. A massive murderous intent was emanating from him. An ominous aura that seemed inhuman poured out. It was more than the ordinary attendant could bear. Yet, the attendant said nothing. It was impossible to do so. To the prince, people were merely tools. Except for himself, everyone was merely a tool, disposable at his convenience. If the attendant did even slightly annoy him, not only would he be in danger, but his family as well. Eventually, the attendant writhed in agony for a long time, silently enduring his screams, until he could finally be freed. Leaving the pale-faced attendant sprawled on the ground, the man lit another cigar and sank into thought. Where could the leak have come from? He couldn't understand it. Where could the information about this raid have leaked from? The security was perfect. Yet, the Black Fangs had effortlessly ruined his plan again. Somehow, they had annihilated the troops he had sent, right then and there. It's no coincidence. It can't be. It was by no coincidence that they were at the black market, and by no coincidence that they had killed all his troops. There's a limit to such absurdity. How could such an unbelievable event happen? Fools often dismiss their own inadequacies as mere coincidences. Those who stand above others should not adopt such a repulsive attitude. They must acknowledge what went wrong and fix it. The man firmly believed this. Indeed, they are not to be underestimated. Despite sealing their lips with a mana oath, they somehow discerned our plans. There must be some method they possess to gather information, one so cunning that it remains undetected. The man retrieved a holy grail from subspace. Compared to the previous one, its quality was inferior. This was the third secret sanctuary, a place where kidnapped children, transformed into mere machines reciting prayers, were held captive. Unlike the previous holy grail, which was crafted using children who genuinely held faith, this one was made from those deemed unworthy. But still, a holy grail remains a holy grail. The fact that it was crafted using the lives of over 1,000 people doesn't change. It didn't work last time, but he wasn't clumsy enough to make the same mistake twice. He suspected that the leader of the Black Fangs had some way to avoid the power of the Holy Grail. If so, it was simply a matter of changing the target. If it wasn't aimed directly at harming the leader of the Black Fangs, there was a chance the Holy Grail might work. Find out how they're getting their information. As he said this, a terrible scream echoed. Well, it's just a minor side effect. The process of turning children into praying machines inevitably involves some torture. Naturally, the grudges from the souls melded into the Holy Grail would accumulate. However, it didn't really matter. The malevolent spirits contained here would be purified by the sigils inscribed by the priests of the Holy Imperial Court. Once again, the Holy Grail emitted a brilliant light. A smile formed on the man's lips. A distinctly different reaction from before. This clearly meant one thing. It worked. The investment of precious resources was justified. This time, he would finally understand. The clue to that inscrutable organization. The brilliant light from the Holy Grail slowly formed into letters. Soon, an answer to the man's question appeared. And, his face clouded with confusion. It seemed only natural. The characters that appeared before him were utterly incomprehensible. Blood and Bone Gallery *. What on earth? Words whose meaning he couldn't fathom. Could it be some kind of spell? But that seems unlikely. He had never heard of a spell by such a name. Among the forbidden spells created for the safety of the imperial family, he had never encountered such words. What could they possibly mean? Blood and Bone? Gallery? It was impossible to make sense of the connection between these words. The man clenched his teeth. The Holy Grail is limited. It's not something to be wasted this way. Currently, he only has one Holy Grail left. There's still a long wait until the next supply, as per the contract with the Holy Imperial Court. But, regardless, the Holy Grail had been activated. This fact drove the man to madness. Had it not been activated, he would have been spared this frustration. However, the Holy Grail had clearly worked. That meant that this was indeed a direct answer to his question. He just couldn't comprehend the reply. It was time to take a gamble. That must be the name of some organization. It's obvious. If it's not a spell, the only reasonable assumption is that it refers to a specific organization by name. If that's the case, there might be a rat. Someone sneaking information to the Black Fangs, cooperating with them in some way. Tell me the members and the number of people in that organization. Therefore, the man used the last holy grail he had. And soon, strange circles began to wildly appear before the man. None of them resembled human names at all. Only occasionally, bizarre and incomprehensible characters were mixed among these circles. The situation was utterly baffling. Yet, this was just the beginning. What on earth? The man's expression hardened. It seemed only natural. The number of members in the organization. It was far beyond the man's capacity for logical comprehension. What kind of intelligence organization operates with over 100,000 members? He had ensured the security for this plan was exceptionally tight. The second prince himself could confidently say he had prepared thoroughly. Yet, that security had been completely mocked by the intelligence organization. An enigmatic organization of such a scale that its identity had still never been revealed. The man felt like he might lose his mind at any moment. Handling just the Black Fangs was challenging enough. And now another bizarre group emerges. There could be nothing more horrifying. Those Black Fangs. Nothing ever goes smoothly once they show up. The artifact had to be retrieved this time. It was needed for the operation of the Empire's facility that turns heroes back into corpses. But somehow, they had stolen all the artifacts that were at the black market. From information leaks to persistent sabotage. There's a limit to how irritating something can be. The man ground his teeth. And with a deep breath, somehow calmed his mind. He wasn't so weak as to be undone by such things. Rigorously trained in the science of sovereignty. As a leader, the man quickly composed himself and viewed the situation with a rational perspective. Dwelling on the past is pointless. Now, it was time to counterattack. Fortunately, he had already prepared a plan for this. It wasn't for nothing that he had instructed his knights to capture a young noble at the black market and kill them in the most horrific way possible. This would be reported through the imperial news as an atrocity committed by the Black Fangs. The image of a young child, a noble at that, being brutally slaughtered. In a time when a few ungrateful wretches who had forgotten the Empire's benevolence were weighing the Black Fangs against the Empire, there was hardly a more perfect solution. This would completely reverse public opinion. Certainly, this time I might have lost. But he had no intention of being a perpetual loser. The second prince thought this as he smiled. It's a bit dull. That was the only thought I could muster after seeing the statement. I had managed to shake off that psychopathic girl, and now all that was left was to leisurely board the train and head back. However, something kept nagging at me. How to put it? It lacked impact. It really feels lacking without a video. The fake Black Fang was certainly one of the Empire's knights. After all, it was a massacre of their own citizens, nobility no less. This juicy story was too significant to merely mention and move on. That's why, after some deliberation, I called Seal. Of course, there wasn't any video evidence. The Empire's knights weren't fools. In a situation where they were disguising as the Black Fangs, they wouldn't have carried anything that could expose their identity. But, what does that matter? If we need evidence, why not create it? After all, this was a statement from a terrorist organization. There was no need to worry about journalism. Could you prepare some illusion magic? At this moment, there was only one thing I needed to do. It was time to spread fake news across the Empire. TN, above the guy who runs, there is the guy who flies. This a Korean proverb teaches that even those who excel in a certain field should not be arrogant, as there are always those who are far superior. Gallery here actually refer to Tsinside, which is basically Korean Reddit with many galleries which are like subreddits. The true value of a news article lies in its ability to provoke. A little digging on the internet would reveal as much. In the end, it's the sensationalism that really counts. No matter how meaningful the content, if it doesn't provoke, people simply won't pay attention. This is even more true if you're a terrorist group trying to incite others. In such cases, conscience and journalism hardly matter. So, let's throw in all the provocative elements we can. Children make for a good target. Crimes involving young victims are perceived as particularly vile. Torture, r*p, murder. I briefly pondered which direction to take. But the answer was always clear. Just do them all. I quickly explained the scenario of illusion magic to Seal. This would be used as evidence footage. A loud declaration to be made here. And the video to be played alongside it would be left here through magic. After hearing my scenario, Seal recited the spell with a vacant expression. Shortly, a snuff-like video was crafted right before my eyes. I felt nauseous. There's a limit to how grotesque something can be. It was almost unbearable for someone of modern sensibilities like me. But, it was a success in its own right. After all, the video was meant to be repulsive. It would be a problem if it were pleasant to watch. It's crucial material intended to send the Empire's reputation plummeting. But what if someone eventually realizes this is all fake? While reviewing the video, I smacked the back of Leen's head to bring her back to her senses, and she asked that question. Certainly, it wasn't without merit. Seal's skills were impressive. The illusion magic was crafted with great finesse. But, illusion magic is just that, an illusion. Eventually, a close look would reveal that this video was manipulated. That's okay. As long as it spreads among all the citizens of the Empire, that's all that matters. There's nothing like the internet in this era. There are spells for transmitting videos, but not many can use such magic. Naturally, rumors and information mostly spread through primitive methods. Word of mouth. Thus, it's sufficient to let people know that the Empire has done some insane, screwed up things. The Empire might claim that this information is false. And some might say this video has been manipulated. But it's definitely provocative. People are instinctively drawn to sensational content. Just look at conspiracy theories to see what I mean. Even in such an advanced era, where logical evidence can be found with a few keystrokes, conspiracy theories thrive. Because they're sensational. A story about an imperial knight who raped, abused, tortured, and dismembered a noble child. It would be strange if such a sensational story didn't spread quickly. Before debating whether it's real or fake, it's almost certain that all the citizens of the Empire will hear this news. After all, no one believes what the Empire says anymore. This adds the dilemma of the boy who cried wolf. Even if the Empire claims that this is false information or an illusion crafted by magic, it doesn't matter. All kinds of provocative articles. Who would believe the words of an empire that has always been lying? People are smarter than you think. There's nobody who doesn't know that the imperial newspapers are full of nonsense. They just keep quiet because speaking out would mean death. This accumulated karma will now work in my favor. No matter how much the Empire tries to clarify, no one will believe them. Besides, with this level of completion, it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. The nobility, capable of influencing people. Guests who escaped from the black market are probably around here. It hasn't been that long yet. And if they see our video from afar, naturally they won't be able to discern its authenticity. In other words, this video will be accepted as an absolute truth within noble society. Well, even if there are no nobles nearby to witness the video, it doesn't matter. I know how to use the magic for transmitting videos. I can pretend to be a witness, film from a distance, and send it anonymously to the nobles. After that, they'll spread it among themselves. That's how it is. Leen nodded exaggeratedly. Based on what I've seen, that expression definitely doesn't mean she understood the situation. But it seemed a bit much to ask. You didn't get it, did you? So, I just played along. This might work better than I thought. A smile naturally formed on my lips. The Empire, already unpopular among the commoners, will become even more disliked. Among the nobles, the realization that they too are merely expendable will spread. This means that more nobles will be inclined to cooperate with the Black Fangs. Those seeking their own benefit will start to join hands with the Black Fangs. And such support will be a tremendous help to the Black Fangs. I should probably get paid by the leader of the Black Fangs for this. Considering the impact of just a few impersonations, it's an extremely effective deal. From the perspective of the Black Fangs, it's a profit like no other. It's almost to the level where I might deserve a bow. Maybe I'm more suited for revolution than I thought. Should I team up with the Black Fangs and start a revolution if we manage to prevent the world's destruction? With such frivolous thoughts, I casually left the black market. What did you say? The man, the second prince of the Empire, furrowed his brow. The reason was quite simple. A new report had surfaced. Somewhere in the black market, a spell that would activate over time had been discovered. The man's face, lost in thought, soon turned pale. It was somewhat expected. He was, after all, quite competent. Understanding what was about to happen was easy for him. Black Fangs. The man nervously bit his lip. He could taste the bitter blood. How much more must they interfere to be satisfied? Once again, they had played him. It was as if they were saying, "You're merely playing in the palm of my hand," using his plans against him to launch an attack. They would probably expose the truth of this incident. They would strike first to control public opinion. It must be stopped. At any cost, it had to be stopped. If public opinion worsens, there's a possibility. The possibility that traitors will gather around the Black Fangs. That is something that must be avoided at all costs. But how? There's no holy grail in his possession. The spell will manifest soon. He had ordered the spell to be neutralized, but there were no signs of it being undone. Instead, the only reports were that someone who had tampered with the spell had gone mad and committed suicide by stabbing themselves in the head. As if to show off, the corpse bore the unmistakable mark of the Black Fangs, just like before. In this situation, there was only one action the man could take. His face twisted more viciously than ever before. I'll make a contract. It was inevitable. In his worldview, where everything exists solely for him and all else is but tools, the thought of offering his soul to a demon was more distasteful than anything else. However, there was no other way. Even if he sacrificed someone else's soul, the curse he intended to cast could not be cast otherwise. The children imbued with divine power served purposes beyond mere holy relics. Holy water made from grinding them up a substance capable of elevating the quality of one's soul. His soul, having consumed this multiple times, was likely the most valuable thing in this world. To cast the curse, such a sacrifice was necessary. Soon, an ominous demon appeared before the man. This contract will cost you dearly. I know that already, so shut up. Despite the man's sharp retort, the demon only smiled, as if amused by watching his fate unfold. 20% of his soul. Certainly a large portion, but not an unbearable risk. He was different. Not like the common criminals scattered around him. He wasn't one of the fools who depended on contracts with demons and ended up entirely in their grasp. With this assurance, the man completed the final verification steps. Are you certain the curse can be cast? Of course. As soon as those words were spoken, the man clasped hands with the demon. The contract was sealed. The demon smiled ominously, as if anticipating something. A curse is placed upon you. Curse details, information spread by the leader of the Black Fangs or their group will never be recognized in the world. The spiritual rank of the archdemon Asmodeus, who cast the curse, is far inferior to yours. The curse dissipates. Explain. The man, the Empire's second prince, demanded. However, his usual cigar was absent from his lips, nor was his typically arrogant, confident expression visible. Instead, there stood a man with a reddened face, his features twisted as if possessed by a demon. What exactly is going on here? He shouted, forgetting all decorum. It seemed almost inevitable. Reports had come in from below. The magic of the Black Fangs had manifested. With a tremendous noise, the image floated up into the sky. But that shouldn't have happened. Such an event was never supposed to occur. After all, he had sacrificed so much, even his own soul, regarded as the most precious in the world, in forging that contract. The Black Fangs were never supposed to spread such information among the imperial citizens, to prevent sedition. However, it had no effect. The content of the image, let alone the memory of the image itself, was supposed to vanish from everyone's minds. Yet reports about the content of the image were being submitted. No change in perception had occurred. The implications were clear. The contract into which he had poured his soul had no effect. The curse had not held. The constraint that was supposed to prevent the Black Fangs from spreading information had utterly failed. Have you lied to me? The second prince roared. Before long, the demon reappeared before him. With a mischievously wicked smile, the demon responded. You know as well as I do that a demon never lies in a contract. His brazen attitude naturally furrowed the prince's brow. You said the curse would take effect. The prince clenched his teeth as he spoke. But the reply that came back was calm. I definitely imposed the curse. It just didn't take. The prince's expression twisted demonically. He finally realized it. The demon had deceived him. A curse can be imposed, right? Of course. There was no lie in those words. Thus, it wasn't technically a breach of the contract's laws. The demon had only confirmed that a curse could be imposed. He had never said it would be effective. I haven't told a single lie. Brazenly, Asmodeus wore an even more unpleasant grin than before as he spoke. His laugh was full of scorn and mockery. Naturally, the face of the second prince soured even further. It was blatantly obvious that the demon was mocking him, to such an extent that not realizing it would have been odd. Especially since he had already been thoroughly ridiculed by the Black Fangs. To add insult to injury, a foolish mistake in a moment had cost him 20% of his soul. He felt like he might go mad at any moment. Vile curses against the Black Fangs and that disgusting demon were on the verge of spilling from his lips. But he hadn't risen to his position by being powerless. Huff. With a deep breath, he managed to shake off his torment. His face, which had been flushed red, slowly returned to normal. Upon reflection, his emotional reaction had significantly contributed to this failure. The Black Fangs were increasingly seen as a threat to the Empire. Feeling threatened by their growth, he had prepared a plan, which led to all these failures. In his anxiety to not fall behind the Black Fangs informationally, he had wasted 2 holy grails. Moreover, in his fear of being outwitted by the Black Fangs again if he didn't act quickly, he had failed to properly check the contract. A failure that could have been prevented with calm thinking and strategic planning. Knowing that acting emotionally was the root of the problem and yet allowing anger to control him again was something only fools would do. It was utterly unfitting for someone born to rule. He could not afford to repeat the same mistakes. Once a problem is identified, one must strive to solve it. Rather than shivering in defeat and anger, it was right to keep a level head and seek to recover what was lost. Let's calmly assess the situation. In the end, the curse had not taken effect. This meant that the soul quality of the leader of the Black Fangs far surpassed even that of a great demon. Though this thought made him feel as if he was in the dark. There are still cards left to play. The man reassured himself. It was, perhaps, to be expected. Upon revisiting the events with his sharp mind, he saw a way out of the situation. The black market is far too intact. A few buildings had exploded, but those were the doings of the forces sent by the prince himself. This brought up an odd point. Surely, the leader of the Black Fangs had been there. And naturally, the archmage who ran the black market would have been present as well. However, for 2 such beings to have fought there, the black market was suspiciously unscathed. A archmage, not unlike a natural disaster in human form. It was inconceivable that such a being had engaged in battle there. Otherwise, the area would have been reduced to a wasteland. The only plausible explanation was one: alliance. The Black Fangs already knew of the plan he had set in motion. His own objective for this endeavor. He had intended to sow discord between the annoying Black Fangs and the Archmage, making them confront each other, a plan they had clearly seen through. Then, it was easy to guess what the Black Fangs had done. They must have explained the situation and, instead, recruited the Archmage to their side. In that case, there are ways to deal with this. Bringing the Archmage over to his side and making him betray the Black Fangs seemed straightforward. It was supposed to be a secret never to be revealed to outsiders, but, providing a part of the body from the facility would do. The corpse of the former hero, Leen. An object emitting the most dreadful curse in this world. For someone immersed in dark magic, this temptation would be irresistible. Just as the man was about to send a magical message to his subordinates. How about we talk for a moment? The demon suddenly muttered. I didn't mean to, but it turns out I've deceived you. Let me give you some useful information for free. Right after being massively deceived. And what's more, from a demon who seemed suspiciously happy and was smiling. Normally, he wouldn't have listened. I swear. The information I am about to provide will contain not a hint of falsehood. Those words. Having heard them, he could no longer ignore what was said. It was, perhaps, to be expected. A demon is nothing if not strict about contracts. Once those words were spoken, no matter how twisted his nature, they had to be believed. You will probably never find the person you are looking for. What do you mean by that? The man who ran the black market, he was killed by someone claiming to be the leader of the Black Fangs. Instantly, the man's face turned pale. It was, perhaps, to be expected. He had always been excellent at assessing situations. The leader of the Black Fangs had killed the Archmage. Yet, there were no signs of such a battle at the black market. The implications were clear. There was no fight. What occurred between them could not be called a fight in any traditional sense. It was simply a unilateral massacre. The strong had merely taken the life of the weak. A natural disaster. The Archmage, akin to a walking calamity. The leader of the Black Fangs had effortlessly killed a power that could stand alone against nations. Ultimately, the man reached his breaking point. Fuck. Stop spouting nonsense. Such words blurted out. He knew. As someone of noble birth, as someone who stood above others, he shouldn't utter such vulgar words. But still, he couldn't hold back. Really? What kind of creatures were they? With an intelligence organization of 100,000 under his command, they casually obtained even royal secrets. They turned all his strategies against him, making a mockery of his opponents. And even killed the Archmage in an instant? Overwhelming intelligence. Overwhelming strategic mind. Overwhelming force. It simply defied all reason. How did such an organization suddenly come about? Why are they so persistently hindering his path? Stop the nonsense. Black Fangs. Indeed, the Empire is the Empire, isn't it? The sight before me naturally led to such thoughts. Lately, feeling underestimated by the Black Fangs had become frequent. Yet, undoubtedly, they were not a group to be dismissed lightly. The atmosphere at the monotrain station was tense. The reason was incredibly simple. It was the checkpoint. They really are thorough to a vicious extent. A group like the Black Fangs wouldn't normally use a monotrain when visiting the black market, because entry records are kept. A secret organization wouldn't act so carelessly. So, naturally, I thought this would be off the suspect list. But it seemed the Empire didn't want to overlook even the slightest possibility. This is troublesome. That thought was inevitable. Those paranoid fools were stabbing in the dark, but, coincidentally, they hit the jackpot. At times like this, I think I shouldn't take the train. But not taking it would look even more suspicious. The boarding records of the monotrain. There, certainly, were records of Miss Ruia and us arriving here. But not taking the train back? That's practically inviting suspicion. Of course, at first, one might think it was a casualty. Seeing we didn't take the train back, one might assume we perished at the black market. But it would be impossible not to attract attention with someone of Miss Ruia's noble status. Eventually, the fact that we survived would come to light. Then Miss Ruia might suddenly be mistaken for a member of the Black Fangs. So, deciding to take the train was definitely the right choice. It was just bad luck. However, well, I had somewhat anticipated this. It was to be expected. I'm not a fool. I wouldn't have impersonated the Black Fangs without any plan. Of course, I had prepared a plan for such a situation. I quickly surveyed my surroundings and assessed the situation. My child has been hurt. You cannot leave until the inspection is complete. Just then, the sound of an argument reached my ears. A noble couple with a child injured during a terror incident was clashing with a man who seemed to be in charge of the station. It appeared urgent that they board the train quickly and head to the temple before the child's wounds worsened. A smile naturally formed on my lips. Was it divine intervention, or just incredibly timely luck that such a situation had arisen? I quickly stepped between the arguing pair. Excuse me, how long will the inspection take? I asked as politely and respectfully as possible. The man responded in his typically blunt manner, giving a typical bureaucratic reply. A response designed to avoid responsibility. Something like it's uncertain when it will end, or that no one can leave for any reason until the procedure is completed. Statements about adhering to principles. I'm really sorry, but my younger sibling is also very ill, I said, pointing to Seal. There was no need to instruct Seal to act. After all, she really was ill. Her stoic nature was a problem at times like these. She seemed fine, so I thought she was okay, but it turned out she had been overexerting herself. When she suddenly collapsed while walking, it truly frightened me. Especially since she had exerted more energy than even during our last time at the mines, making her condition more serious than before. Well, fortunately, I've equipped her with 3 useful stamina-enhancing artifacts. She should be fine as long as she rests. To anyone looking, Seal appeared no different from a walking corpse. But still, it's not possible. We have to follow the rules. The stubborn response came back. These people really were tough. At this point, you'd think they might just let it slide. Don't they feel any sympathy seeing her like this? But it didn't really matter. You're doing this inspection because you think the Black Fangs might be sneaking in, right? I asked again. A lady nearby, seemingly developing a sense of solidarity, burst out. Does that even make sense? As if terrorists would calmly board trains? Are you trying to kill our child because of this? While I hadn't stepped forward like the lady, there were many others in similar positions. And with all the self-preserving nobles around, the public sentiment quickly turned hostile. Murmurs grew louder here and there, and the atmosphere became increasingly serious. It seemed that just a little more provocation might spark a riot. Instinctively, I knew this was the optimal moment to speak up. If things continue this way, my sibling might actually die. Could you let us go if I make a mana oath? My words made the man who seemed to be in charge slightly panic. It was a natural reaction. A mana oath isn't something to be taken lightly. Every living being has a trace of mana in them, a vital element for life. To break such an oath would be akin to death. It was essentially a life-risking pledge. Having mentioned such a thing, my statement couldn't help but carry weight. I'm not from the Black Fangs. I swear on mana, this is no lie. I said this with a choked voice. Mentioning a mana oath felt a bit daunting, but it probably didn't matter much. Because this isn't a lie. Me, a member of the Black Fangs? There's nothing more absurd in the world. What connection could someone like me possibly have with such a monstrous group? Our group has nothing to do with such an organization. So please, just let us go. Anyone could see the desperation on my face, fearing for my sibling's life. Adding a mana oath to that plea, I instinctively knew I had completely taken control of the situation. Tears welling in my eyes, I looked at the uniformed officer in charge. The man finally sighed deeply and ordered that our group be let go. It was, in a way, expected. There's no check more definitive than a mana oath, and if he hadn't accepted it, public opinion would have turned utterly against him. Moreover, it wasn't a bad decision on his part. It's reluctant to force a mana oath on someone, but it's also one of the most concrete methods of verification. My initiating the suggestion probably paved the way for him to propose mana oaths to others as well. Sure enough, as soon as our group was cleared, I heard the staff instructing the lined-up people to make their mana oaths in turn. Perhaps they were inwardly pleased. In a situation where they could have been vilified by detaining dozens of angry people, I had offered a simple solution. Many are hesitant about making a mana oath, but crowd psychology is a powerful thing. It's awkward to refuse when everyone else is complying. Not doing so might make one suspiciously seem like a culprit. I suspect everyone will end up making a mana oath before long. A happy ending for the passengers, the staff, and me. A smile naturally formed on my lips. The plan had worked out perfectly, just as if drawn in a picture. Has my luck really turned lately? It seems like everything I do turns out successful. Picking up dozens of fateful encounters in a casual visit to the black market. Even acquiring a holy sword. It felt as though the world was on my side. Maybe I should try a bit more of this, and that now that it's come to this. That thought naturally occurred to me. Especially since this inspection was starting to make the Empire look even more unappealing. If I hadn't come up with a plan this time, it really could have caused a major problem. I've been disliking their actions since the previous incidents. This time, they almost directly caused me harm. Because of their despicable acts, I'm considering strengthening my support for the Black Fangs. Let's make our agitation more international. Not just stopping with this one incident, but using the footage to subtly manipulate public opinion. The real leader of the Black Fangs should probably come and bow down to me at this rate. Initially, I was the one impersonating and exploiting them. But now, they at least owe me a thank you. Where else in the world would you find such generous support? At this point, I'm practically an honorary member of the Black Fangs. With such silly thoughts, I walked towards the train. That's when I noticed Miss Rubia's bizarre reaction. How could you? Her speech was stammering, as if something was broken inside her. Her mouth agape with a look of astonishment. What an expressive reaction. It's as if she's seeing a foreigner react to spicy chicken stir-fried noodles for the first time. It was just a bit of acting. Is it really something to be amazed about? It was a decent attempt at method acting. But still, that reaction seemed a bit much. The more I see her, the more I realize she has a quirky nature. Honestly, Miss Rubia's thoughts are truly beyond understanding sometimes. Inside a splendid mansion, Kishua was lost in thought while sipping tea. The reason was remarkably simple. The Black Fangs. It was because of the video they had spread. That video had quickly thrown the Empire into turmoil. Of course, to avoid falling out of favor with the Imperial eyes, no one dared to openly speak of it. Yet, there was no one who didn't know of it. The Empire was more chaotic than ever before. This time, they definitely crossed the line. It was evident from the deteriorating public opinion among not only the commoners but also the nobles. Of course, those guys must have had their reasons. Perhaps those connected to the leadership, or truly high-ranking nobles, had been forewarned about the black market terror incident. They would have been advised not to go there. Moreover, no one plans with the expectation of failure. The Empire probably never imagined that this incident would come to light. But the plan was completely exposed. Various excuses are being made, but no one believes them. It has become an accepted fact that the Empire, disguised as the Black Fangs, orchestrated the terror that massacred the people. Well, if it had just been that, it could have been somehow smoothed over. Despite the worsening public sentiment, the Empire is still the Empire. Even the haughtiest noble can't help but be cautious before the Empire. The massacre shown in the video, especially the fact that the target was a noble's child. It was certainly horrific. But it wasn't the first time the Empire had done something similar. After all, no fool would dare express their dissatisfaction directly to the Empire. Those who could have the power to do so would have been informed beforehand, so they would have no reason to harbor any grievances. As time passes, things are gradually forgotten. This incident would have likely ended up the same way. But the current situation was a bit different. If one think about it, they can see why. It's not just the video itself, but the fact that it spread that's crucial. The unprecedented chaos that has arisen in this noble society was undoubtedly exacerbated by that fact. The video itself was shocking, but compared to the unbelievable situation of its successful dissemination, the content seemed almost trivial. The Black Fangs, a revolutionary organization constantly terrorizing the empire. Like any group that had risen against the empire, it was expected to soon fade into the annals of history. But this could not be ignored. Naturally, this video, the fact that it had spread throughout the entire imperial society signified the empire's defeat. The empire, which used to eliminate those who opposed it with inscrutable powers, found that their methods did not work against the Black Fangs. How did they manage it? As the enemies of the empire faced their end, Kishua analyzed and came to a conclusion. There must be some means within the empire for altering perceptions. Unnaturally vanished nations, strange historical gaps, and the headaches that came whenever he pondered such matters. Kishua judged that something vast and secretive was intervening within the empire. However, if secrecy was the measure, the other side was equally matched. The Black Fangs were still spreading their wings. This meant that they had discovered and understood the empire's tactics, and simultaneously knew how to nullify them. Reaching this point in thought, most astute nobles would consider, the Black Fangs might not be such a bad option after all. Their power is immeasurable. Anyone who had reviewed the outline of the black market incident could see this. The power of the Black Fangs was so formidable that even the Archmage could be overwhelmingly subjugated. Plus, they are quite clever. While not personally receiving the video like the nobles, the common folk knew of its existence too. In places beyond the capital, out of reach of the empire's surveillance, the appearance of the video in the sky had become a well-known story. Kishua had also acquired and watched the video. It dealt with the massacre by the Imperial Knights as usual, but this time it highlighted that the victims were children rather than nobles. Considering the audience's potential resentment towards the nobility, it skillfully shifted the focus. The Black Fangs were more adept at propaganda than expected. Everyone would keep their mouths shut for fear of losing their heads if they spoke against the empire. The public sentiment towards the empire was probably worse than ever before. Perhaps, they might actually pull it off. The empire's mysterious methods did not work this time. The scale of the organization or its members' identities had yet to be revealed, but their might was certainly proven. In terms of intelligence and propaganda, they had surpassed the empire. How such a group suddenly emerged without any warning was a mystery. However, setting aside everything else, it is undoubtedly an attractive option. If the revolution succeeds, the power that follows would naturally belong to the heroes of the cause. Those who clung to the empire would face a dire end as a new era begins. Something is about to happen. Many cowards will choose to observe from the sidelines or maintain neutrality as their refuge. But the shrewd ones know, now is actually the perfect time. It's a chance for advancement. An opportunity to reach the top of the pyramid. If you wait until the last minute to side with the winning faction, you'll end up despised by both and die in vain. Better to quickly choose your side. That's why Kishua was agonizing over his decision. Whether to stand with the empire or with the Black Fangs. The quicker the decision, the better. And the conclusion he has drawn from sizing up the situation thus far, is that the Black Fangs appear more appealing. It's strange. Kishua, a highly esteemed noble, had not been informed about the black market incident this time. Ordinarily, it wouldn't make sense to consider such a perilous option as siding with traitors. The empire is still the empire, after all. There's a safer way to maintain your status. Choosing otherwise would be illogical. Yet, strangely, he couldn't shake off his thoughts about the Black Fangs. After some deliberation, Kishua realized something. Could it be? Perhaps the Black Fangs intended this all along, to provoke such a reaction. There might have been a hidden purpose behind sending the video of a noble child being dismembered. Initially, he thought it was just standard propaganda. The gruesome death of a child would naturally engender resentment towards the empire. He assumed it was merely a video meant to incite anti-imperial sentiment. But, there might be another intention involved. Anyone who has seen this video would have thought about it at least once. That could have been me. I could have died as pointlessly as that child. Despite the plans for such an event at the black market, I received no warning. That could have been my fate. In the end, I'm just expendable, too. Kishua himself thought this without going any further. Seeing this, anyone would inevitably realize. They too are just pawns, always at risk of being sacrificed by someone. Even if you are a noble with blue blood, there are always those above you. And when people start thinking this way, the Black Fangs present a solution as if they had been waiting. Join us. Reach the true top of the pyramid with us. Not to be ruled, but to rule. Kishua's face was stricken with shock. He was already well aware of the Black Fangs' might. But he had never imagined they would be so adept in this respect too. They were manipulating people's psychology very naturally, so subtly that even Kishua himself hadn't noticed. What kind of monster are they? With just this one video, the Black Fangs had shaken the empire. Initially, he thought it was merely propaganda to instill anti-imperial sentiment among the people. But the deeper he dig, the more apparent the hidden political intentions become. What kind of mindset must one have to manipulate the human heart so freely? What kind of superhuman is the leader of the Black Fangs? It was beyond normal understanding. But if there's one thing he knew, I should attempt to make contact. It was clear where he needed to align himself. Fortunately, my hunch was off the mark this time. It was a very pleasant train journey. We didn't see a single terrorist and arrived safely at our destination. It was a very long day. As soon as we returned to Miss Rubia's mansion, I lay down on the plush, luxurious bed and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up refreshed, a smile naturally formed on my lips. Truly, there was no better decision than this. It seemed almost inevitable. This trip to the black market was nothing short of a monumental success. Originally, it was just a place to shop for a few artifacts. But it turned into so much more, like giving the Empire a massive snub or forging a good relationship with the Black Fangs. Even setting aside these additional benefits, there were direct gains right before my eyes. Though it was split in two, the holy sword still shone brilliantly. And then there were the heaps of artifacts. There were also gold coins provided by Asher and materials joyfully supplied by the merchants of the black market. But none of that caught my eye as much as the dazzling array of items before me. I looked at the mountain of artifacts and, satisfied, quickly began the selection process. Of course, as expected, it was impossible to view item descriptions through the status window. The path of fate is being reset. The twist in your fate is severe. Unable to navigate the path of fate. Searching for a solution. The status window, which used to be merely annoying, now seemed to have given up on its job altogether. What the hell is it even doing? It would be better off not existing at this point. It's not like I exploited some cheat or bug. I just diligently carried out the quests given to me, and yet it malfunctioned on its own. It's beyond ridiculous. Well, fortunately, I'm managing fine without it. I'm doing well on my own, without the convenience of such status windows. Gathering allies and acquiring the holy sword, I'm indeed following the textbook route. Besides, these artifacts are all from a previous work. It doesn't matter whether the item descriptions are visible or not. I've memorized all their effects. Honestly, it would be strange if I didn't know them, having invested so much time. Thousands of hours spent on the previous game. Naturally, I could recite the game item descriptions perfectly without missing a beat. 25 artifacts in total. Of these, 3 were equipped on the Groaning Seal, making it precisely 22 artifacts categorized. The sorting was done in a flash. The artifacts, which had been piled up like a mountain, were now neatly organized by purpose. 13 for offense, 7 for defense, 1 for support, and 1 that was hard to classify. Each artifact was quite useful. An armor that increases defense by 10%, or a staff that can shoot fireballs 3 times a day without consuming magic power. However, still, I'm oddly not drawn to the offensive and defensive stuff. It was a thought that naturally occurred to me. Of course, artifacts are artifacts. Each one possesses truly exceptional capabilities. But, from my perspective, they felt somewhat like a mixed blessing. The reason is quite simple. My guys are way more overpowered than I expected. In fact, when I think about it, I might already be one of the top overpowered characters in this world, though I'm still somewhat lacking in brute strength. Essentially, I'm something akin to a summoner now, a situation where a genius wizard and a godlike warrior would do anything I ask. At this point, it would be no exaggeration to say I've formed contracts with 2 spirit kings. Actually, my situation might even be better than that. They are bound by contracts and must offer something in exchange for their power. On my side, it's a relationship cemented by friendship. Asking a friend for help doesn't involve expecting anything in return. Really, I'm so lucky to have such allies. Just thinking about how I managed to gather such companions makes me feel grateful. Anyway, because of this, the offensive and defensive artifacts didn't seem like attractive options for me. Leen's punches are stronger than fireballs. That's no exaggeration, it's the truth. When we infiltrated Miss Rubia's mansion, I saw her counter a fireball the size of a car with her fist. Similarly, Seal's shadow is more effective than most armors. It's much better to simply swallow the attacks with a shadow than to increase defense to block them. What should I do with these troublesome artifacts? They're too precious to sell. But wearing them all seems cumbersome and the performance might not be that impressive. As I was pondering this, I suddenly realized something. Could there be another way to utilize them? The essence of the holy sword is mystery. Likewise, the essence within the artifacts is also mystery. So, could it possibly be feasible? Repairing the holy sword. There was no such feature in the original game. Naturally, there wasn't a route where the holy sword would break. Now that the game has become the reality, beyond just having a high degree of freedom, this situation where anything could be tried might just be possible. It's definitely worth a shot. A smile naturally formed on my lips. The holy sword, split into 2 and even cracked. Would I have to endure the tremendous hassle of roaming around collecting pieces like gathering dragon balls? In the midst of such thoughts, this alternative appeared. Extracting the mystique to repair the holy sword might be a bit difficult. But there was a solution of sorts. The many masters I encountered while playing the previous game. I could just contact them. They are the kind of people who would calmly accept such an absurd request and likely manage to fulfill it. A smile naturally formed on my lips again. Well, it feels a bit like counting chickens before they hatch, given that this might not even be possible. But haven't I been incredibly lucky lately? It seems like nothing I do could possibly fail. Maybe I could not only repair the cracked part but also make the now almost dagger-like holy sword look decent. With that hopeful prospect in mind, I turned my eyes towards the remaining artifacts. Having decided on the disposal of the offensive and defensive artifacts, 2 remained. A special artifact and a support artifact. I quickly recalled the item descriptions I had seen in the previous game. Whispering earrings, enhances intuition, increases speed by 20% upon dodging. An item that was a dud in the original game. Blood and Bone had no invincibility frames for dodging, so no one used the dodge function. An increase in dodge speed was a function so useless it made the item the dregs of the dregs. However, the reason I kept it was incredibly simple. It enhances intuition. Originally, this was just a flashy description added for the sake of appearance without any real meaning. But now that the game has become reality, it's a different story. Isn't it a known fact just by looking at the characteristics of a healthy body? The text about enhancing intuition also had a high likelihood of being faithfully implemented. Especially since I've been worried that my senses weren't quite right lately. This artifact came just in time. Without hesitation, I put it on my ear. Has something changed? I can't really tell. But then again, intuition is inherently a bit of an ambiguous area. Wearing it makes me wonder if it will prove useful someday. I turned my attention away from the earrings and focused on the remaining artifacts. This was where things really began. The Gospel of the Future. Its effect is to reveal the most favorable future possible for the user. Honestly, I was shocked when I found it in Asher's warehouse. An artifact used by a villain in the previous game for his schemes. Who would have thought it would end up in Asher's possession through some twist of fate? I really owed Asher nothing but thanks. From the holy sword to the artifacts. It was truly a generous support. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an honorary ally. There was nothing more crucial for me at this moment. I was clueless about how to prevent the impending doom. I was at a point where I needed proper guidance. And just then, Asher had gone out of his way to procure and provide me with exactly what I needed. Given Asher's goodwill, it was only right to make good use of it quickly. I lightly nicked my index finger with the holy sword. As a drop of blood fell onto the cover of the Gospel, it began to transform. The Gospel emitted a strange light. The pages flipped on their own, and text slowly etched itself onto the paper. Soon, it formed a single sentence. And then, my expression quickly turned to one of perplexity. It seemed almost inevitable. The directive before my eyes was utterly incomprehensible. Sometimes, it is better not to know. So blind your eyes until the day you are destined to understand everything. So, what in the world is this nonsense? What the hell did Asher give me? I couldn't help but think that. This scam is unlike any other. It's called the Gospel of the Future, but it says something like that? How is it any different from those fortune-telling apps on the application store? It's just meaningless nonsense. I guess I can't get a refund. I wanted to lodge a long complaint right away, but nothing would change even if I did. Sometimes, it is better not to know, so blind your eyes until the day you are destined to understand everything. In the end, I sighed as I looked at that meaningless instruction again. Well, I kind of expected this. After all, this was something used by the villain in the previous work. Used goods are used goods, and the Gospel had less than half a page left. The rest was filled with content about the plans the villain had carried out in the previous work, so the instructions couldn't be specific. There was only enough space for 3 or 4 lines. If the prophecy detailed the future, it would naturally exceed the page. Besides, prophecies are usually vague anyway. At first, you have no idea what it means, but at the crucial moment, you realize its true meaning. There's rarely a more cliched trope. In that sense, such vague hints and instructions are rather classic. So how am I supposed to interpret this? In the end, there was only one thing I could do in this situation. Since I can't undo what's already written, I have to make use of it somehow. I started trying to guess the meaning again as I looked at the text. Sometimes, it is better not to know, so blind your eyes until the day you are destined to understand everything. Those were the 2 things in the text. The more I looked at it, the more absurd it seemed. Especially the first part. It's better for me not to know, so keep my eyes closed. It's telling me that I don't know something, and that finding it out would be detrimental to me. What kind of situation would lead to that? I'm missing some crucial fact, and because of that, things are actually going better. Does that even make sense? I couldn't grasp how such a situation could ever occur. But doesn't this mean I'm not supposed to guess? Since it said it's better for me not to know. In the end, my only choice was to live as if I hadn't seen this prophecy. Eventually, if I wait, the day the prophecy speaks of will come, and at the right moment, I'll understand everything. It's somewhat ironic. I used the Gospel to solve my questions, but instead, I ended up with more questions. I guess I should just be thankful it didn't say anything ominous. At least it didn't say you would never achieve your goal or that the world would end and you would die horribly, urging you to commit suicide. That's what it said in the previous work. It told the villain they would die to the protagonist no matter what, and even gave instructions on how to kill themselves as painlessly as possible. Compared to that, this is nothing. This means my future might be more positive than I thought. I have a slight chance to prevent destruction and reach the happy ending I want. Just knowing that is enough. The hopeless feeling has eased a bit. Honestly, it's a shame I couldn't find out the trigger for the destruction. Like who the villains are and that I should kill them. Or if I kill certain people, I can deal with the final boss more easily. I expected that kind of content, so it's hard to shake off the disappointment. But I did gain some valuable information. Obviously, the existence of this Gospel tells me another fact. There was definitely a previous hero. If you skim through the pages of the Gospel, the character presumed to be the previous protagonist is mentioned several times. However, for some reason, the name part was strangely erased. Considering that locals like Ruia, Seal, and Leen had never heard of the previous hero, the conclusion was simpler than I thought. Some sort of cognitive alteration occurred. For some reason, the hero was erased from this world by someone. This is a timeline that doesn't fit any of the original routes. Knowing this, it's easy to predict who is behind it. What the hell did the Empire do? When something goes wrong, 9 times out of 10, blaming the Empire is spot on. I couldn't pinpoint the method even after digging through all my knowledge of the previous work, but it was clear who did it. I need to investigate the Empire further. But, unfortunately, it was hard to find a reliable source of information. Miss Ruia mentioned that her relationship with the Empire soured after she cancelled the medicine deal last time. She intervened and disrupted a shady deal between the Empire and the hidden forces, which left a mark on her. And she's the last person you'd think of as a spy. Given her personality, it would be stranger if she were capable of espionage. Do I have to put this on hold? I concluded so, but it was strange. I had a weird hunch. Someone with ties to the Empire, who wanted to cooperate with me, and had some skill in acting and politics. A bizarre intuition that this person would walk right up to me. Is this for real? I couldn't help but doubt the performance of the whispering earring. It should have a function to enhance intuition. Yet for some reason, it didn't seem any different from last time. I kept grasping at straws in a strange way. Is my intuition so bad that even when enhanced, it's only this good? It was a mystery. After finishing organizing the artifacts, I called Miss Ruia and Leen. I didn't just get artifacts from the black market. 30 children. I needed to discuss what to do with the rescued slaves. Seal was still recuperating. I didn't want to bother her while she was resting, so I decided to talk with the two of them. And, why are you so nervous? I noticed Miss Ruia looking extremely tense. We were just discussing things over breakfast. Anyone would think Thulhu was sitting at the table. And no, I'm not nervous. Miss Ruia denied it, but it was obvious. Honestly, I can't read her at all. I thought she might be scared of me, but that wasn't it. Every time we talked, she reacted strangely, so I stupidly wondered if she was afraid of me. I even told her I had no intention of harming her, that I was always grateful to her. I said she could tell me anytime if she felt pressured, and I'd fix anything that made her uncomfortable, swearing it on my mana. But that didn't work either. Now I just hope throwing money at the problem will work. I don't know what's bothering her, but hopefully, she'll feel better if she sees some money multiplying. I decided to get back to the main topic and started talking about the children. There were a lot of decisions to be made. I had to take responsibility for and train 30 children. Of course, I had no prior experience with this. We had to put our heads together to make a lot of decisions. So this might be more challenging than I thought. That's what I thought when we started the discussion. What is this? What followed was completely unexpected. Miss Ruia, who always seemed clumsy and odd, suddenly laid out various plans with a sharp look in her eyes. She seemed like a completely different person. Everything was handled quickly and perfectly. We swiftly settled all the complicated details, like training locations and schedules. All I did was mention the prestigious family training methods I'd seen in the previous work. Just that, and everything fell into place. She really is a successful businesswoman for a reason. She may seem clumsy, but when it comes to work, she's incredibly professional. Then, is that everything? Miss Ruia asked me after wrapping everything up in no time. Still in shock, I hesitated for a moment. I quickly collected myself and spoke up. No, the most important part is still left. It was only natural. Those slave kids still thought I was the leader of the Black Fangs. Back then, it couldn't be helped due to the circumstances, but now I had to set things straight. Moreover, if the prestigious family training methods I gained from the previous work were leaked, it could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. I'd prefer if no one quit halfway through, if possible. So I had to use this opportunity to confirm their willingness to participate again. We needed to make sure they were truly ready to join us completely and that they were prepared for it. We need to properly inform them about us and confirm their resolve. I had no choice but to retract my earlier assessment of Miss Ruia. A shrewd businesswoman? Hardly. She was just an over-the-top Nuna who didn't act her age. If she were a YouTuber hyping up Korean culture in the modern era, she would have been a massive success. She's simply out of her time. It was only natural for me to think that way. All I did was tell her to inform the kids about our identity and confirm their willingness to participate. Her tense expression. The sight of her breaking out in a cold sweat. Her face seemed to scream, "The inevitable has come," as she swallowed nervously. Her reactions were always so dramatic. During that fake Black Fangs incident, she fainted from fear, and on the train, she made a fuss over trivial matters. Now, she wore an expression as if she had been entrusted with the most critical mission in the world. By confirming their resolve, you mean? We need to make sure they can join us, of course. Why was she asking such an obvious question? I couldn't understand her way of thinking. Since we were going to train the kids, I wasn't a psychopath. Naturally, I needed their consent. We had to explain what kind of training they would undergo and how they would live. It was essential to confirm if they were truly prepared. We need to explain what we're going to do and make sure the kids can follow through. I explained to Miss Ruia once again. Despite her fuss, it wasn't really a big deal. When we rescued the kids from the black market, we already asked them once. This was just a reconfirmation. If the kids aren't ready, will we kill them? I was momentarily dumbfounded. I was grateful I wasn't drinking tea. Otherwise, I would have spat it all over Miss Ruia. What nonsense are you spouting? I knew she was strange, but this was over the top. Why would we kill someone just because they didn't sign a consent form? If they didn't want to, they didn't want to. I wasn't a crazed psychopath. Kidnapping kids and forcing them to fight would make me a madman, a human piece of trash. This had to be done with their agreement. We wouldn't make the kids do anything unreasonable, and we'd ensure their safety as much as possible. But their will was paramount. We just need to make them swear by Mana not to disclose anything about us, and then we'll let them go. Miss Ruia looked at me with a shocked expression, as if she truly thought I would kill those kids. Just what kind of person did she take me for? There was something vaguely unsettling about this, but I couldn't argue since I had my own reasons for feeling guilty. I had been pushing my limits lately, impersonating the Empire's most villainous terrorist organization, killing and robbing black market operators, flooding anti-Empire propaganda videos. This one is still being diligently distributed daily like a daily quest. It would be strange if someone doing all this didn't come off as crazy. For me, in a situation where the world was on the brink of destruction, I figured there was no need to hold back. But Miss Ruia wouldn't understand those circumstances. In the end, it was my own karma. So, I opened my mouth again to provide a detailed explanation. We're just confirming if they're ready to join us. Even if someone isn't ready, we'll support them, we won't kill them. They were all young children, after all. If we abandoned them and they got captured as slaves again, it would certainly haunt my dreams. As for food expenses, the gold coins Asher gave us would last us 30 years without any problems. Even if we had deserters, we could still take care of them. Oh, I see. Miss Ruia responded cheerfully. She looked visibly relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. So, her strange reactions were because of this misunderstanding. She had clearly misunderstood something about me. I still wondered why she hadn't believed it when I offered to make a mana vow. Well, at least it seemed she cleared up the misunderstanding now, so that was a relief. I completely understand. Indeed, we should confirm their resolve for the children's safety. Miss Ruia said this and then left. Why was it? Her words, I completely understand, were strangely bothering me. I couldn't quite figure it out. Ruia felt as if she could fly at any moment. Lately, she hadn't been able to sleep properly due to worry. Finally, she had alleviated her biggest concern. Indeed, the captain is a bit scary, but it was clear he wasn't a bad person. Anyone could tell just from his reaction just now. Despite his overwhelming strength, capable of killing a archmage without batting an eye and disregarding a mana vow, his heart seemed surprisingly warm. The Black Fangs themselves are quite a peaceful group. They pursue a peaceful revolution, aiming to hold hands with the nobles rather than killing them outright. They didn't harm civilians. For a revolutionary group, they were quite gentle. Maybe that's why he got angry before. The black market incident. When the archmage running the fake Black Fangs and the black market was wiped off the face of the earth in an instant. She was only human, so she couldn't help but be terrified of a leader who could commit such acts without batting an eye. In hindsight, though it was frightening, it was undoubtedly the right thing to do. After all, he severely punished the Empire's knight who was massacring people and killed the dark mage who was running the black market. The reason for such a harsh punishment at that time must have been due to his warm heart. He couldn't stand by and watch evil deeds, which is why he was so furious. There were many other unsettling incidents as well. It would be stranger if someone with a sense of perception far beyond that of ordinary humans behaved the same as a normal person. With that thought, many things began to make sense. Losing his sense of the value of money. Making bizarre jokes about making a mana vow even though he could ignore mana vows. If you consider that an extraordinary being might behave that way, it starts to make sense. Suddenly, she felt as if all the burdens on her heart had lifted. When you think about it, this wasn't a bad situation at all. An unimaginable strength, a presence that seemed invincible. And this person was treating her more favorably than she had expected. His personality seemed better than she thought too. Ruia thought about this and smiled brightly, then quickly snapped back to reality. It was a natural reaction. She wasn't a successful businesswoman for no reason. There's no poison more deadly than complacency and overconfidence. Even if such an extraordinary being showed her favor, it was crucial not to become overconfident. He is kind to his own people, which, in other words, means he could be incredibly cruel to his enemies. Moreover, she was, after all, someone who had been his enemy. The magic addiction cure. It was she who had tried to supply it to the Empire. The leader spared her life as an act of final mercy, to not let her guard down and to prove her usefulness. That was the optimal choice for her to make now. She needed to use all her abilities to help the Black Fangs. There's something that comes to mind. Lately, more and more nobles were trying to make contact with the Black Fangs. Given the intent behind those videos, it was clear that the leader was looking for new talent. So, she would carefully select trustworthy and capable individuals from among them and bring them in. That should be enough to earn her some credit. First, I need to do what the leader instructed. Tell the children about the true aspirations of the Black Fangs, their noble goal. Make sure they are truly prepared to dedicate themselves to this cause. She fully understood the leader's instructions. This was also something Ruia wanted. Even if she knew the leader was kinder than she thought, it didn't eliminate her discomfort. Living with someone who seemed capable of destroying an entire country with a mere gesture was naturally nerve-wracking. But, what was even more unsettling was the leader's followers. Especially that kid, Seal. the leader's fanatic. Whenever she talked to Ian, that child's gaze was fiercely intense. As a businesswoman adept at reading people's emotions, she could tell that twisted possessiveness in her eyes. It was worse because the girl herself wasn't even aware of it. If she's this intense now without being fully aware, what would happen if she truly became obsessed? She didn't even want to imagine. She wanted to prevent 30 more such fanatics from emerging. So, explaining the meaning and risks of joining a revolutionary group to the children again, and if they got scared and gave up, that would be quite convenient for Ruia. They're just kids. If I scare them, they'll probably give up quickly. With this thought, Ruia entered the room where the children were. Why was it? She had a sense of foreboding, but it was surely just her imagination. No matter how monstrous the leader's abilities were, could he really have swayed those kids' hearts and turned them into his followers in such a short time? There is one unchanging law of the universe: bad premonitions always come true. Ruia was feeling this more acutely than anyone else right now. Why on earth? The children were all steadfast in their resolve. Despite the warnings about the dangers, they were still determined to join the Black Fangs. Setting aside the issue of not wanting to deal with 30 more zealots, this was a significant problem. Do you all even understand the situation properly? Ruia sighed as she spoke. Well, to some extent, she understood why these kids made such a choice. Their lives, marked by being captured as slaves and enduring all kinds of hardships, were nothing but a wait for death. Then, suddenly, a savior appeared. It wasn't strange for their young hearts to yearn for such a figure. Wanting to repay a favor was only natural. However, this wasn't something that could be decided so easily. As the leader said, this was an incredibly dangerous matter. A revolutionary organization openly defying the empire, joining such a dangerous group of their own accord. It wasn't a choice she wanted to recommend. Of course, originally, joining the Black Fangs wasn't such a bad choice. Of the slaves rescued from the black market, those who had somewhere to return to were released after making a mana oath to prevent leaking information. The ones left here were children with no means of survival or places to rely on. Naturally, the chances of such children surviving on their own outside were slim. They would probably be captured as slaves again, live as pickpockets and get caught, or worse. 9 times out of 10, that's how their stories would end. So, it was reasonable to follow someone who promised to take care of their basic needs. However, the current situation was very different. The leader was more noble-hearted than she had expected. Ian offered them another choice. They didn't need to join a dangerous group like the Black Fangs. They could stay here as dependents until they reached adulthood. Looking at the children's future, this was a much more rational option. In every way, this was the better choice. There was no need to choose the dangerous path. Despite explaining this thoroughly, the children remained stubborn. You don't know when or how you might die. You have to risk your life at every moment. Do you truly understand what that means? Even as Ruia said this, the children nodded. That look. It was clear what was happening. They still didn't grasp the weight of risking their lives. Ruia pondered for a long time. She didn't want to resort to such forceful methods. She didn't want to resort to threats either. However, what if? If someone were to die in the future because Ruia didn't stop these kids now? If lives were lost because she didn't emphasize the danger strongly enough here? She didn't want that. She wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. She had to prevent such things from happening. Ruia's expression suddenly turned cold. Lately, there had been so many peculiar incidents that she rarely had to act and judge so coldly. In the end, her essence was that of a businesswoman. If it meant achieving her goal, she was prepared to use somewhat extreme measures. Whoosh! The artifact the leader had given her for self-defense. The sword sliced through the air at her command. With a whistling sound, the sword brushed past one of the children fiercely. The child, startled, collapsed onto the floor. It was only natural. If the direction had been slightly different, the child's head would have been severed. You will face this kind of situation dozens of times. No, definitely more than thousands of times from now on. Ruia felt the atmosphere in the place change in an instant. It was only natural. Being prepared and actually experiencing it are two different things. No matter how prepared one thought they were, when actually faced with the fear of death, everyone would react with such alarm. The children probably realized it too. The weight of this choice. The true meaning of dedicating oneself entirely to the Black Fangs. I didn't want to go this far, but still, it was better than having these kids die because of her. If they encountered such situations in actual combat, it would be too late to regret. Now was the only chance to turn back. This was probably the reason why the leader insisted on confirming their resolve. Ruia thought this as she looked at the children. And then, her face filled with surprise. A girl caught Ruia's eye. Amidst the confused group, one girl was standing proudly, looking straight at her. That little girl was slowly walking towards her. Please, do it again. Saying something incomprehensible. Maybe I'm already dead. While being held captive by that dark mage, the girl had such thoughts. When did it start? The moment when she no longer screamed even as her limbs were torn apart. Days when her limbs were dismantled and healed repeatedly, as the mage claimed to need to collect the sensation of pain for his research. At some point, she stopped crying. Even when the children in the same situation, those who could be called her comrades, had their limbs swapped and sewn back together like toys for the dark mage's amusement. Even when they were forced to surrender their right to see the world at the whim of a demon. Even when she eventually lost her sight. She just stared blankly, living without any thoughts. Thinking was too painful. It was better to be dead. It was better to have no thoughts at all. At least that way, she wasn't tormented. It was a life no different from being a corpse. A life where being alive didn't mean living. But then, that person appeared. As if by magic. A knight straight out of a fairy tale came to her. He showed her a miracle. The shackles that seemed like they would bind her forever disappeared. Even that demon-like human who seemed invincible was defeated. She gained the freedom to live a new life. A second chance in a life she thought was over. However, the girl couldn't be happy. She couldn't possibly be happy. I'm not worthy of such a miracle. She wasn't the heroine of a fairy tale. She wasn't a good enough person to deserve such a miracle. When the children, numbered 1201 before her, died. In truth, she felt a bit relieved. She had said she wouldn't think that her life was no different from death. But in reality, she felt joy. She ended up feeling joy. It wasn't her. That she survived. She smiled with that lowly joy. The ugliness didn't end there. Even after receiving such great help from that person. Even after receiving the undeserved gift of a new life. At the critical moment, she turned away from him. During the fight between that person and the dark mage. In that situation, she ran away. She ran away, leaving behind the person who risked their life to save her. There are limits to how disgusting something can be. There are limits to how repulsive something can be. There's no way such a terrible, lowly person deserves salvation. She shouldn't be allowed to live a happy life. And yet, that person said, it's okay. It could happen to anyone. He forgave her so easily. That kind of unbelievable luck, that miracle, was given to her. 1201. The countless people who sacrificed themselves before that number. Among them, she was the one who was saved by luck. She got a new life. Even though she didn't deserve it, she survived. So, I can't back down here. She knew that for sure. She decided to become someone worthy of the miracle that had come to her. She promised that one day she would help him. She vowed to repay the overwhelming grace she had received. Therefore, the girl walked forward. She felt the woman explaining the black fangs to her growing curious. Even without her sight, the girl could feel it. She could sense more than she ever could by seeing. Please, do it again. What are you talking about? The sword. I can block it. She would prove she could be of help. She would never back down. I'll prove it. That I'm ready. I'll stay here until you do it again. For hours, days, years. As long as it takes. Are you serious? She could feel the woman's face filled with bewilderment. She understood why the woman in front of her was reacting that way. Indeed, this was a foolish thing. By common sense, everything that woman said was right. It would be more efficient to seek peace by relying on the warmth of that person than by doing something like this to join the black fangs. But, precisely because of that, I'll never give up. She couldn't back down. She had promised never to run away again. Ruia felt like she was about to go insane. What on earth does that leader do? Surely, he hadn't spent that much time with the child. How on earth did he manage to make the kid so obsessed? It was incomprehensible. But no matter how nonsensical it was, the reality remained unchanged. Apparently, that leader had completely bewitched this child. What am I supposed to do about this? Ruia's anxiety was justified. As a businessperson, nothing was more important than reading people's emotions. The emotion reflected in that child's eyes, the firm resolve, was unyielding. It was the gaze of a stubborn person who wouldn't compromise an inch. Surely, just as the child had boasted, she wouldn't back down until she wielded her sword again. Why on earth is she doing this? Logically, she could do nothing and still live a comfortable life. Why would she choose to undertake something so dangerous? Moreover, the sword just swung was merely a threat. It was to warn that such dangerous situations could arise. It was meant as advice not to get involved if possible. And yet, that weakling who couldn't even fend off this threat wanted to join the Black Fangs? Don't be ridiculous. You all are completely unqualified. That wasn't the declaration she intended to make. However, the child's words made it seem like a given. This place had suddenly turned into a recruitment test site for the Black Fangs. I'm not even someone great enough to be doing this in the first place. He must be someone from another world. That's how powerful the leader seemed. Incredibly competent and strong, the black-haired half-elf kid seemed capable of anything. Usually quite careless, but sometimes more frightening than anyone, that girl of monstrous strength. Being grouped with such people was overwhelming for Ruia. She had no talent for magic. She couldn't even cast a light spell, let alone fireball. She hated exercise. Her fitness was so poor that even one push-up left her panting. Controlling the sword with magic. She had shown off a seemingly impressive ability to freely wield the sword. But that was only possible because it was an artifact. Ruia recalled the events of this morning. Here, take this. Huh? The mana efficiency is a bit poor, so using magic would be more effective. But for someone who can't use magic, this is the best self-defense tool. Thanks. Just drop a drop of blood and chant the spell to use it. The spell is quite long, so I've written it down for you. Just recite it as it is. How did you even get this? The instructions were written in that guy's storage. If the original owner of the artifact knew how to use it, there's no way it would be in an unrefined state. Such an obvious lie. Clearly, he must have figured it out using a power that defies the laws of the world, just like when he ignored the mana oath last time. Anyway, the important thing was that this power was something obtained through such a process by chance. Ruia might even lose an arm wrestling match against that girl if she took it seriously. That's how weak Ruia was. But in this situation, I can't just say it's impossible. The atmosphere here, it was all under the control of that girl. If the girl wasn't convinced, the other children wouldn't be convinced either. Saying things like the mana in this sword is almost depleted after one use. Or if I use it once more, I'll definitely be bedridden tomorrow, so can't we just call it a draw? Such words would never work. She'd probably get cursed at for joking around. Since they were so serious, she had no choice but to respond seriously. Please hold out, my body, Ruia inwardly screamed as she continued the conversation. All right, if you insist. The woman before her said that. At the same time, the sword moved again. The sword brushed past the girl in an instant. So incredibly fast. I knew it. She clearly felt something moving. But it was too late. In the end, she couldn't react. After all that bravado, she couldn't even touch the sword. But, please, once more, the girl said. She could feel the woman in front of her being flustered. However, the girl spoke before the woman could open her mouth. She couldn't give up here. She must not give up here. So, she had to use any means necessary. This is to prove my resolve. The girl spoke confidently. I haven't given up yet. I won't give up yet. So please, just a little, bear with me a little longer. The girl bowed her head and pleaded. Finally, the woman sighed and declared. Twice. That's the maximum. No more than that. Understood. The girl spoke, focusing all her nerves. She had to erase it. Sensing all the extraneous things would only delay her. So, she erased everything in the world except for that person and the sword. Breath, muscle movements, where the gaze was directed. Feel only what was necessary. She had to react the moment it shot out. Move her body before her thoughts. Whoosh! The sound of the sword cutting through the air. It flew towards her side. The girl quickly reached out. But she failed. The sword was too fast. With a body that had lived as a slave for so long, it couldn't possibly move fast enough to catch it. Really? Is it worth going this far? The woman in front of her asked. It was a valid point once again. Could someone like her really be of help to that leader? Could an ordinary person like her? Perhaps she was just meddling unnecessarily. She might only be causing trouble. But I promised. She had promised to help that person someday, to stand by his side, to become someone who could do that. I was, luckily, saved. If I just appreciated that luck and enjoyed the life I gained by chance, sure, it would be easier. As she spoke, the girl looked at the other children. She had gained a new life. She had gained the freedom to do anything. Just being happy with that would make her future life easier. There was no need to insist on joining that person's ideals. There was no obligation to volunteer for a difficult path to create a better world. But that would only be easy, not right. I know it's foolish. To risk my life after barely saving it. But we survived because of that foolish act. We survived thanks to that foolish person who risked his life to save strangers like us. So how could I ignore the right thing to do? The girl turned her head back to the woman. And without a word, she nodded. The woman, understanding the meaning, prepared to swing the sword again. This was the last chance. The last chance to stand by his side. So, I absolutely cannot fail. Slower reaction time? Can't reach the sword even if she extend her hand the moment it shoots out? Then move before the sword is launched. Don't wait to feel and react. Move before it even happens. The sword is launched. No, the sword hasn't been launched yet. She can just see its trajectory. She can sense a future that hasn't yet occurred. All she need to do is place her hand there. The exact position. The precise spot. Right now, the girl reached out. A perilous timing. She definitely grasped the hilt. But, ugh, it felt like her arm would rip off at any moment. Agonizing pain surged through her. Her frail body couldn't withstand the force of the sword. Just as her hand was about to give out and lose its grip on the sword, she felt something strange. Around the sword, she could feel the presence of mana gathering. It was the other children. The other kids were straining to squeeze out what little mana they had to help hold the sword. But that wasn't all. Before she knew it, many children had gathered around her. There was a child using all their strength to hold the hilt with her. There was even a child holding onto the blade itself, blood dripping from their hands, clinging stubbornly. They were all combining their strength to stop that sword, to prove their resolve. Soon enough, the seemingly invincible sword lost its power. With a metallic clatter, it fell to the ground. Her arm felt like it was going to break. Her legs trembled so much from overexertion that it was hard to stay standing. But even so, the girl staggered towards the woman. It was the natural thing to do. She had something to say, something she had to convey no matter what. She could feel the woman's face fill with astonishment. But the girl didn't care and approached right up to her. After being caught and living as a slave for 4 unlucky years. After 4 long years, she smiled brightly as if she was her age again. The girl declared proudly, more confidently than anyone. This is our resolve. Don't underestimate our resolve. You have purchased a total of 450 items including slaves, a corrupted holy sword, elven eyes, and artifacts from the black market. 220,000 gold and 240,000 silver will be charged. You lack 220,000 imperial gold coins and 240,000 imperial silver coins. The payment cannot be verified. You have violated the rules of the black market. You have incurred the hostility of the black market owner. Game over. You were killed by the enraged Asher. Error occurred. The forced defeat event cannot be confirmed. The bad ending did not occur. Character Asher, the Archmage's son cannot be found. Objects child corpse A, B, C, D, E cannot be found. Error details, Asher died for unknown reasons. The slaves held by Asher were revived for unknown reasons. Cannot correct the error. Child corpses A, B, C, D, E and 25 unnamed slaves have become your allies. Special event occurrence? Your allies are experiencing an awakening event. The hypersensory trait of Child Corpse C evolves into insight. The insight trait of Child Corpse C, due to some reason, has reached the state of future vision. An impossible achievement. The insight trait holds the possibility to evolve into eyes that peek into all things, legendary. The twist of fate is at an immeasurable level. System overload. Warning, advising the user. Please stop twisting fate any further and accept the predetermined fate. In a situation where Miss Ruia, overly excited, had bolted out of the room, I was left behind, leisurely savoring high-quality tea and a slice of bread spread with sweet jam, while frowning. It was natural. Weird characters suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. What on earth is this nonsense again? The status window had been playing tricks on me in very clever ways until now. A prime example was when it bombarded me with dozens of messages in less than 0.1 seconds, making it impossible to read them. Is it seriously trying to mess with someone? I filed a complaint asking it to slow down, and this time, the status window graciously complied with my request. The characters were too jumbled to decipher, but at least they were appearing slowly as I had asked. I could leisurely admire those squares. Uniform and angular, they were quite pleasing to look at. A sigh naturally escaped my lips. I was thoroughly enjoying my leisurely meal. But somehow, this thing can't stand seeing me in a good mood. Why on earth is it doing this to me? I can accept that it's not helpful. It's been like that from the start. It wasn't particularly surprising anymore. But this was beyond being unhelpful, it was outright trolling. What did I do to deserve this? This level of bad luck was unprecedented. In the end, after staring at those squares for a long while, I gave up and dismissed the message from my view. I wanted to return it immediately, but that wasn't possible. Fine, go ahead and mess with me all you want. I've been doing fine without this crap, and I'll continue to do so. Ultimately, all I could do was convince myself of this. I erased that useless status window from my mind and savored the fragrant tea again. Maybe because it was expensive, it made me feel at ease. I couldn't understand why Miss Ruia had left without even finishing half of it. Come to think of it, what is Miss Ruia doing right now? Naturally, the thought occurred to me. It seemed like it had been about 30 minutes since she left. All she had to do was ask the children if they wanted to participate, so why was she taking so long? It was utterly incomprehensible. Ruia was on the verge of losing her mind. At first, she only intended to scare them a little. She wanted to prevent the children from joining the revolutionary organization and getting killed without knowing the dangers. But somehow, that led to her putting the children through an entrance test. In the end, Ruia ended up throwing a bizarre test at the children, telling them to block a flying sword. And the children, they succeeded. Artifacts. They boldly blocked such powerful items and passed the test. They even declared victory with a triumphant smile. This is our resolve, they said, full of pride. She couldn't wrap her head around the situation. Weren't they just ordinary slaves? Moreover, how could there already be children among them who could use magic? And what about that brown-haired girl? The leader said she was blind, but how could she be blind when she acts like she can see the future? No, even setting that aside. She couldn't understand the desperation of these children. Was the leader exuding some sort of drug? It was seriously suspicious. They hadn't even spent a few hours together, but in that short time, they had all turned into fanatics. Is everyone who gets involved with that leader going to end up like this? Is this going to happen again? A foreboding feeling crept over her. The image of endless fanatics growing in number, with her awkwardly caught in the middle, filled her with dread. It was the brown-haired girl's question that pulled Ruia back to reality from her grim imaginings. Ruia quickly collected herself and looked the girl in the eyes. White pupils. Her pupils were trembling erratically. She's still just a child. Earlier, she had declared victory so confidently, but now she seemed a bit nervous. Did we pass the test? The girl hesitated for a long time before asking Ruia the question. Naturally, dozens of eyes focused on Ruia. Everyone was waiting for her response. Ruia's head started spinning again. What should I do now? She had somehow ended up in a situation where she had become the crazy woman declaring trials involving swords to the children. If she told the truth now? If she declared that she would lose even in an arm wrestling match with them? It would be embarrassing, but that wasn't the main issue. There were other problems. Ruia was in a position to lead these children from now on. Who would trust and follow an idiot who had been forced into such a bizarre situation? No one would trust or follow her instructions. As someone who had to manage these children in the future, that was something she had to avoid at all costs. In the end, Ruia had only one option left. The road ahead will be tough. She said this with as much gravitas as she could muster. It might have been appropriate for a high-ranking officer in a revolutionary organization shaking the empire, but for someone nearing 30, it was rather embarrassing. To change this world, you have no choice but to turn it into your enemy. Her words made her cringe internally. However, there was no turning back now. Are you prepared to walk this path? The atmosphere grew heavy instantly. However, no one gave up. Everyone nodded, solidifying their resolve. They declared they were ready to give their lives for the black fangs. Then, if that's the case. With those words, Ruia walked toward the children. The black robe she had been too tired to take off last night billowed dramatically. I, as the third fang of the black fangs, accept you? She had no idea what the third fang was. It sounded weird to call herself a tooth of the black fangs, so she made something up. She could feel the children's adoring gazes. Her blanket tonight was sure to be kicked off countless times. It was inevitable. But she was a professional. She couldn't stop acting just because she was embarrassed. Enough with the chatter. Ruia looked at the children again. She held back her blush with superhuman patience. Well, I just want to say, let's do our best together. She smiled brightly as she said this. The children's faces lit up instantly. Thus, Ruia managed to maintain her authority at the cost of her blanket's lifespan. As she looked at the excited children, she fought back tears. The strict but kind-hearted high-ranking uni. She prayed that no one would ever find out she had created and acted out this concept at her age. I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time? Her jewel-like red hair. Her blue eyes, contrasting with her hair, desperately avoid my gaze. Miss Rubia's face was filled with shame. Normally, I wouldn't want to press her like this. After all, I owe Miss Ruia a lot. If there was something she didn't want to talk about, I could respect that. So, you said you got into a knife fight with the kids. But this was a bit much. This was far beyond what anyone could reasonably ignore. All I asked was for her to get a signature on a confirmation. How did that escalate into a knife fight? This was beyond ridiculous. It was shocking. There was a reason it had to be that way. Miss Ruia shouted, her face reddening. It was hard to distinguish her hair from her face now. She must have been embarrassed. What kind of reason would make you test the kids with a knife fight? I sighed as I spoke, and Miss Ruia shrank. She looked like a wilting plant. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel sorry for her. But this was something that couldn't be overlooked. Can I really trust her to take care of the kids? I always knew she had a bit of an eccentric side, but this was borderline psychopathic. What made you think it was a good idea to attack children under 10 with the artifact I gave you? On the very day you received it, no less. Miss Ruia's usual eloquence was useless now. It was painfully clear who was at fault. Miss Ruia shriveled even more than before. Sorry. Miss Ruia, on the verge of tears, mumbled her apology. I wasn't cruel enough to slap someone who was already about to cry, so I stopped scolding her and sighed. Miss Ruia kept rambling on, making excuses. She explained that she intended to scare them a little, but it turned into a bizarre test. I understood that much. However, I couldn't wrap my head around her thought process. How easily swayed can a person be? She was incredibly competent in her work. It was hard to believe that the competent woman in front of me was the same trembling mess. And she's always so dramatic. Anyone would think we were running some dangerous and criminal organization. I only asked her to check if the kids had the determination to continue their training, not to put them through some grand ordeal. It was common sense that I wouldn't put the kids in any real danger. Even if something did come up, I would handle it as humanely as possible. There was no need for, nor did I want, a level of determination involving risking their lives. Do you have anything else to say? However, what's done is done. Since it couldn't be undone, I decided to let it go and move on. Miss Ruia still stood in front of me. She kept avoiding my gaze, fidgeting nervously, and then she finally spoke. One of the kids got hurt. So you're telling me, not only did you use an artifact to attack a child under 10, but you even drew blood. Miss Ruia's face turned crimson. The morning sun beyond the window made it almost impossible to distinguish between the two. Could you use healing magic? Miss Ruia, swallowing her shame, opened her mouth to speak. I barely held back the urge to say, you couldn't even cast a simple healing spell, so you had to come to me for help. If I had said that, I felt like her face would turn even redder and then explode. Fine, bring them here quickly. I sighed deeply as I spoke. Honestly, she was a Nuna who didn't act her age, making me worry about her future. Fortunately, the kids weren't too badly injured. 3 of them had some cuts on their hands, but nothing was severed. It was something I could handle on my own without bothering Seal, who was still recovering. The treatment was done in no time. The 2 kids bowed their heads to me in overwhelming gratitude before leaving. They even said things like, "We'll be in your care from now on, Captain," which was quite endearing. They were disciplined, but seeing such young children say those things was just cute. As I was thinking about the kids who had just left, knock, knock, I heard a knock on the door. Naturally, my face turned puzzled. Who could it be? Seal never knocks before entering. Leen usually says, "See, can I come in," before entering my room. Miss Ruia does knock politely, but she had just left after saying everything she had to say, so why would she come back? Come in. As I spoke, the door creaked open. It was the girl from before. The blind girl I rescued from the black market, the one with the 1201 tattoo. Her brown hair and white eyes showed clear signs of tension. The girl approached me with a slightly flushed face. "Are you hurt anywhere?" At my question, the girl shook her head. "No, I just came to say that I'll be in your care from now on." The way she bit her tongue was quite cute. Come to think of it, Miss Ruia had told me about this girl. She had excelled in the impromptu test. She had shown the most promise. I also heard that she persuaded everyone. Thinking about that made me even more proud of her. "I heard you did really well this time. Is there anything you want as a reward?" So I asked her. Maybe an artifact would be perfect. I had already given Seal an artifact related to stamina. For Leen, artifacts were unnecessary since her body itself was exceptional. Miss Ruia also got one that suited her perfectly. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, she made a rather unexpected request. Could I receive a name? It was a slightly surprising question. I reflexively wanted to ask why but quickly closed my mouth. Why would an orphan girl who had been enslaved want a name? Maybe she had a name given by her parents, but they sold her off. Or perhaps she never had a proper name in her entire life. Either way, bringing it up wouldn't help. Of course. I smiled kindly as I spoke. Naming. It was too sudden for me to think clearly. I'd never had this experience before. I was about to give a name that would stick with her for life. It shouldn't be done thoughtlessly. I wanted to give her a meaningful name. Jang Haeng. After a moment of contemplation, I said it. It felt a bit out of place for a fantasy setting, being too Korean, but the meaning was more important than the cultural fit. How about Haeng, which means starting anew from a blank slate? Asking for a name likely meant she wanted a fresh start. I thought this name would suit her well. Just Haeng felt a bit odd, so I added my original surname, making it Jang Haeng. Is it a bad name? I wasn't confident in my naming skills. I carefully watched the girl's expression, but it seemed my worries were unfounded. The girl beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Despite the lackluster name, her joy was so evident that I couldn't help but feel grateful. I patted the girl's head as she softly repeated the name I had given her. No matter the process, it felt like everything had come to a satisfying conclusion once again. Seal stared blankly, observing what was happening before her. Ian was gently patting a child's head. He looked extremely happy. He seems busy. She had come to report, feeling better now, but it seemed like she would be interrupting if she went in. She had no idea what was happening, why Ian was patting the child, or why he looked so pleased. But as long as Ian was happy, that was enough for her. There was no reason to intrude, no need to interfere. In fact, she shouldn't interfere. So, Seal quietly turned back to where she had come from. But as she walked away, she pondered. It seemed like something about her had changed. What is love? It was a slightly embarrassing question. However, for Seal, it was an incredibly serious matter. Every action she took stemmed from that love. Seal lay on the bed, lost in thought. Normally, she wouldn't be troubled by such things. It was only natural. Above all, she knew the correct and beautiful form of love. Pure love. The love her mother had given her. A love that dedicates everything to the other. A love where you can gladly burn yourself for the sake of the other. She grew up receiving that kind of love. Therefore, her form of love couldn't help but be similar. She gave half of her soul to that ominous wolf. To save the one she loved. Even when that girl named Leen suddenly appeared. Even when that person named Ruia, who didn't even revere the captain, kept getting entangled with him. And just now, even when that nameless slave girl enjoyed the luxury of receiving a new name from the captain while being petted. She never said a word. She never expressed any dissatisfaction. Of course, because it was all good for Ian. If she truly cared for Ian, accepting it was the right thing to do. She shouldn't prioritize her feelings over those of the one she loved. But, then, why are these feelings emerging? Why do these negative emotions arise? Every time such things happened, why did something squirm in her chest? Why did her heart throb so painfully? She couldn't understand it. This is strange. She loves Ian. She definitely does. Then, she should be satisfied as long as he is happy. Strange thoughts kept creeping into her mind. Even though she knew she shouldn't, ugly emotions boiled within her. It was when she was having those thoughts that she sensed the wolf's presence after a long time. Blood is blood, after all. The wolf said, with a meaningful smile. Shut up. However, Seal did not question the wolf's cryptic words. Of course, she was thinking about Ian right now. She was thinking about the one she loved. She had no time to listen to the voice of such an insignificant being. But, if you're going to grumble about that, you shouldn't have made the contract in the first place, kid. The wolf said, with a hateful smile. Did you really think you could give up half of your soul without paying any price? There was a reason people were reluctant to offer their souls to a demon. Half of a soul. As long as you don't cross that line, your soul won't be bound to the demon after death. There wouldn't be any side effects like temporarily losing control of your body to the demon. However, despite this, making a contract with a demon is still highly undesirable. Giving up half of your soul means that the demon's influence on your mind increases by that much. Especially, the higher the demon's rank, the stronger the influence. Once you start listening to the demon's whispers, that's the end. There's a reason high-ranking demons often demand half of a soul as the price. While the human making the contract thinks their soul hasn't been entirely given over yet, it's also the point at which the demon can almost certainly seduce the human. That is the significance of giving up half of your soul. You should be grateful to me, kid. I'm not trying to seduce you because I know that someday, when that Ian guy is in danger, you'll give me anything. Shut up. A cold reply came back again. However, the wolf continued to chatter on. In fact, it said it would even lend a hand if that captain destroyed that detestable empire. Especially if they kill that despicable emperor, it said it would gladly return her soul. He continued to spew those nonsensical words. The wolf, always cheerfully smiling, became especially fierce and noisier when talking about the emperor. It was at that moment, with Seal covering her ears. If you blatantly ignore me, even I would feel hurt. With those words, Ian appeared before Seal. No, that wasn't Ian. That expression, that tone, that gesture. Seal remembered it all. She could tell that this was not Ian, but the wolf taking on Ian's appearance. In that unpleasant situation, Seal's face became colder than ever. How curious. I thought none of your succubus instincts remained. But seeing you cling like this, maybe that's not the case. A hybrid of a demon and an elf. The only one of its kind in the world, unpredictable, the wolf said, smiling again with Ian's face. Who are you to take on that form? Her words were filled with killing intent. However, the wolf's reaction was calm. You are strangely obsessed with this person. As he said this, the wolf slowly approached Seal. In that case, why don't you just take him? If you love him so much, you should own everything about him. With your power, it should be possible. That is. The stoic child was showing signs of agitation. A smile spread across the wolf's face. Until now, he hadn't interfered. He was too busy watching the situation unfold interestingly. Also, meddling with this child would incur hostility from that captain. A being whose true nature even he couldn't fathom. He didn't want to turn such a being into an enemy. It was more beneficial to cooperate and achieve mutual goals. But, well, a little amusement wouldn't hurt. This wasn't even a bad deed. After all, humans are inherently beasts. By shedding formalities and embracing their animalistic instincts, they could find happiness. In a way, it could even be considered a gift. So, the wolf smiled slyly, looking at Seal. In her unstable state, just a little nudge would awaken her instincts. What needed to be done was simple. Just a slight push on her back. Seal walked down the mansion's hallway. It was midnight. Moonlight streamed in through the windows. No one else was awake. Only Seal walked leisurely towards her destination. Her head was spinning. She couldn't clearly remember what she had been doing until a moment ago. She had simply opened her eyes to find herself wandering the halls. However, she instinctively knew what she needed to do now. Seal moved forward slowly. The headache hadn't subsided, but there was no way she could mistake where her beloved was. Creak. Seal carefully opened the door. The sight of a man sleeping peacefully met her eyes. Ian was asleep, completely defenseless. Seal climbed onto the bed as if in a trance. What am I doing? She couldn't understand. She couldn't comprehend why she was doing this. But, she knew exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to possess him. She didn't want to yield him to anyone. The other person's will didn't matter. It didn't matter what means she had to use. She just wanted to have everything about him. She wanted him to look at her, only at her. Those feelings surged within her. At that moment, as Seal let her instincts take over and reached out to Ian. Nothing particularly special happened. Ian merely smiled faintly in his sleep, perhaps because her touch tickled him. However, Seal stared blankly at that sight. If I go further, if she went just a bit further, she could surely possess this man. It's not a difficult task. According to the wolf, while Ian's soul might be superior, Seal had the upper hand in strength. She could subdue him. She could command him to do anything. She could make him hers. But if she did that, would she ever see that smile again? If she forced him to smile, he would surely do so. The result would be the same. So, it seemed more rational and convenient to possess him. It was far better to own him. Yet, despite this, I hate it. She hated it. It felt wrong. She didn't want that. There was no value in it. I want you to look at me. There was no meaning in forcing it. The significance lay in him looking at her on his own. Therefore, she couldn't do this. Her dizzy mind began to clear. Her confused heart became clear again. She looked at the man in front of her once more. The man sleeping peacefully, unaware of anything. Now I understand. I know why I was feeling these emotions. The strange thoughts she had been having lately. She thought she was broken. She thought there was something wrong with her mind. But the answer was very simple. Ridiculously simple. It seemed she was more greedy than she thought. Just giving love like her mother wasn't enough for her. So, after all, I think I want to be loved by you. Warm sunlight filtered through the window. My eyes opened naturally. I should feel refreshed after a good night's sleep. Instead, I feel a strange sense of relief. A sense of relief that I had unknowingly escaped a great danger, a feeling I couldn't understand. Did I have a weird dream last night? It felt like someone was tickling me in my dream. It also felt like someone was staring at me intently. But as dreams often do, the memory quickly faded upon waking. Now, I couldn't remember much at all. Even the vague memories I had were slipping away. Well, since I can't remember it, it must not have been important. With that thought, I casually started making my bed. Habits can be scary. Once I started, I found myself tidying my bed every morning without fail. Even though I had long since been discharged from the military, this habit remained. I'll use it again when I sleep tonight anyway. I can't understand why I bother making it. Nevertheless, I neatly made my bed. Perfectly arranged bedclothes. Even the pillow was placed just right. Lastly, I looked at Seal lying on my bed. For a moment, my mind went blank. I rubbed my eyes in confusion. Still the same. Even after rubbing my eyes, I saw the same thing, Seal sleeping peacefully on my bed. Pinching my cheek only brought pain. So this was reality. I felt a cold sweat running down my back. Even without looking in the mirror, I knew my face must be as pale as a corpse. Did I do nothing wrong yesterday? I didn't drink or anything? I felt like I was going to lose my mind from the confusion. However, I couldn't ignore this bizarre situation forever. I gently poked Seal. This unusual situation of her being on my bed. For some reason, I couldn't touch her as casually as I normally would, so I poked her cheek with my finger as if touching something dangerous. Her cheek felt soft. As I poked her cheek, Seal stirred slightly. She rubbed her eyes with her usual dazed expression and then got up. What happened yesterday? I urgently asked, but Seal's expression was as calm as ever. What? A completely unexpected response came. I held my dizzy head and tried to continue the conversation calmly. Why were you sleeping in my bed all of a sudden? Just because. But the answer I got was even more baffling. Just because? Just because what? A reason for invading the bed of the opposite sex can't simply be just because. I was about to say something to this girl who lacked common sense, but then I stopped. Because I knew what would come next in the conversation. If I asked, does that even make sense? Seal would respond, is it not okay? If I then gave a sensible answer, of course it's not okay. She would ask, why isn't it okay, with a very innocent look. Explaining that in detail would itself be inappropriate, so I would awkwardly say, well, because we're of different genders, it makes me a bit uncomfortable. Then Seal would innocently ask again, do you care about me? Ultimately, it was Seal who did the bizarre, perverted act of sneaking into my bed. But in the end, it would be me who ended up looking like a mad pervert. We've been traveling together for quite some time now. By now, I know how these things go. Most of the time, if I get bothered by this stuff, I lose. Despite seeming like she's not good with words, Seal is surprisingly good at verbal sparring. Whether it's taking my tea and sipping it, or patting me every time I sigh. If I nitpick about each thing, I end up losing. Yeah, I see. In the end, agreeing is the best response. Rather than questioning what kind of mindset leads someone to climb into another's bed in the middle of the night, it's more effective to empathize with her desire to be in my bed. Thus, one commotion is settled. Seal and I stare blankly at each other. It's awkward. Despite how much time we've spent together, it's awkward. It would be strange if it weren't. After all, how could any man remain calm with a woman lying in his bed? I pondered for a while on how to break the awkwardness, and then came up with a decent topic. So, are you feeling any better? It hadn't been long since she overexerted herself and got bedridden. She was still recovering as of yesterday, lying in bed to rest. Seal thought for a moment and then nodded. Seeing that made my heart ache. Despite being so ill, she was so nonchalant. It seemed she had no sense of danger. If you're in pain, you should say so. Why didn't you say anything? The words came out of my mouth out of frustration and pity. In the mining camps, she would let others take her food and bully her, just enduring it all. And even now, she was doing the same thing. Just because. Once again, Seal gave a simple, vague answer. It was an infuriating situation. But no more nagging came from my mouth. It was impossible for such words to come out. Of course. Because you asked me to. I wanted to do anything for you. How could I scold someone who says that? Still, next time, if you feel like you're going to collapse, tell me beforehand. In the end, all I could do was scratch my neck awkwardly and give such a half-hearted response. But then, Seal stared at me blankly and threw another unexpected question. Are you worried about me? Well, yeah. No matter how embarrassing, I couldn't lie to someone who suffered because of me. So I answered truthfully. I see. Seal's expression looked somewhat peculiar. It was strange. She probably just asked out of innocent curiosity since it's Seal. But given the situation, it felt a bit off. Like my chest was tingling or I couldn't meet her gaze. What on earth is going on? Naturally, such thoughts crossed my mind. I felt like the protagonist in a teenage romantic comedy movie at this age. Is it true that humans are ruled by hormones? Or has the age of this possessed body influenced me to become this childish? With these thoughts, I let out a deep sigh. Ian sighed deeply, holding his forehead as if he had a headache. At times like this, there was only one thing she could do. Seal got up from the bed and approached Ian. Then, as always, she patted Ian gently. The feel of his hair was pleasant. She liked his slightly embarrassed reaction too. Yeah, thanks. Ian spoke as if he had come to some sort of realization. Normally, this would have been the end of it. But Seal moved closer to Ian. Then, she leaned her face against his chest. She could feel his heartbeat. It felt different, like she was fully sensing the other person. What are you doing? Ian asked. But Seal wasn't flustered. She knew everything about this man. When Ian was pushed strongly at times like this, he usually didn't refuse. It's not fair. You're always the one who pats me. As he said that, Seal looked into Ian's eyes. Ian's face turned red. Indeed, it was good she had stopped before. Seal loved that kind of innocence about him. Ian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he stroked her head. Can you grant me one favor? After enjoying that pleasant sensation for a while, Seal opened her mouth again. Ian seemed flustered by the sudden request, but Seal continued speaking without concern. You rewarded her for doing her best. I've done my best too. Much more than she did. Why yeah, that's true. What's your request? What could she possibly ask for? She knew exactly what she wanted to request. She wanted this man to only look at her, to care only about her and love only her. But that's not right. What she loved was this version of Ian. Someone who had a pure side, who occasionally went off the rails. He might not realize it, but he was the kindest person in the world. So, she shouldn't block his path. He had a lot to accomplish. He had dreams he wanted to achieve. She loved watching him chase those dreams. But if she could be a bit selfish. I'll tell you later. Someday, when everything is over, She hoped he would look at her. She hoped he would love her. Naming the blind girl. Seal's sudden declaration of the right to wish. Unexpected events happened one after another, but I steadfastly did what I needed to do. I taught the children methods to increase their magic power whenever I had the chance. And at the same time, I found a blacksmith to repair the holy sword. Of course, I made them swear an oath for safety. Along with honing my own combat abilities, these were my hectic days. Even today, there was no rest on my schedule. Yet, a smile naturally spread across my face. It was only natural. Who doesn't like money? Seeing money multiply in real time would make anyone happy. I quickly entered Miss Rubia's room. With a creak, the door opened. Miss Ruia, who had just woken up, was stretching in her pajamas, and our eyes met. With drool still at the corner of her mouth, it was obvious she had just woken up. How could someone be so disheveled? I had such trivial thoughts as I called out to Miss Ruia. No, I was about to call her. The moment our eyes met, before I could say anything, Miss Rubia's face filled with bewilderment. I am sorry for presumptuously testing the children. Miss Ruia suddenly started fumbling and floundering backward, then fell on her butt and collapsed on the floor. Even if Thulhu suddenly burst into her room, she wouldn't react this way. This was an overreaction. From the start, Miss Ruia, what do you think of me? I sighed as I spoke. I had indeed scolded her before for hurting the children, but I never cursed or acted violently towards her. Yet, seeing her reaction, one would think I had threatened to kill her. Sorry. Miss Ruia apologized sincerely, though I was dying to ask what exactly made her so afraid of me. Honestly, I couldn't say much because there were things I was guilty of too. Leen and Seal were the weird ones, but from an objective perspective, I was quite an odd existence myself. Knowing things that no one else could know, acting in rather extreme ways, and commanding strong individuals like Seal and Leen without batting an eye. To Miss Ruia, I must seem even more mysterious than the leader of the Black Fangs. But I couldn't explain all this to her. Telling her I came from another world or that I had knowledge of the original story would make her think I was even crazier. This is truly the tragedy of all transmigrators. Without the ability to explain the background knowledge of the original story, people around me were bound to misunderstand me as something strange. It would be a waste not to use the knowledge of the original story, though. In the end, I had to slowly spend time making this overreacting lady understand that I was just a good citizen. How to reassure such a frightened person was a daunting task, but it wasn't something I needed to worry about right now. Follow me. I'm thinking of properly starting the potion business I mentioned last time. Even after I said that, Miss Ruia still looked blank. She usually switched to a sharp, cold demeanor when she was doing her job. I expected her to quickly regain her composure once her switch was flipped, but she reacted in this strange way. There could only be one reason. Don't tell me you didn't listen properly back then. And no, I listened. I remember everything. Her response, the cold sweat running down her neck, and her pale skin. Even if you were oblivious, you could figure it out at this point. You weren't listening, were you? I had explained everything in detail at the black market. She had nodded her head, but was thinking about something else. A sense of foreboding came over me. Was she really a suitable business partner? She seemed very competent based on her occasional eloquence and her demeanor when discussing her primary job. How could someone be so capable yet so unreliable at the same time? With a deep sigh, I led this lady, who acted far too immature for her age, forward. Ruia followed the commander, sweating profusely. Her mind was racing with all sorts of delusional scenarios. I took in a villain like you, thinking you could be of help. It seems I was mistaken. No more words, prepare to die. The scenarios varied, but they all ended the same way. Execution. For the crime of being a uselessly troublesome woman without any abilities, she would be sentenced to death. Honestly, I don't remember what you said last time, but I'm very competent. Truly, I am? You will definitely need me if you're starting a business. So, Ruia desperately tried to sell herself from behind. I see. That's really impressive. However, what she received in return was a gaze filled with a bit of pity. It was as if he was looking at someone a bit mentally off, a pitiful person. Apparently, she had made a fuss all by herself this time. Ruia's face turned red, ready to burst. There's a limit to how embarrassing something can be. She felt like biting her tongue out of shame. Well, seeing that reaction, at least it didn't seem like he was planning to dispose of her. That was a relief, at least. Creak. With that sound, the door opened. It was the commander's room. Inside, it was filled with all sorts of materials that the commander had gathered using the kids the other day. It felt like a laboratory. To explain once again, I plan to mass produce and sell elixirs. What? Even in this situation, where she was trying to prove her usefulness, such a dumbfounded reaction was inevitable. Mass-producing elixirs? What kind of nonsense was that? Without something like the World Tree, that's impossible. We have the World Tree, don't we? But in response to her logical point, the commander once again spouted bizarre nonsense. And then he pointed to a bundle of silver hair. We can substitute it with that? She had a rough idea of what it was. Elf hair. It's a material that has been suggested a few times as a substitute for the precious ingredient, World Tree leaves, used in elixirs. But you can't replace World Tree leaves. Everyone who tried has failed. No, it's been done. With those words, the commander grabbed a handful of the elf hair. It's not widely known, but someone succeeded about 300 years ago. She wondered just how old he was, but didn't voice it. There must be a reason why he maintained the appearance of a boy. There was no need to dig into the secrets of such a transcendent being. The world tree's power is definitely imbued in this. People just don't know how to extract it. With those words, the commander brought the still-burning demon horn close to the hair. Then, from the elf hair, a golden liquid began to flow. When you expose it to something that emits strong magic, it releases the world tree's power embedded within it for protection. The reason this hasn't been discovered until now, it's because this horn is rarer than you think. Plus, the hair needs to be pre-treated in various ways. It would have been hard to discover such complex conditions by chance. If it's so difficult, then how are you talking about it so casually? This is like the ultimate dream of every alchemist. Having achieved something like this, why are you acting so nonchalant? Ruia held back her words. He was practically advertising himself as something close to a god rather than a human. At this point, she doubted if he even intended to keep it a secret. But for now, it was best to play along. And, the important thing is the cost difference when substituting world tree leaves with this material. A statement that could not be ignored reached Ruia's ears. In an instant, her expression turned serious. It was natural. Value assessment. Determining whether this would be profitable or not. It was a field where she prided herself on being second to none. Ruia's mind raced quickly. And then, her jaw dropped. The price of a single elixir often exceeded 1,000 gold. They were so rare they were nearly impossible to find. But if elixirs were produced using that material, the cost would be approximately 15 gold each. In other words, money would be duplicated. No matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe it. With that thought in mind, I looked at Miss Ruia. Her attitude changed completely the moment we started talking business. The clumsy Nuna, whose future I was always worried about, was nowhere to be found. An intelligent gaze. A cold face. Resting her chin on her hand, calculating profit and loss so thoroughly, she seemed to embody the very essence of the word professional. Not long after Miss Ruia's transformation. This is. Her mouth hung open in astonishment. It was a natural reaction. This one, the cost difference is roughly 50 times or more. Maybe I was worried about Miss Ruia for nothing. All the materials I used were relatively unknown secondary materials. But the fact that she could calculate the profit and loss so quickly led to only one conclusion. She had all that information in her head. All the related market prices. This is definitely profitable. No, it's more than just profitable. Miss Ruia's face was painted with shock. Come to think of it, it wasn't surprising. Elf hair is a rare material, but not impossible to find. It's not that there's no supply at all. Since no one knows its true value, the price isn't that high. Plus, I know more potion recipes than just this one. We can make a fortune. Miss Ruia declared confidently. Words coming from a proven, successful businesswoman who even owns this mansion. I could tell that the simulation of this business was running precisely in her head. I don't have any experience in this field. The ancient alchemist scenario from the previous game's side quest. When I played the game, all I did was unlock some useful recipes. I never thought about mass-producing them and starting a business. It was hard to go beyond just that thought. I've never had any experience running a business, sourcing materials, sales methods, or marketing strategies. How could I know those details? I'm really glad I decided to partner with Miss Ruia. I can repay her for the help she's given me while also gaining profit. It's a win-win situation. As I smiled at that thought, Miss Ruia's expression suddenly turned serious. What's going on with her? As I looked at her with a puzzled face, Miss Ruia, looking pale, opened her mouth. This discovery is too revolutionary. It's so revolutionary that it's actually a problem. It was a serious tone. The atmosphere naturally grew tense. How much are you planning to sell this for? Miss Ruia asked, wondering if we should go for a premium strategy or sell at a moderate price to maximize sales. It was a simple decision for me. We should sell it at a reasonably fair price. Sure, profits might be a bit lower, but saving lives is more important. If we were to gouge prices on a life-saving drug just to make money, how would we be any different from the detestable managers at the mining camp? Besides, part of this plan is to increase my influence. Not just this elixir, but other potions as well. I could supply them at much lower prices with the recipes I know. This is a chance to launch a nationwide potion business. Providing potions to everyone at a fair price, saving countless lives who couldn't afford treatment, and increasing my influence within the empire. I shared my intentions with Miss Ruia. Her expression grew even more serious. Do you know what kind of impact this will have? Well, of course. Naturally. This would shake the market to its core. A monster selling all potions at less than 1/10 of the original price, and with better quality, would appear in the potion market. The market would undoubtedly collapse. All related businesses would be thrown into chaos. Nobles involved in the business might even try to kidnap and kill us. Though with Leen around, they'd be the ones worrying about being dismembered rather than us. Regardless, it was clear that this would significantly disrupt the Empire's society. How on earth should we? Miss Ruia bit her lip, deep in thought. But this time, I think I can help. Of course, I'm not a businessman. Do we really need to solve this in a businessman's way? A transmigrator has their own methods. We'll just take over the entire potion market. What? We absorb everything that exists. Bring it all under our control. Is there a need to go through the trouble of opening new branches or hiring staff? We just make everything ours. Not being confined to conventional thinking, using knowledge from the original and cheats to wreak havoc. Isn't that the essence of a transmigrator? Are you suggesting killing everyone? Miss Ruia, what do you think I am? How does this person perceive me inside her mind? With these thoughts in mind, I continued speaking. Of course, we should resolve this through negotiations. Given the cheat that is my recipe, we hold the upper hand. We're in a position to dominate the market at will. If we can convince them and offer good terms to come under our wing, most would gladly accept. If persuasion doesn't work, we can resort to threats. This is a kind of charity work. If potion prices drop, and my plan allows commoners easy access to potions, countless lives can be saved. The conditions I'll offer to existing merchants will be extremely generous. The only ones likely to oppose are the owners of large corporations who have been making a fortune from the potion business. I don't intend to wipe out the bourgeoisie, but if a rich guy tries to hinder our efforts to save lives just to protect his profits, then, naturally, we might have to use a bit of intimidation. And if they ignore even the threats, let them do as they wish. If someone still wants to do business next to us when we're offering a lifelong 90% discount on all items, that's their choice. In fact, I wouldn't even stop them if they secretly sent assassins to eliminate us. If they want to be chopped into 17 pieces by Leen, we should grant their wish. This is a perfect plan. Despite the absurdity of being a transmigrator who never played the game, I'm fully fulfilling my duties as one. A transmigrator should at least cause this much chaos. With these thoughts, that's brilliant. It's truly a genius idea. I looked at Miss Ruia, who was trembling. I was about to ask why she was suddenly shaking, but my mouth naturally stopped. Come to think of it, this is a rather ruthless idea. Taking over the entire potion business of the empire and declaring that I would deal with anyone who gets in my way. It's the kind of thing a shadowy organization boss might do. But once again, I decided to set my conscience aside. It's all for saving lives, after all. There's no solution if you worry about every little thing. As a transmigrator, let's do things boldly and decisively. Ruia finally felt it. The person in front of her was truly the leader of the Black Fangs. The most terrifying secret organization lurking in the shadows, shaking the empire. There's a limit to the degree of one's composure. His way of thinking couldn't be considered human. In a way, it was only natural. He wasn't a human but something wearing a human guise. I'll use the most humane means possible. Don't be too frightened. Something that couldn't possibly be human was trying to imitate one, saying those words. I have critical weaknesses on people like Robin and Chiron. If we threaten them, there's no need to kill anyone. He seemed to be trying to convey that he was a gentle person who disliked killing, like any ordinary human. But it had the opposite effect. How on earth does he know such things? Claiming to have leverage over two giants dominating the empire's economy, not just the potion business. She couldn't comprehend the mental state of a leader who nonchalantly brought up such things. That's a relief. It's good to know it can end peacefully. In the end, Ruia had no choice but to play along with this monstrous leader's game once again. When will this leader stop pretending to be human? Whether he was an evil god or a good god, it would be more comforting if he just revealed his true nature. This clumsy act of pretending to be human was utterly terrifying. Ruia trembled with fear but quickly pulled herself together. I need to be of help. Despite being her area of expertise, she had been of no help at all. Recently, she had only shown incompetence. She had to make up for it somehow. As Ruia quickly racked her brain. She realized a critical issue. With that scale and recipe, the money would naturally flow. But such endeavors often come with a price. If the leader's vision came true, the widely distributed potions, once hoarded by wealthy nobles, would become accessible to all classes. This would undoubtedly harm the livelihood of the Holy Church. People would prefer to use cheap potions rather than visiting the temple. In other words, embarking on this business would likely antagonize the Holy Church. As soon as Miss Ruia realized this, she urgently informed the leader. However, the leader remained unfazed. With his usual relaxed smile, he said, "It's okay. We were going to clash with them eventually anyway. Having erased the black market from existence last time, now it was the Holy Church's turn." Ruia felt like she was about to faint. As soon as I mentioned opposing the Holy Church, Miss Ruia's expression darkened rapidly. Her hands trembled violently. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat ran down her neck. This person really knows how to overreact. Anyone would think I had just declared war on the Holy Church. I mean, I'm not the leader of a terrorist organization. Why would I suddenly declare an all-out war? Before I could even explain, Miss Ruia's eyes half closed. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. I managed to catch her as she fainted again. She was so scared that she really fainted. I shook the unconscious Miss Ruia. Thankfully, I didn't need to splash water on her. She opened her eyes soon enough. Are you feeling better? I asked the dazed Miss Ruia. I didn't want her to misunderstand like last time. I quickly added the explanation I had skipped. There's no need to be so scared. When I said it's okay to oppose the Holy Church, it was really just a thoughtless remark. A suspicious organization rivaling the Empire. That alone should explain how dubious the Holy Church is. An empire engulfed in flames. A desolate scene with not a soul in sight. The destruction I saw in the game PV. It's a very reasonable suspicion that the Holy Church will have a hand in that future, that horrific end. So, it's inevitable that I will become their enemy. One day, I will have to uncover all the secrets they're hiding. Of course, it's better to avoid it if possible. That goes without saying. Even if it's inevitable that I'll face the Holy Church one day, there's no need to rush it. We'll try to prevent conflict with the Holy Church as much as possible. Honestly, I'd prefer to strengthen our forces here and confront them when victory is certain. But things don't always go as planned. If we really can't avoid conflict, well, if worse comes to worst, we'll just have to use the Black Fangs to erase the Holy Church from the world. Let's borrow the power of the Black Fangs. Didn't I bring them a huge profit last time? Even now, the Empire is in an uproar because of the video I released. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm the Black Fangs' top contributor, although it's been tough lately trying to contact that secretive organization. If I can reach them, I'm sure the results will be good. After all, the Holy Church and the Empire are closely connected. They would want to oppose the Holy Church as well. Me, Seal, and Leen, and the mysterious organization, the Black Fangs. Two groups joining forces for a combined attack. Without much thought, he will just erase the Holy Church from this world. The Holy Church seems like such a trivial existence to this person. Miss Ruia muttered something with a resigned expression. Mumbling to herself so quietly made me worry she might be ill. Is the Holy Church really that terrifying? They might seem a bit shady and suspicious, but their public image isn't that bad. Maybe it's because Miss Ruia, as a noble, has heard a lot of unsettling rumors about the Holy Church. With that in mind, I grabbed Miss Ruia's shoulders and shook her again. At this rate, I'm genuinely worried if she can function properly in society. She might faint in a children's haunted house. I am sorry for passing out so often. Miss Ruia muttered tearfully after I shook her awake again. I ended up having to take care of her mental state for a long time, telling her how much she has helped us, how unbearable our situation would be without her assistance. I patted Miss Ruia on the back, feeling like a babysitter. It was dizzying to soothe the 27-year-old woman, but there was no other choice since I owed her a favor. After an awkward while, Miss Ruia's complexion returned to normal. No, calling it normal might be a stretch. Her face was so red, it looked like it might explode any second. Don't worry about it. It happens to everyone when they're stressed. Seeing her pitiful state, I spoke as gently as I could. Miss Ruia avoided my gaze for a long while, then finally nodded. And so, this babysitting incident was officially erased from history. I completely understand what you're trying to say. Miss Ruia cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "This time, I'll prove my worth. The vision you've drawn will be perfectly realized by my hands," Miss Ruia declared confidently, with her hands clasped over her chest. Honestly, it would be a lie to say my trust in her hadn't wavered after seeing her earlier reaction. But she's someone who gets things done when it matters. Given her determination, I decided to trust her. The remaining issue is how to handle the Holy Church and the Empire. The potion business isn't that large, but it's not tiny either. When things change drastically, it inevitably draws attention. It would create a huge hassle like the Holy Church's interference or the Empire's machinations. I needed a good way to minimize that. I had to protect Miss Ruia from being targeted. I needed to divert their attention away from her. After a moment of thought, I had a brilliant idea. Celebrity scandal. Whenever there's trouble among the higher UPS, shocking celebrity news conveniently breaks out. It's a common tactic because it works. To cover up an incident, creating a more sensational one is the best approach. And currently, the hottest name in the Empire's society is the Black Fangs. A smile naturally formed on my lips. If I caused a scandal using the Black Fangs' name at this timing, it would definitely become a huge topic. I hesitated slightly, wondering if it was right to impersonate the most notorious crime organization. Well, I did it once before, and nothing happened. Plus, I helped them by spreading the video. They wouldn't mind if I used their name for a good cause, right? Moreover, this would also benefit the Black Fangs. I planned to use their name to save people in the slums. In essence, I'm helping to build their revolutionary support base. Miss Ruia, can you possibly get me a magic addiction cure? Huh? Well, I do have some extra left over. Luckily, Miss Ruia not only thwarted the mastermind's plan but also managed to obtain the magic addiction cure she was developing. She really is capable. When it comes to daily life, she might struggle, but when it comes to work, she handles it brilliantly. I think I can leave this business in her hands. Can you prepare some of it? Miss Ruia nodded, looking somewhat dazed. I thanked her politely and left the room. As I walked down the ornate mansion's corridor, I used communication magic to contact everyone, from Seal to Leen, and the other kids as well. I gathered all my companions. Since I decided to entrust the business to Miss Ruia, it was time for me to do what I had to do. It might not be as easy as I thought. An unexpected giant in the potion business, with a crazy recipe that reduces costs by 100 times, shaking up the industry, businesswoman Miss Ruia. To overshadow such a huge sensation, I needed to create an even bigger incident. It definitely wouldn't be easy, but I'm confident. Having lived for over a decade as an internet-savvy person, swimming in the sea of trolls and sensationalism, I can create something even more sensational. The Black Fangs starts their activities in earnest, is too weak. It lacks the necessary shock factor. I need something more provocative. As I pondered, a phrase popped into my mind. The Black Fangs can even save patients with incurable diseases. The Empire is shocked and the Holy Church weeps in jealousy. The Black Fangs saves the slum people suffering from magic addiction? Another humiliation for the Holy Church. The Pope kneels, begging, please stop, we surrender. The Holy Church was just an ordinary organization born in an era without the black fangs. Is a wind of revolution blowing through the empire. Perfect. This will be the material for my propaganda video. By spreading this kind of video and provoking them widely, neither the Holy Church nor the empire will have time to worry about a single businessman. Of course, I'll need to tweak the content a bit for realism. It's time to release a new video instead of rebroadcasting old ones from the black market. As I reached the stairs, I saw the kids already gathered in the lobby. They were quicker than I expected. At this point, it's clear the heavens are on my side. Seeing them gathered, I couldn't help but think so. I didn't even need to disguise them as the black fangs. They already looked enough like the black fangs. Who would have thought our black robes would come in handy like this? This is a good omen. With a slight smile, I spoke up. Let's head to the slums for a bit. It was time to save people in the name of the black fangs.